Hey guys. I'm not late, you're late.
He's still asleep. Sad face.
I'm awake, I'm not asleep. Perfectly awake. What's going on, chat? Ty with the first, look at you.
Wait.
Good shit. Waiting. That's weird. It should have worked. I'll have to confirm with my mechanic about that. I'm not sure why that didn't work. I apologize, Ty.
Where is my XP?
I'm sure you will get your XP. I gotta get my mechanic on that. Yeah, Chad, I got a haircut, guys. How's that look? Looks great, right? So today we're gonna be playing Blood on the Clocktower. It's me, Orido, as you know. As you always know.
Hello. Ori?
Hello. I did see what you put in the Headmaster channel, yeah. Yeah, that was awesome. Who untwinked my Orido? I don't know about you, chat. I'm pretty much a twink. I don't know.
Thanks.
What you mean.
I worked hard on it.
And you did such a good job. I'm so
hey,
proud
Ori,
of you.
I talked to your mechanic. He'll be right on that as soon as he can.
Alright, sounds good, sounds good. This is extra twink, how dare you? Hey, I'm a good amount of twink. I don't know what you're referring to. How are we feeling today, chat? Hi, Space Cadet. Hello. 30% jawline.
Guys, it's Oridon's clone Okafon. You seem less of a masochist though.
Yeah, I don't know why everyone always compares me to a masochist. I'm very much clearly not a masochist.
I don't know why I thought that now.
Seek medical attention. Oh, shirt off? That's crazy. That's so crazy. Hold on, my mechanic just arrived. Let me go get him. Ah, crazy, crazy. Oh, hey, a shirt on.
At Emerald Jewels,
Thanks.
jokes aside, this
There's
is
a shirt
nuts.
off redeem? Yeah, I
He's
added
super
it
cool.
a couple streams ago. It's an old redeem, making a comeback, as you know. Maybe I'll add raw egg again later. Redeemed helium? Well, I can't disappoint.
IE.
Yo, what's going on, chat? Hold on, I can do that better.
Hi, Ori.
Ugh.
Alrighty, here we go. How we doing, everybody? How we doing? How we doing?
Yeah, we're all milking this person whose name is Ori. My name is Ori. I don't know what you're talking about. My name is Ori. Really pleasuring that helium. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes when it doesn't come out, you gotta just, you know, give it a little bit more.
Ew.
Now you sound like Ori. I certainly do. There's nothing wrong with sounding like Ori, because I am Ori, obviously. Chat, there's gonna be an ad break in 1 minute. If you're not subbed, you should. Lights make the hair look
Nats.
like Ori. They
Like that cool guy who is in the PS campaign.
I am Ori. I am Ori. I don't know what you're talking about. Lights make me look like me. Wait a minute. You can't be Ori. You're more than 3'4". Hold on. Let me stand up from the chair. I'm standing up. I gotta jump. Nat's like a cool guy. He's in the Pious cast. I don't know. He sounds hot and sexy. Maestro lights kind of fit you better right now. For some reason they do. I'm not sure why. Just gotta give it a little bit more. Truly an Ori quote of all time. Damn right. I've done so much convincing. Alrighty, cool. Chat. Well, I'm changing the name of the game today. We're not actually playing Blood on the Clocktower. We're gonna play Overwatch. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I hate Overwatch. I love Blood on the Clocktower. Speaking of hot, the poll on who is in the Pious cast is hotter has ended. Oh, who won? Who won the chat? I need you to tell me in chat right now. Neptune won? Makes sense. Makes sense. Out of curiosity, where did Eevee, my character, land? And also Erikoth, because you know everybody's down bad for Erikoth.
Moff Shao VE1. Truly a rigged system.
Right. Moff should have won. Truly a rigged system. Agreed.
Yo-woo.
I do play Overwatch. I play it with my good buddy Nats. Sometimes with Sherb too. Moff and Erikoff died. Hey yo, shout out to that Natsuno guy. He's pretty cool.
Just Calm Flippity just subscribed for 8 months. It is a momentous day.
I gotta add time there. For some reason it's not working. Well, my mechanic just arrived. Hold on guys, I'll be right back.
Alright, chat. I should have to clean up a little bit, or maybe, I guess, glow down a little bit, depending on your opinion. At least I got this new wallet. Box didn't do anything? I'm sorry, hold on, let me see what's wrong with Mix It Up right now. That's, why is...
Who are you and what did you do with Ori?
Oh, he's dead now. Don't worry about it.
Where Ori go?
That worked. Why is nothing else working?
Hey Ori, did you see who won the attractive poll?
I did, in fact. I was right here. You told me right in chat just a second ago, I'm pretty sure. Let me close and open, Mix It Up again.
Which clone of that was you over there?
Clone. No clones. Chat, you're being
Can
weird
I
again.
at least get a refund or something?
Yes, you can absolutely get a refund. I apologize. Oh, someone got shirt off. Okay, cool. Wild. Oh, goodness. Hold on, give me just a second. There you go. Apologies for that. Is there a check command to see hydrate counter?
So much.
Not currently. You can only hydrate or dihydrate, and it'll update the counter, and it'll tell you what it is. Can I have my mod back? No. Mystery box is not working currently. I apologize, chat. I have to reopen Mix It Up. What's up, Flippity? Thank you so much for the sub, dude. Holy shit. Happy 8 months indeed. What's up, my guy? What's up? Thank you so much. No, not yet. Not yet. It's setting up right now. Doesn't look like the Oreo I know. I don't know what you're talking about. Why is it half the time I get first it doesn't work? I don't think it's half the time. I feel like that's quite the exaggeration, I must say. How is everyone today? That is a wonderful question, actually. How is everyone today? Double check, double check, double check, double check.
It is.
Let's go.
But it is annoying nonetheless.
Thank you so much for the hydrate. Oh, well, the hydrate counter didn't go up because of the... Because Mix It Up's not open. Mix It Up runs, like, everything. So, I have to give it a second to pop open. I apologize. I'll get you another hydrate after the fact to make up for that. That is a decent amount of XP. That's approximately 5,000, I would argue, actually. Okay, let me do my refreshes real quick. Okay. Ligma. Make sure that works. Yep. Okay, beautiful.
Hey,
Okay.
Ori streamer mode is off.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And then I'm gonna give you back the hydrate that I didn't give you. My bad. My bad. I'm sure there's more than one, so I'm just gonna drink the rest of this.
Ori LMK when you are joining so I can add you a seat.
Okay, bet. It'll be in just a second. It'll probably be about 10 minutes, give or take. You're in repo? Let's go. I won't be able to watch because I'm playing, so bye. What? Lurk for power. How you doing, chat? How you doing? Are you ready for Blood on the Clocktower? It's been so long since I've played, and I'm kind of mad about it. There were so many chances that I had, or not chances, but there were so many times where people were playing and I didn't get a chance.
Ori truly hates me.
I don't have a way to give XP, unfortunately. I might be able to find it. Hold on. Okay. It's gonna take some setting up. Thank you for the lurk, London. I appreciate you.
Feet.
Sorry, chat. My mechanic is in the background right now. Just looming ominously. Hold on. I'm gonna make a command specifically for... specifically for what Ty was just talking about.
It's been 3 months.
Someone got that for me. It was amazing. You Oris? No, I don't know what you're talking about. You guys must be tripping. Okay, and then I have to go remember how to do this.
Timer almost sub 100. Whoa.
Okay, and then I think if I remember correctly, I should be able to just do it like this. I think this is how this works. We're gonna find out. Flap, flap. And then we'll do that, and then that. Okay, Ty, could you use the XP command for me real quick? Have I ever tried these nuts? Tories? Well, that's not how you do that, chat. Okay. Okay, can you do it again for me? Yo, thank you so much for the lurk. Lurk for power, chat. Lurk for power. Just so you guys know,
Hey,
if you guys...
Ori, you still haven't given my mystery box back.
Ah.
I'm gonna dip now. CYA waving hand sign.
Have a good one, Emmy. I appreciate you.
Why is it named after me?
Oh, you know. Did it work? It did work. 3, 4, 5. There you go. 4 mystery boxes? Don't worry, I made everyone's day for it.
Thank you.
But of course. Chat, for anyone who doesn't know, if you guys want to play Blood on the Clocktower, if you've ever played Blood on the Clocktower, if you're interested in playing Blood on the Clocktower, the link to play is actually in the Discord right now. If you don't have the role for it,
still don't know why it is. Ty.
If you guys are interested in playing, you can jump into the Discord. If you don't have the role, you can go to browse channels and roles, and you can grab the Blood on the Clocktower role, and the link will be in those channels that you unlock from that. But you can join after seeing stream. That is correct. You will be forced to spectate. Company water cooler will be refilled. Wonderful. I'm going to grab some water, chat. And then we can actually probably go ahead and hop into the game. Okay, so oh, so many hydrates. Oh, Jesus. Thank you, Cantaroo.
See
All
you
right,
in the
chat.
game, Ty.
See you
Or
in the tie
you
game.
won't see me. I won't be playing.
Or you won't see me. Perhaps. Why? Why are we, what? Why are we doing this? Huh? No. Why are we doing this? Oh no. Oh no. It's doing the silly. What do you mean? Oh no. It logged me out and now my login isn't working. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? And it's not letting me do the forget or the recover any either.
Ori is no longer going to be joining in bot C.
Yes, but of course. Okay, I guess I had to make a new account? Hello? Hello? Okay, I guess that works. Question mark. Now my account isn't verified. Okay, hold on a second. Oh no. Oh no, chat. Okay, hold on. Hold on. We got this, chat. We can do this. Oh, congrats on the complete all redeems. Lucky I just rejected all of them. Take number 16. There we go. All right, sorry about that, Trank. I do not hate Botsy. What do you mean? Okay. There we go. Oh goodness, it's gonna take me a second to remember how to play this game.
Virgin died to the Virgin.
Oh yes.
That is a 5-player confirmation bomb on the first night.
Oh, is
Providing
mine?
that I'm not drunk or poisoned. Or sorry, if I'm drunk it wouldn't go off, but if I were poisoned, you know.
I think if
Alright.
Ori doesn't sit down, it's because he hates chat.
What? There's not even. Oh,
Hey, that worked.
Hey, that
I didn't even realize there was a
Magic.
chair. I didn't even know there
Yes,
was a
you can also
chair.
get a seat
Just like
Oh goodness, kill me.
Are we gonna have it?
We are going to
we'll
have
do it later.
2 travelers,
Let's get
unless
18.
if anybody is overwhelmed by this and wants to step out, feel free to. But as it is now, we're gonna have 2 travelers. Ori, are you open to being a traveler? Let's stream, see what that's like.
Okay, I'm down.
All right.
Wait,
In that
what?
case,
Can I be the other?
yeah, Ori and Aardvark will be our 2 travelers.
Okay, so we're
Um,
supposed to not know what we're doing, right? What is
been
a
a while.
traveler
Yeah,
again?
they're doing.
Chat, the way that a traveler works, so for anyone who doesn't know how this game functions, essentially what's going to happen
Wow, many
is
people.
there's going to be a demon or several amongst us, and we as townsfolk have to figure out who the demon is. Or for the demon, we have to kill all the townsfolk. Specifically, a traveler is kind of a more temporary position, if you will. So basically, we have special rules that allow us to leave at any time. I'm just traveling for the sake of trying
Can't
it
you
out.
go find your phone?
Katrina.
What the fuck are you watching?
I know this video, Katrina, but please mute.
Oh crap! I didn't know you could hear that.
Yeah.
Listening.
More XP.
Oh crap!
Oh, no,
sorry.
no.
At
Oh,
the
no,
Forager
what? I
56 I
forgot
found
that
it and I'm back.
The video.
It's about. I know the video.
XP.
But yeah,
Yeah.
travelers are players that are not actual character types. They're not townsfolk, outsiders, minions, or demons. Everybody will know what character they are, but nobody will know, except for themselves, what alignment they are. If they're evil, they will learn who the demon is, but the demon will not learn who they are. And with that said, alright, let's go discuss.
Wait,
with
sorry.
chat
What was that? The
what-
demon won't learn.
All
Why,
right,
why
so-
hello?
Hello. There's a couple of options here,
Mhm.
because there are many different travelers. I'm gonna give you, I think, 3, and then you can pick one.
Okay.
You can either be what sort of thing do you want to do? What kind of ability do you feel
I have
like
jumped
having?
ahead of
The
stream
only
elements quite a bit.
travelers that I know all that well is the gnome and the barista.
Okay, then let's say you can be the gangster, which is once per
Okay.
day you may choose to kill an alive neighbor if your other alive neighbor agrees.
Okay.
I thought you might like that. You may be the bureaucrat, which is each night choose a player, not yourself. Their vote counts as 3 votes tomorrow. Or you can
Okay.
be the thief, which is each night choose a player, not yourself. Their vote counts negatively tomorrow.
What
So
was the
their
name of
vote
the
will
last
be
one?
The thief. You steal their vote from them.
I think the bureaucrat. I think I would say the bureaucrat.
Awesome. You will be the bureaucrat. You will be, let's see, pick a number 1 to 3.
3.
You're evil.
Cool.
Maddie, did you say the gin rule yet, or no?
So, for anyone who did not hear that,
I was like 2 seconds too slow.
Maddie is talking with
Yeah.
All right, we've done the funny, which is bureaucrat and thief together. And before we start racking, I'm going to explain the special rule of this script. So this script is not an official submission to the World Cup. However, it was made in sort of the way the script's following, using the special gin rules. The special rule for this script is that each night, if a new player has become the demon, and there is already a marionette in play, a player neighboring the demon becomes the evil marionette, and any other marionettes become the good character that they believe they are. So basically, if the demon moves, the marionette follows.
oh
Does
wow,
anybody have any questions regarding the gin rule?
that's wild.
Yes,
Actually,
what's the translation?
The what?
When the demon moves, the marionette will follow them.
Oh, there goes Lax, bro.
Lax is probably just having connection issues, I would imagine. We'll see if he comes back or what. Yeah, so like, say for instance, Ty is the demon and Ren snake charms Ty and Katrana was the marionette, then one of Katrana would stop being the marionette and would become whatever role they had previously thought that they were, and Ren would become the new demon, and one of Benjamin and Camo would become the new marionette.
What about people with traveler neighbors?
I am going to say that it goes through travelers.
Okay.
So Ty's marionette could be Gold Jake, for instance.
and correct me if I'm wrong, marionettes don't know they're evil when they become a marionette, right?
That is correct. You
Okay.
will not know that you're evil. Unless your neighbor tells you. But then, of course, your neighbor could also lie to you.
Lying and
Alright.
blood on the clock tower? Why would you do that?
Yeah, this is very controversial to the name of, what is this? Love thy neighbor.
Love thy neighbor.
By all.
Yeah, because if you kill your neighbor, they might be your demon. Surprise.
Yeah. Well,
Alright.
here's the. And also,
Thank you for the
here's
Lord Divide, I
thing.
appreciate you.
Is anybody here got a parent named Austin? Because if not, we don't need to love them because it's neighbors made by somebody called Austin. So, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to begin racking. If Laxbro, if it turns out, essentially,
There goes Maddie.
Laxbro doesn't reconnect, I will, re-rack it out then, really. So, yeah, but if Laxbro's not here by the time I'm done racking, then we'll rack it out next round.
I'm sorry, Rix. I thought you were in the
fun
game.
fact,
Oh, are you watching from
recently I've been
spectating or from chat?
Trying to make like a magic system for based on fusions. Got the idea from watching a mod from Plants vs Zombies. That's all.
Everyone is good and has to lie, and everyone who is bad has to tell the truth. That sounds like a wizard game.
Yo.
I don't think we have a wizard in this script. Yo, what's up, Zephyr? How's it going? If you, we don't have a wizard in this game, but a wizard basically gets to make a wish.
It doesn't switch alignment, just characters, right?
That is correct. It just switches characters.
And it is really fun to have a wizard in the game.
When people think you're evil, and then you tell them you wake up as the good one. You're like, oh yeah, sure, buddy. You're just. Sorry.
Nebula, I'm gonna ask to.
You should
if
make
you're gonna
that wish
whistle.
when
There
you
are a
get
lot of
wizard
players
next.
Here. I want to just minimize noise as much as possible.
You should make that wish when you get wizard next.
You're all
The storyteller does have to say yes to it, but I like it. Forager, the next time that the next time that a wizard wish comes on, I think I'm just gonna call Forager. I'm gonna be like, Forager, what should we wish
you
for?
don't get killed either way because you're just a baron, right?
Thanks,
well, I
Zephyr.
was the dead good baron. I was trying to let them know that I was the barber swap because somebody else was.
And also, I forgot when a player swaps character, like for example, with the barber effect. Do they know the new role they become?
Yes, unless it is something like the marionette, which
anyway.
specifies
I'm a
essentially that you
be-back.
think you're something you're not, or the drunk. You will always know when
Chat's
your
being
character
chat
changes
again.
and when
Not
your alignment-
again.
You will always know your
Not
character's
again,
alignment
chat.
unless otherwise specified.
Alright then. Last question. Why is the barber? What does the barber name? Why does the barber specifically have this effect? What's the barber have?
I didn't make the character, so I'm not sure.
Okay then.
Laxbro is still not here. I'm gonna
times
snip
in a
out
row.
Laxbro because
Messed up.
They're not here, and
It's because I gave you guys a
if he
free
comes back,
reject all
then
redeems.
We'll deal with that later. But for now, we're going to rack like this.
Second chat.
Which I believe.
Not necessarily. Okay, the thing that I got for myself was not
Good
what I
one.
was looking for.
This is called Blood on the
but
Clocktower.
it's not.
This is a social deduction game. So if you ever played Werewolf, or I guess technically Among Us or anything like that, this is normally a board game. But this is the online version of it.
No.
Oh,
Well, hello.
I am here to let you know that your demon is Titus.
Titus. Okay.
And also, please pick a player.
Oh, that's right. Well, Titus.
Alrighty, thank you very much. You can head
Thank
on
you.
back.
No,
It skips through
goes
the
through the
Traveler.
marionette, or it goes through the traveler.
Oh, it go. Okay, so
That
okay.
doesn't count.
Sharps with the red. What's up? How's it going, buddies? How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. What's up, what's up?
The travelers aren't neighbors.
Nah.
Welcome.
Oh, whoops.
They
Too
just,
much. My
Travelers
bad. That's
are
okay.
Temporary neighbors. They're renting an Airbnb for the weekend.
They're not neighbors for.
They count for the
marionettes.
purposes of like stuff like empath and ability.
So this is Blood on the Clocktower. It's a social deduction game. If you've ever played Werewolf, Mafia, or even Among Us, is technically a social deduction game. This is normally a board game, but this is the online version of it. So basically, our goal is to figure out who's evil, or if we're evil, to kill anybody who's good.
I was just letting you know.
We have a ton of potential characters that all have descript abilities on what they can do and why they have a reason to lie to us, whether they're good or bad. Sherb, how was stream? How was Repo? I heard a little bit about it. Get rated, idiot. Of course. You played all of those?
So
Oh, bet.
Sure,
Yeah.
I know a few of you we've played before, but largely a lot of people in this lobby I don't know who would like to be Kazali. Wants to be on the
We're currently playing with
Wait, there's no
3
Kazali.
demons.
Okay, Aardvark, I'll pick you.
Oh, sorry,
You
3
look-
minions,
I'll make
1
you voice
demon,
your Princess.
and only 1 outsider. Interesting. Kill them
can I
all,
be the
Pookie.
bag?
That's right.
Alright,
That's
you'll be
right.
the
Kill them all.
bag.
Who are your other 3 minions?
Wait, no, we
Well,
want
no one
Ori to be
volunteered, so
evil.
I think we're just
He
gonna do a
needs to hate
challenge one
chat.
where it's just 2 evil. I've been looking to platinum this game anyway, so.
A funny thing about my role is that my role in this game
Pookie could
is
never hate
completely
us.
opposite of what I am in real life.
Ty, stop redeeming mystery boxes, as I will be commenting on Ori's plays.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Pookie, you never hate us. Thank you, Zephyr. Build an army. Pookie the best. Pookie knows what's up. Okay. I'm gonna put my shirt back on now, chat.
I just thought of the idea. Basically,
Wait, why? Ooh.
basically, a rule that makes it so when you die, during the night at least, you don't know that you died.
Yeah, that's a script. I see dead people, I think.
Oh.
I've got a thunderstorm outside. I freaking love these so much.
I can only remember a
results,
demon
not
that
so
does
much,
that, but there's a
but
demon
the
that does
storms
that,
are
and I'm pretty
awesome.
sure it's the Zombool, if I remember correctly. If they die,
Oh,
they
the
look like they die, and then they don't die.
What's
Yeah,
your
yeah,
role,
the
Aaron?
register specifically is dead. Yeah.
Yep. So
yeah, mine's the opposite. They don't know they themselves died if they died during the night.
That'd
Sounds
be
like an
interesting, but
outsider.
You'd have to
So-
have a lot of like mechanical stuff in the game to help give information
So-
to town because
as of currently, my role is the bureaucrat. So every night I get to pick somebody, and their vote is worth 3 times as much. I'm an outsider, which means it's going to be really easy for me to get nixed from the group, essentially. Outsiders are designed to be temporary players, so that you can leave at any time if you want, and the game can still continue. I'm just playing it for the sake of playing a Traveler, because I've never played one before.
Dead people.
what did you say? You said I see wieners?
Who sees the wieners?
I don't know.
No,
Are
I
you
think they're
talking
just
about a
cold.
script written
I
by
think
a
they're just
Bart
icy.
Simpson?
So if you're in the Discord, Zephyr, if you're in the Discord, there's actually a channel for you to join this table if you want. If you do join the table, you have to not look at chat because obviously,
I
but
think I've seen that script.
in the Discord, if you go into channels and roles,
It's Amanda Huggins.
if you go into channels and roles, you can find Blood on the Clocktower, and it'll unlock a bunch of channels, and every single one of these tables are posted publicly. Welcome back, Sherps. How's it going? I was stream. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you.
Either respond to your night card or press
Oh,
record
that
on
is
the
correct,
left
Cantorin.
and open up the chat.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. The player has responded.
It was chaos. I believe it. Repo with Sherbs. Chaos. As all things should be.
Who to Fang you jump to?
Understood, Ren. Very, very long choice. And with that, good morning. Ren's
Sherbert
dead.
underscore plays, yeah. That
no,
tracks.
I'm dead. I thank you jumped.
Great.
Better figure out who it was. You guys
Alright.
have got 6 minutes because this is a big ass game.
All
Alright.
village idiots, meet me in the potion shop.
Fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Alright.
Why, hello there. Why, hello.
So I have a hilarious idea.
Okay.
See, you give people 3 votes. I make people votes negative.
Oh
Which
my
makes
god!
I see it all.
Wait!
Yep. We can make somebody's votes -3.
Oh my god, wait, that's so gross. Hold on. Maddie, is that how that works? If we both...
I joined this conversation halfway through, and I already know what you're talking about, and yes, it is how it works.
Oh my god. Okay, Aardvark, I don't care if you're evil, and I don't care if you're good. Who are we pissing off today?
Who do you want to?
I mean, personally, just because I love him to bits and pieces, Ty.
Okay, let's choose Ty tonight.
Also,
Okay.
something important to note, negative votes are not inherently bad. You can prevent nominations from going through with them. They
Oh,
are
100%.
definitely useful.
I just want to see how long it takes for Ty to
negative
realize.
3 votes is definitely a thing you can do. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's, heading out.
I'm just gonna keep. So, chat, for anyone who did not understand what happened, my ability is that I can triple the value of somebody's votes. Aardvark's ability is to make somebody's votes negative. So I'm saying I'm just gonna hard press on Ty to make Ty vote -3 votes every single night without knowing. Hello.
Hello there, or
You were available and not talking to anybody, so I grabbed you by the collar.
Where did the shirt come back from?
You do that with people.
What's up? How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you
I'll trade.
doing?
Pretty amazing. I'll trade you a roll for a roll.
A roll for a roll. That's interesting.
Yep. I'll tell you exactly what it is.
Is it gonna be Euro?
Yeah. But you have to tell me yours.
Mine is actually the non-bureaucrat. What's yours?
Oh, shit. Couldn't be further away. I'm the bureaucrat. That's crazy.
What?
Chat, for anyone doesn't know, everyone knows I'm the bureaucrat.
No. If we stay in this call any longer, we might lose just from the opposites of each other. But let me, before I leave, I'll tell you a secret.
Okay. Okay.
Oracle.
I've played that game before. It's not great.
Oh. The Oracles? No, I heard that they're coming back, with like.
Yeah, people say
musical
that.
game.
I think they're just lying.
Yeah, but like no, they said something about musical chairs.
Hold on, I can't hear. I'm taking my shirt off.
Oh,
You don't deserve a shirt.
can I see? Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm gonna
Chat
go.
said I don't deserve a shirt.
I love just joining to hear chat said I don't deserve a shirt and nothing
Yeah.
else.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's pretty much the pinnacle. You don't need context.
True.
Okay. Chat, what the fuck?
Anyone want chat?
Sure. Chat, why are you obsessed with making Ori shirtless recently? That's my question, dog. Or is this that person to give us the shirt off his back? Yes, exactly. Precisely, chat. Here, you can have it. I'm on the fence about having a conversation with Ty. I really want to talk to Titus more than anything. But I do fancy the idea of Ty's gone. Never mind. Not, but the above was a joke. This is so funny to me, dude. This is so funny to me. It's funny because it's gonna be super suspicious that Aardvark and I keep entering a conversation with each other. But I don't know what his alignment is. I have no idea what his alignment is, and he's not gonna know what mine is. And we're not in cahoots. Chances are, realistically, on a storyteller standpoint, chances are we're probably opposite alignments. So, what's that? Clarify what? It's not that it's recent. It's only recently brought back, so we want it more. This is actually a psychological thing where you want something you can't more than have something you have easy access to. Truly well stated. Thank you, Fortune. I am because he's pokey.
Almost everybody. We're just waiting on Katrana in London.
London, Katrana, where are you?
All right. Welcome back to town, everybody. Let me double check. There are no public claim rules on this
Well,
script.
I am able to play now.
So nominations are going to be immediately open. I'm going to give you 3 minutes. If you want to nominate,
Oh, this
ask
thunder
for
in the
hands,
background
because
sounds so cool.
if there is over talking or a lot of noise, it's going to be difficult for me to hear. There's a lot of people here. Just do your best. We are all adults.
Yeah.
Just try to do your best. That's all I ask.
I'm 12.
Sarati.
Can I nominate London?
You can. Oh god, London is there. Tell us why.
90% sure they're evil.
Wow.
Fair enough, I guess.
I don't know what to say about that. Innocent until proven guilty. I mean, off the bat.
Not in this town.
Like it's pretty direct. Like usually they say like evidence stuff like that. But okay. Oh wow, that's a coalition of people.
Typhon Straw.
Straight in line.
All right.
I didn't realize we had a Typhon. I feel like I gotta vote
So we
now.
require 8 votes.
Nebula, head up, Nebula.
Silly,
Camo
goofy
and,
evidence.
three marionettes.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Okay.
Well, that's enough.
Oh.
Well, I thought I was gonna be playing.
Death by funny meme.
That's my funny meme, really.
That's Aardvark and Ori chose the same person.
You know, I have a strange suspicion that that's going to be quite difficult for you to beat, so I am going to shorten this timer down to 1 more minute. If you have any more nominations, let me know.
You'll have to join next game since you've already seen my board. But
Camo and Sarati and,
you'll have to talk to Maddie at the end of this game.
But I talked to somebody who had an outsider in their clones, their 3s. So we have 2 face-up outsiders potentially. So there may be a
You can join as a watcher right now, though.
Saxty.
I'd like to nominate Titus, please.
Tell me why.
I know it looks hard to beat, but if we get the votes on it with the what's it called, bureaucrat, whatever it is, then it can be beat. I've heard this is better cannibal food. Maybe in a large game like this, maybe giving the cannibals.
Well, yeah, no, we do want to feed the cannibal.
That's why I nominated this one.
Titus, your defense.
I didn't know that I was good cannibal food or that there was a cannibal. I haven't talked to you. I also didn't know that.
Sorry.
Oh, hold on. I'm almost done. I also didn't know that I had the bureaucrat vote. So surprise.
Okay. This is 12 to tie and 13.
Nothing but a mistake. I do like to. I've been kind of getting in the swing of things as of recently since after break. I did it a lot more regularly.
I forgot.
Holy shit, the legendary -1. I'm so happy that happened.
Well, I guess you were thief picked.
I'm so happy. Hold on, I'm getting a screenshot.
Yeah, I was going
Okay.
clockwise.
That is not enough.
Alright.
Sadness.
What?
Okay.
Ren nominates
Alright.
Sorry, Ren nominates who?
Trana.
Anyone?
Completing
I
all
think they might
redeems.
be
That's
evil.
crazy, dog.
Trana.
You only completed like a total of like 9 redeems with all of those complete all redeems, but it's still crazy that it happened.
It's super cool. Puts your muscle groups in a stat board.
Oh, that's cool as hell. I have an app similar to that. Not the same thing, but I do have an app similar to that.
Something very fun here, Katrana, is you can vote on yourself to just reduce it by 1.
Yeah.
That's actually crazy. Thief is kind of funny, honestly.
Can the thief and the bureaucrat
Wait, what? That only counted. Oh boy. Oh wait, I see.
Yep.
Went from 6 to 5.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yes, the thief and the bureaucrat can apply together.
Oh no, I know that they can. I'm asking, could they do that?
Oh.
We have extra negative votes tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah,
Final call for any nominations.
If choose the bow.
London is executed and dies. Good night.
Wait, who killed London? How could you do this?
You did, Ori.
What? I did no such thing. I am but a mere bureaucrat.
Yep, you can also see a leaderboard among
Why it's
friends.
always your fault.
It was unintentional, but you did throw the book at him.
What the hell?
Me.
That is not a sleeping sound.
Leaderboard among friends is actually kind of dope. What's it called? It's called Gym Rank. Interesting.
Gym rank.
Okay, but shock who?
How could you?
Hit him with the honk shoe.
Here can do the best.
Hit him with the honk shoe, chat. Hit him with the honk shoe.
Shut up on your face. I'm trying to slip over here. I'm leaning out of my fire escape window.
We got a
This is by far, I think, the biggest game we've played on stream, and I am actually very stoked about this. There's a lot of people here. Only clowns hit people with honk shoes. Natsuno, where are you? If only you were here to play Overwatch with us or something.
Did somebody mention me?
No.
Okay.
I was talking about how we picked up a massive crowd in the blink of an eye.
Very large
Can
games.
we open this up to the
Big
public
game.
or something?
Big game moment.
Yes.
Oh,
Bet,
alright.
Zephyr.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah,
that
there's several
explains
people here I don't recognize.
Hello, it is I, the public.
it. Killed him with fire.
Kill him, fight us.
Yeah, I would like to nominate the public.
Alright, bye guys.
It's nighttime. Go to bed.
I'd like to nominate our voting system.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Maddie, I'd like to poison London. If that's
I don't
possible.
hear shit.
Understood. Thanks.
Yeah, just want to stick my poison to cause a little confusion.
Wait. I thought you were the Kazali. Wait, not Kazali. Is it called Kazali? Because I got turned into the pit hag.
There's so much going on right now.
Oh.
Oh.
What has the pit hag done?
That's not how
Well,
that rolls.
one of you got turned into
That's
a
not healthy for the bad team.
That's not how that works. That's not how any of this works.
We've played these games before. This wasn't in the tutorial.
Same.
Who make Jeff spy?
Whose notification just went off?
I think I should have brushed my teeth. I think I'm fast.
Thank you, chat.
Whatever the name is in English. Here.
Wait, did you say that you move faster when you brush your teeth?
No.
Can I have your toothpaste?
No. After something
I need a player to please respond to their night card.
The flesh nearby your mouth region. It basically disintegrates
Alright.
because of the acid. It hurts.
Where do you get your
That-
toothpaste? I don't know. My dealer won't tell
No.
me where he gets it from.
Good morning. Except for Nebula.
Oh,
of course.
No, my toothpaste.
Want the toothpaste. 5 minutes.
See, he wouldn't give me any of his toothpaste, so I had to, wait, never mind.
Hello there.
Hello. Do you want to keep going for the same person? Or do you want to move around?
Sure.
Okay, bet.
Well, actually, I definitely want to move around, but still
Okay.
target the same person.
For tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
Not that you guys will agree.
Welcome to Existing, Munchie. How's it going?
Start time.
Oh, right, he went to the bathroom.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
We're multiple. Let's try that.
Welcome to your interview of
Hello,
evil. Why
Monkey.
would you like to apply?
I give good haircuts.
That'll do. Thank you very much.
Okay, bye.
Yellow,
Wel-
yellow.
At monkey
Welcome to your
underscore
interview of
Pasquire
evil. Why do you
nonsense.
want to be evil?
I like the acronym.
You like the acronym?
Yes.
Is this the lemons thing? Are we talking about lemons?
I don't know.
Oh.
The jingle. You push
Oh.
Evil Incorporated or whatnot.
Oh, okay. No, two different shows. Okay. Well, in this case, what's your role? I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours.
Can I try to guess yours first?
No.
You
can guess after.
How about if you give me a chance to guess yours, you can guess mine.
Okay, deal.
Is yours the thief?
Close. You're close. You're right there.
Oh, darn.
At monkey_pasquire wow.
Are you
I'm
the...
going to act like I
don't know what you
that
could
means.
be. Are you the snake charmer?
Hi.
Do you want a hint? It's something that's on the script.
This is... I've never had this much information to work with. Oh my goodness. Are you the... a plague doctor?
I mean, I've narrowed it. I feel like I've narrowed it down pretty well to something that's on the script.
Yes, of course. I meant to say the seamstress. That's what I meant to say.
Well, that's basically it. That's how did you know?
Fuck. Well, anything useful you want to trade around?
I am a spent roll. If we need to sacrifice somebody, I'm fine with being that person.
So I presume that you have a one-tick ability, or a thing that pops off?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay.
Woo! Is there anything you want to share?
I don't even know what I would share. I haven't really talked to anyone useful. I think London was good.
Oh, so that's why you voted them out?
No, I just thought it was funny.
Well, like, for example, who did you pick for your bureaucrat then?
Who did I pick for bureaucrat?
Yes.
Somebody, I'm sure. You'll probably find out during the voting process.
Unless if they don't vote, in which case, I'm just saying that if you should tell them yourself or just make it public knowledge that saying, hey, this person has extra votes, so that way they can plan around that.
I sure hope they vote. Speaking of that, it'd probably be a good idea to vote tonight.
Okay, so I assume this is you indirectly saying you chose me.
I would never say such a thing.
Okay. Have you learned anything from anyone else that you are able to share?
Nope. I have not garnered any useful information. Okay, actually, that's not true. I do think that Ren is an outsider.
They gave me an outsider as one of the three as well. Yeah.
Okay. So if we have, is there a villain that or a demon that gives more outsiders? Fangu gives more outsiders. There's been mention of 2 front-facing outsiders, which would assume that we have a Fangu.
To match what you said, Sarah claimed an outsider as well as one of the 3.
Who did?
Sarah Teeny.
Okay, gotcha.
Kai, the strawberry one.
Do you know which one?
They claimed it out. You didn't say which one the Ren claimed, and we're out of time.
Lovely. Welcome back to town, everyone. Your nominations are open, and you have 3 minutes for them. Good try,
I nominate Gold.
Why?
Because I totally saw Professor Plum in the kitchen with the lead pipe.
Okay, Gold, your defense.
I think people know my role that need to know my role, and I don't think it's a good kill.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, this will take 7 votes.
No, I'm kind of curious. How many people have heard cannibal claim?
I've heard a couple.
No,
That was
okay, thank you for your dead vote, Nebula. 3 is not enough.
I forgot I only have 1 vote.
It's okay, you can put your feet up now and do world building.
4 corners?
4 corners would like to nominate.
Just because I'm
Nebula, I gotta ask when I'm calling on somebody, I need to be able to hear them.
4 corners would like to nominate Ty.
Tell me why.
I spoke today with a village idiot who, given other village idiot information, I'm inclined to think is drunk and has a good on Ty. And I think between what's going on, they are reasonably likely to be evil.
Ty, your defense.
I can say that I also heard that village idiot information, assuming we're talking about the same person. and I am good. But if you want to vote me out, I'm not necessarily opposed to it, as I am a technically spent role.
Okay, this requires 7 votes.
Ty, raise your hand.
Why would I do that?
You know why.
The thief.
4 votes
Why would
is
I do
not
that?
enough.
That was minus three.
How unincriminating.
What?
I just want to
Saxty.
get that off at least once.
Saxty would like to nominate Excel Aardvark.
Yeah, you know, I figured. Tell me why.
Go
This
ahead,
is-
I will gladly accept that. I
Yeah.
just wanted to get that off.
Wait, it's two of my.
Yeah. Oh my
Hey,
god.
I just want to hear Saxty. Tell me why.
This is not for the vote thing. They're just in my way. Do you know what I mean? Like
Aardvark, your defense.
Oh, yes.
I am good. However, I just wanted to get off that -3 once.
This will take 8 votes.
So you teamed up with evil to do so?
No, I don't know I don't know Ori's role. I just thought it'd be funny to at least get it off once.
I have no idea what Aardvark's alignment is, and I did not ask. I just agreed to do that.
I didn't either.
That is enough. Aardvark is exiled and dies.
Goodbye, friendo.
It's so sad.
Any more for any more? Nobody's on the block.
Everybody just.
Sarati.
Ren nominates Dragonic Pack.
I am going to take the hand. Sarati.
I'll nominate Ren, please.
Alright, tell me why.
Pretty sure he's a demon.
Ren, your defense.
You just said earlier that you were suspicious of me because I was in a double claim. How does that make me the demon?
Demon's double claim.
Alright, it will take 7 votes.
This game sounds wild at.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Ren. Yes, I double
It is.
claimed,
It is very wild.
Tengu, so you and I are in a
That's-
double claim.
No, I'm the barber. Okay.
That's so funny.
Yes, I don't actually have real votes. I need to remember that.
How
Did I just get a -3 off again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That shouldn't count.
we
I
just
didn't know-
can't vote anyone
Ren,
out.
who were you wanting to nominate?
Oh,
I'm
I
just
was
not gonna
going
put
to
my hand
nominate
up anymore.
Dragonic Pack.
Alright.
Wait, hold up. Wouldn't that vote
Tell
have
me
been
why.
a 3 since I'm dead?
Because I've heard of.
Oh,
a
actually,
noble-
that is a good point. Aardvark is dead. Ren is on the block. I apologize. Because the reminder token was still untied, the effect was still in place.
Oh, okay.
No, come on.
In
okay,
fact,
so wait,
I do
how many votes
believe
are
that
on
that would be 10, I think. No, 9.
Yeah,
My
because
younger
Ty
brother
would
just
just
got
have
jump
the
scared by the
bureaucrat
thunder.
+3. So that was more than enough. I don't remember the exact number. I believe that it was, because it was 3 and it should be 6 more, so it's 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just realized, could the bureaucrats use their powers in a dead player?
They could, yes.
Or
Ren,
double.
your accusation.
I've heard of a noble thing
thunder
that
jump
they're
scare.
in.
Dragonic, your defense.
Seamstress, not used.
Okay, this will take 9 to tie and 10 to die.
Considering it's now public information,
Battle
Why?
Crow 520 played jump scare for
Battle
100
Crow
bits.
520
Thank you so much, Crow. Oh my
100
goodness.
Not enough.
Thank you for the
they're gonna
100
want to do it,
biddies.
so tomorrow, so.
I do think this is
Somebody
slightly difficult to beat.
nominated.
Sorry, time down.
Somebody nominated Titus tomorrow. What was that about? Yesterday, I meant. Sorry.
The claim that was given was that we were just looking for cannibal food, I think.
Yeah. If there was a cannibal, they would have definitely gotten a good one off London.
And we have heard of a claimed cannibal, right?
Yeah, I've heard of a couple.
Call me up.
All right, final 30 seconds.
Yeah, no, London didn't publicly reveal their role.
What's London's role?
Up to London.
I'll just do it publicly because why not?
Rip.
My role is the Oracle.
All right, 10 seconds.
That isn't what you claim to be. I'm joking.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ren is executed and dies. Good night.
All right.
Be prepared for a barber swap.
Yep.
There are too many outsiders on this scrim.
There are just enough for one plausible world. So 3 face-up outsiders means that we've got both the balloonist and Tengu in play.
I'd love to kill this other barber.
I don't know of another barber. You're the only one I've heard of.
Well, the other barber was the reason you executed me, so they better exist.
I don't think I voted for you. But yeah, 10.
You generally. I didn't keep track of exactly who voted. Y'all. Why y'all voted on me?
Yeah, I've been keeping track of votes, don't worry, I'm Flower Girl.
No, you're the Kazali. You turned me into a pit hag.
Yeah, that's true.
What did you what are you, a wizard with the ability to have multiple role abilities? Wished for having multiple role abilities?
Yes. Yeah. No, he's the philosopher who was who became the alchemist who became the wizard.
Let's see here. I'm the wizard.
I've actually
alchemist
pulled a stunt like that.
with an axe, smiling grin, and
Not the alchemist wizard, mind you. It's a wizard that wished to be an alchemist.
yes, perfect. Repeat.
I went to the wrong school of magic. I wish to be an alchemist.
I wish to be an alchemist.
I wish to be a magician. I'd rather do parlor tricks.
Yeah, and I was a good Scarlet Woman, so sorry, Cannibal.
I'll be right back, chat. Give me just a second.
Seriously, whose notification do I keep hearing?
Who knows?
Discord?
No,
No,
Windows
not
notification.
Nah, there's Discord.
Yeah, no, a Windows notification.
Yeah, I'm on a Mac, so it can't be me.
If you have notifications turned on for the game, whenever you get like a chat request, it will pop up a notification. Anyways, not like I had much to do as a thief, so I'm just going back to Tokyo Ghoul.
That's something fun about Windows computers is there's a hotkey for LinkedIn. It's Control Shift Windows Alt L.
I hate that so much.
Wait, what?
Why would I do all...
Serious? Yes, Control Shift Windows Alt L puts up LinkedIn.
Why would I go through all of that effort to go to LinkedIn on purpose?
Yeah, that's why it's useless.
This is worthless. It's less
I
than
just want
worthless,
to
my
say
boy.
I just tried it and it did bring up a LinkedIn webpage.
London and Ty just giving a secret keybind to just delete your hard drive.
Well, you should trust me. Alt F4 refreshes your browser. It actually reveals the entire game logic.
It's like the Konami code. It just gives you 30 extra lives.
Oh,
Holy shit, it does open LinkedIn.
Try that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you didn't know that there's a shortcut to open LinkedIn?
No.
Isn't that awful?
Ty, you lied to me.
What did I do?
There's
It
something
did
that
not
feels
work.
gross about
I
it.
did all that for.
I think it would be really funny to have just to watch somebody like you do the Alt F4 does blank and you just you hear someone go really and then they fall out of their chair.
Good morning. except Titus. You guys have got 4 minutes.
Not
Wait, I
Titus.
just died?
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Uh-huh.
Oh, jeez. I have a.
And I'll ask him in a whisper. Oh, that works.
Jinx LUL TwitchCon Hype Cool Cat Glitch Cat SU Timber Glitch Lit.
What's up, Pinky? How's it going? Welcome in.
Hello again.
Why, hello there. I'm just talking to you to tell you that I used my ability on you again.
Okay.
Make sure to use it only for evil. No doing good around these parts.
Understood. I will vote for a dead player then. I'll nominate and execute a dead player just for you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hey Ori.
What's up, Zephyr? How's it going? Woo!
Hello.
Why, hello there.
Are you the evil?
I am not. Are you?
Oh, okay. I am not. I was hoping that you were, because potentially I could cause funny things to happen.
What
But
kind of funny
that's okay.
things? Out of curiosity.
Alright, if I tell you, you have to not tell other people, because it'll ruin the surprise.
Only if it's really funny.
I mean, it's only normal funny. It's like basic.
So
basic
what if you
Okay,
were in
I'll
the
take
Warhammer
that. I'll take that for
40K
your honesty.
universe? What race would you want to be, or what faction?
I am the Snaky Boy, and I am wondering if you wanted to tell me who your demon
Or
was,
you should
so
tell
I could
Ty
snake
you
charm
did
them,
it,
because I thought it
and
would be
then not have
hilarious,
done
and then
that.
we would be the evil team.
Damn it! That would have been so good. Unfortunately, oh man, that would be funny. Damn it. Fuck, no, that was pretty funny. Okay, I won't tell anybody, but...
Yay!
Yay! I might end up, I don't know, just for funnies, I'll probably start popping bureaucrat on you.
Oh, love it. No, I have 3 people who are not the demon so far. So you
Have
know.
fun with that. Promise me to tell me if you become evil.
I will let you know if it is time for us to evil together.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Bye.
Hi, Big Greek, and have a good one, Sherbs. I appreciate you. Should tell Ty
Bye,
you did
Sherb.
it, and then not done that. 40k universal race. Would you want to be, or what faction? I don't know the 40k universe well enough to say that. Hello.
Hi, I'm bored. I've got no one else to talk to.
Yeah, that's kind of the rut that I've been in. I haven't gotten very much useful information at all. I'm kind of just traveling. Like, this is my first time playing a Traveler, so I'm just kind of winging it. I have gotten, like, nothing useful.
I mean, if you want to know my seamstress
I'd want to be a
stuff,
smart orc BC. They
Sure,
are low-key
I'm down.
OP.
Gold and camo are not the same alignment.
Gold and camo?
Yes.
Interesting.
Literally all I know about Warhammer is that orcs believe that green turns them invisible, and so it does, or something.
Well, now I want to talk
Yeah.
to them.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, what?
Hello.
Hello.
I got a tip off that you're a different alignment from somebody. May I request that you are... Request what you are? Can I request that you're evil? Please be evil.
No, I'm not evil. I'm the plague doctor, you see.
If you were evil, what would you be?
If I were evil, I'd be the psychopath, and that's not on script.
Oh, that's why you're not evil this time.
Yes.
Okay. Understandable. Okay. Bye.
All right. Oh, we've got a lot of strivers today. There we go. Much better. Welcome back to town, everybody. You have 3 minutes for nominations. 4 corners.
4 corners would like to nominate Saxty. They've claimed potentially 2 different things, one of which is a double claim with a dead player, and one of which is a double claim with an alive player. I don't think they can do anything to convince me they're not evil at this point. I think this is a minion, and killing minions is good.
Saxty.
Which double claim, if I may ask?
Oh yeah, I'm double claiming the dead player. I'm an empath. I have 3 zeros. Do with that what you will.
Alright. It will take
Killing
a
this.
vote to kill you.
Whisper you.
I was kind of under the assumption that they were empath, specifically for the traveler kill and making my life more annoying. That was my assumption.
Making
Okay,
your life
but
harder.
also
is not enough.
they're
Yeah,
double
that's
claiming
half the
the
reason
dead
why I
player.
agreed.
Sarati.
Never mind.
Okay.
Can I nominate somebody?
Absolutely.
I was the barber, and I looked at Titus and Katrina, and they were not aligned, and Titus died. So I think Katrina is probably a pretty good kill.
What?
Okay. Do you have anything else to share? Okay. In that case, Katrina, your defense.
I don't. What? Titus?
I think he meant seamstress.
I was seamstress, and I looked at Titus and Katrina. They weren't aligned, and Titus died. So I think it's a good kill.
Hold up. Let me look at what the seamstress does. Okay. Yeah. No. I can see that. I don't know what I can say in defense of that. Then I guess we killed an evil person?
Okay. It will require 6 votes.
This is good. This is a good kill.
Wait,
Then we can confirm at least one evil dead.
Yeah, did we execute Titus or was he killed by the demon?
He was killed by the knight.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
7 is enough. Any
We
more
need
for
to
any
keep
more?
using our dead.
Too much going on in this game.
And forgive me, I'm new to this game. So I'm trying to...
I have.
Yeah, no. There's just too much going on in this game for me to keep track of. Oh.
Yeah. Somebody mentioned pit hack. I'm sorry.
We keep getting double claim after double claim after double claim. What is going on here?
16 players is going on, I think.
That too.
Goldjacker said that they're the barber swap. So whoever the seamstress was is now Goldjacker's role, and they use the seamstress ability last night after the swap. So that is the
I
barber.
know who the original one is then.
All right, if I'm going down, I guess.
I was wondering if anyone had heard of a pit hack. Because somebody brought it up, and we don't know what the limits are. So that'd be useful information if your role has changed.
Right.
All right.
Remember that the is up.
Wait, Maddie's out with London, apparently.
Sorry, I was very confused. I didn't know it was a barber swap.
No, it's alright. There was a lot of information there.
All right. I was in a consultation. Katrina.
Yeah, I nominate Sarati.
All right. Katrina, tell me why.
Yeah, they were just very sus in the conversation I had with them. They were all evasive and yeah, I think they're evil. A minion, possibly.
Sarati, why not?
No.
It would take 7 to die, 8 to die.
How straightforward.
No notes.
Mic drop.
Clearly, it was effective. 3 votes is not enough.
Hmm.
I'm going to shorten this timer. You guys have 30 more seconds for any final nominations.
Alright.
When would you make the barber swap as a storyteller? Like automatically or at the end of the, or like in its order?
I run the barber swap as a trigger. It happens as soon as possible after the barber's death.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Also, if possible, like clarification on poisoning and drunkenness.
What is the clarification?
What it does exactly, I forgot.
So if a player is poisoned or drunk, then their ability malfunctions. It means that any information they receive is arbitrary, and they cannot have any mechanical impact on the game state.
Okay then.
And with that, Katrina is executed and dies. Good night.
So there's actually a really interesting thing going on here, chat, because we have double seamstress claim, and we have a claim that
we've got Ulysses in spectator. Ulysses, are you able to sub? Message me if you are.
So gold is not the same as alignment as Dragon Pack, and gold is also not the same alignment as camo. So either camo and Dragon Pack are both evil, or gold is evil. However, I have a strong suspicion that because of suspicion coming from Camo, I think that realistically what's true is that this is how it is that Draconic Peck is the marionette. Would be my assumption.
Oh, you know
and
what?
then
I'm so
probably
sorry. I think you pinged me for a chat.
All right, Ulysses, please sit down in seat
Poisoner
5,
would be
and
my
I will
assumption.
pull you into a chat.
I didn't mean to stub you.
Which means that chances are what happened
It's
is
okay.
that
I've actually tried
the
chatting
demon
with
was
you
an
a few
imp
times,
and
but
they
sometimes,
self-killed.
gets missed
Oh,
by
which
other
means they would not
people.
be a marionette.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to somebody too and just help me through this process.
Yeah, sure. We're here for you. This is a 12-step program with 16 players.
Exactly.
Oh, this is really interesting because the marionette
steps are
moves.
going backwards.
So this
Yeah, so you have
double
to go
claim
backwards
doesn't
2 times
actually
and then you
help.
go forwards, and that should eat up 4
That
steps,
sounds-
and then
that
you'll
sounds
go
about
backwards
my
for
life.
the 12 steps.
This is
At least
gross.
it wasn't nearly
I
as
don't know
chaotic
actually.
as
I don't know
as
exactly
the
what's going on.
thief floats I pulled off.
I'm so glad you guys did that. That was so great.
Yeah, I just wanted to get that off at least
We
once.
just second
That's
chat.
why I asked Ty to raise his hand. It had nothing to do with my alignment.
I think I've seen, what is it? I've seen -6 before.
Holy!
The thief
-6?
and the bureaucrat- Yeah, the thief and the bureaucrat found the banshee and coordinated after they got killed by the demon. So they have double votes. So
Hold on, I'm going to add a seat. Ren, if you're still here, Ren is not here. I was going to ask Ren to sit and like talk to Ulysses and stuff. But in that case, bring Ulysses up to speed for me, if y'all can.
Oh wait, what happened? Someone left?
Ren needed a sub, which Ulysses has done for us. So if you've told Ren things, please tell them to Ulysses.
Hey Ulysses. I have told you that you are the barber.
You have told me that you're the barber.
I have not told Nebula that I was the barber. That is incorrect.
No, I was talking to you.
Ulysses is told. Sorry, Ren, who is being subbed by Ulysses now, has told everyone he's the barber. So there's no need to hide that.
Yeah,
I was not told.
That was what I meant. I was not.
I just realized.
That
I just realized.
Barber.
So
that's now.
Gold got
Ulysses
barber swapped.
was the
Snake Charmer to
barber.
Seamstress,
Please
so
know
they
that.
are actually good. This person used to be the marionette,
Yeah,
but they're
I
not
did
anymore
put-
because the imp
I
died.
did put barber in my 3s for a couple of people because I think it's funny, but I am not the barber.
Okay. Okay, this is really interesting. So then we have a new marionette based on. They're not the marionette.
Into markers.
Assuming there is a marionette, which I think there is.
And that's it.
I assume that's marionette right there.
Like seeing what was the rule everybody had at the end of this.
Probably here, I would assume. But that would make Saxty or
second night, but if persist.
Hold on, I need
I'm
to
not
talk.
gonna rage quit.
Hi there. What can I do for
Hey, quick question. So we said that if there's a marionette and the demon dies and the demon moves, the marionette will take up a neighbor.
Correct.
Is it an alive neighbor, or
Nope,
just
it doesn't
a neighbor?
have to be.
Oh.
I will probably prioritize making it an alive neighbor if I can, but if they're both dead, then a dead player will become the marionette.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
The flower girl?
Oh, yeah, I was
This
like,
is kind of
like,
worst
oh,
case
I
scenario
will
then,
keep
because I
track
think
of
that they're
those.
good.
Oh,
So
don't
I'm
worry, I
gonna
can do
stay
that.
on the hopeful
Don't
side of
worry.
things.
That's not on the script.
And oh no, there's not a lot of good options.
when
Here.
I
Yeah,
said I
because
was
no one has any neighbors. Oh, this is really gross, actually.
I just like to
Yeah, I was adding to the joke.
Oh, I don't know actually. If there's a marionette, Evil's kind of boned.
If it was on the script, because we do also have Town Crier on the script, but I don't think I've heard of one in town. So
Because chances are the
we're kind
marionette's
of going
dead.
off of other info.
If there's a marionette here.
I do actually have a whole spreadsheet for tracking Town Crier and Flower Girl info, and then all you have to do is drop an X in the cell where at the very bottom, whether you think you're poisoned or not, and it'll reverse all the info for you. So it's like such a great resource to like parse info and build worlds really quickly.
Oh, I would gladly love that thing to be shared with me.
Yeah, I'll put it in public chat.
Please.
That is going to be a really useful tool.
Yeah.
I just realized
Where are you
something
putting
kind
this tool,
of funny
please?
that would have happened.
Public chat.
Awesome.
You know something that would be really funny? If Snake Charmer got some demon and the poisoner uh, actually no.
Okay. Good morning.
A lot's
Everybody,
going on
how are
right
you
now.
doing?
We're in a very complicated mix right now. I don't know who my demon
Hello.
is.
I have been the pit hagged, so there's a pit hag here.
Wait, I can't
So what?
select that. How?
You double click.
What? What?
Double or triple.
It doesn't do anything. Double clicking.
Anyone
doesn't do
who
anything.
told Ren anything that I need to know, open invitation. Otherwise, I'm gonna
Haven't played this TT.
get out
Still
there.
alive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hello. I have reached a point of becoming confused.
That sounds like you.
Hey. Have you thrown anything together yet?
The only thing I haven't really heard anything from is between Benjamin and Four Corners and Titus, but Titus is dead.
I've heard from Four Corners, and I do believe that they are good.
Then I haven't heard anything from Benjamin. If Titus was all I know that no, that's nothing because the only reason people were voting on him is for cannibal bait or something. I just was gonna say that one of the things that Titus did after they died, I noticed, was that they talked to Benjamin. So, if that's something.
I don't have anybody that I had any dirt on or had any suspicions of is dead so far. So I'm not really following what's going on.
Yeah. I'm just thinking that, like, if it's in Imp or in Marionette, I'm just looking at what do dead players do when they die, because if it's like an Imp self-killing, they would presume they wouldn't have to because it would go to a minion, but they could go to the minion that is now Dimp, but more likely if it's a Fangu, the previous Fangu would go talk to the person they just tried to kill and it's now a Fangu to bring them up to speed, because I think if you transform like that, you don't learn minions and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, if we have two outsiders, it's a Fangu, right? So it wouldn't be able to be a self-imp kill, but it could still be a self-imp kill if instead we have a Scarlet Woman.
Yes, that is also true.
But if it's true or confirmed that we have two outsiders, then it has to be a Fangu.
Supposedly Ulysses has claimed Barber publicly and stuff.
I didn't read the Fangu's ability. It's very possible that there is a Fangu.
Yes, because if it's the first outsider that it kills, they are now the Fangu. Like I said, if you become Fangu or transform like that, you don't learn who your minions are. So if presumably, this is just one of the instances I noted because I was just on the lookout for what do dead players do when they die, and Titus pretty quickly, at least in my opinion, talked to Benjamin, and if it was a Fangu thing, you would want to bring them up to speed on the minions and stuff.
No, that makes sense. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on.
Okay. We are about to run out of time, so I'm gonna leave in case if you want to do like a few seconds call with somebody else.
Okay.
Okay, that's even more confusing.
Okay, I think what happened here is Camo was an outsider because they've talked about being the plague doctor. And I think Titus probably attempted a Fangu kill on Camo.
Hey, Four Corners, who'd you get pit hag to?
A role that does not make any sense for a sane pit hag to give me.
Who is sane in this game? Not I.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Welcome back to town. welcome back to town. You guys have 2 minutes for nominations. This is final 8, so you have 2 minutes for noms.
I'm not sure you can call it final when there's still 8 players.
It's out of 15.
Yeah, but still.
Are we
There's
going by
still a lot of
hands,
players
or-
alive.
You guys can talk, but hands for nominations, please.
Okay, got it. I was a village idiot, and I checked Ren and Gold, and I got good, and then I died before I get my third one. Just in case anyone wanted to know.
4 corners.
Who were the other village idiots? There's more than one village idiot, right?
There's three village idiots, to the best of my knowledge.
4 corners.
The maximum amount.
You can be a
has a hand.
minimum of 3, minimum of 4.
Yes.
Village idiots.
4 corners would like to nominate Camo.
Tell me why.
There is a village idiot that has an evil on this and a good on me, which implies that I am very unlikely to be this player's marionette, and that village idiot is very likely to be sober. Therefore, this is probably actually evil.
Camo, tell me why. Not.
I was just bored. Okay, I'm an outsider. That's all I'm going to say. I
Bored.
was bored, and I wanted to make my own evil team.
Okay, this will take
I will
5
vote
votes.
for you to die just because you said that.
Well, Nebula,
Yeah,
unfortunately,
really.
you can't.
Oh,
Hey.
nice. Okay.
Oh, come on.
Oh, 4 corners was it? 4
7
corners
is
was
enough.
bureaucrat.
Any more for any more?
Yeah.
Titus.
I like to call for the exile of the bureaucrat.
Titus is called for the exile of the bureaucrat. Tell me why.
They're my friends.
Hold on, because I never know who they selected, so it's not public
That's what
knowledge.
makes it harder
and so,
to stop
This
this.
is not
hold on, I was still talking.
Sorry.
So it's I'll mute my mic. It's fine.
No, please.
No,
I am going to have a Hell's Librarian in play, guys. When people are nominating, there are already a lot of players. Everybody has something to say, and I understand that. But when there are nominations, I need the person accusing to be able to speak, and I need the person defending to be able to speak. Titus, please finish.
Cool. It just seems suspicious that the bureaucrats
10 is my limit.
vote or who they're picking is not public knowledge. So I'd like to get that out. Also, if they are evil, then it swings the vote into evil's favor, and we could be getting out like a good player right now.
Ori, your defense.
That's a good point.
Oops. Sorry, I was muted. I'm fine with telling people who I chose. I didn't think to or anything like that. I'm fine with that, but I also don't think that I'm really much use, so I'm also fine with being exiled.
Alrighty, it will take 8 votes to do that, and murder Mr. Sherman.
What the?
Whoa.
Oh, you're safe today. It looks
alive for now.
I'm alive. I'm alive. I escape your feeble contraptions.
Did the nomination go through correctly?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
I think somehow paused.
This will take 8 votes.
He was gone.
First you don't succeed, try again.
I thought that was the weirdest ability.
Bye, everyone.
9 is enough. Ori is exiled and dies.
No.
Somehow.
Any more nominations today?
They said you need to
Camo,
leave, and then
off
I
the
tripped
block
and
for
died
some
anyways.
reason. Let me put Camel back up.
Yeah.
Oh no! How did this happen to me?
I think Cameron's probably good. I think I'm just drunk.
Sarati.
Is it 4 or 7 to lift?
If
It
my
is
map
7 to
is
tie, 8
correct,
to die.
we lose.
Yeah.
And now nobody
One
has
of those
the 3
times
votes.
when my phone
Camo
bites me in
is
the ass.
executed and dies. Good night.
Okay, I got something I'd like to say.
Okay.
Okay, so something I'm a little confused about. there was an evil village idiot ping on Draconic, and originally Draconic was claiming Seamstress, so I thought they were in the barber swap, but they're still claiming it. But they've also been double checked by the empath next to me.
Okay.
Let's not out new info.
Scarlet Woman just became the demon, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so let's not out new info, but that is definitely something that we should investigate tomorrow.
That's not new.
No, I'm saying, like, if we're gonna continue with this conversation, let's be careful not to out new info. From,
I see.
That haven't shared it, yeah.
Yeah.
But we can talk about what we already know, and that is strange.
Yeah, so either Saxty isn't the empath, or Draconic is lying their ass off.
If Draconic is lying about the barber swap, then that would implicate Gold as well, because I believe those were the two that were swapped based on what they claimed.
Because Gold is claiming Seamstress, Draconic's claiming Seamstress. There's also a possibility Ben's drunk.
Also, Saxty has been in a double claim with a dead player this entire game.
This is what I meant.
Yeah, the dead player didn't seem to mind, so I'm fine with it.
I mind.
Aardvark, can I talk to you during the day and clear us up?
Which one?
I'm Gold Jake.
Okay, yeah, sure.
There's so many possibilities
I
here.
just wanted to bring up some interesting and conflicting information that cropped up yesterday.
Because we have two outsider calls. We have
The
3
ghost
outsiders total.
now
Barber
need
was
to leave
confirmed, so we know that that's it.
The ghost.
We know that Ulysses was a barber, which is an outsider. We have an outsider claim on Sarati, and we have an outsider claim on Camo. Camo's dead now. So hypothetically, if they were an outsider, they probably would have gotten a death claim. This is also assuming that nobody is drunk, because drunk is also an outsider. So either these two are lying, which is very possible that both of these people are just minions right now. But we also have a Fengu somewhere, and I'm kind of wondering if... No, I don't think... I think that they were just lying, honestly. So I think that the Fengu is here, here, or here. No, the Fengu would have had to kill an outsider. Yeah. So it'd probably be here or here, is my assumption.
Joke's on you! None of you can arrest a dead body!
Yeah,
There's a lot going on, for sure. So basically, when so outsiders are a good player, but with a negative effect to the good team. The Fangu's ability, which is one of the demons.
I need to yell at ribs because one of my ribs are acting up.
Good shit, Virgo. If a Fangu kills an outsider, the Fangu dies instead, and the outsider becomes the Fangu.
What the fuck? Since when did necromancers get into this?
I mean, we have the cannibal. Like, it's not that far off to imbue that character with magical powers.
You need your leg fixed? It's good now.
Sir, I no longer have a leg. Did I stutter? Your leg is fixed.
Yes, but it is no longer attached to my body.
Oh wait, never mind. Sorry, I have to do something else. Good morning, town. Except for Ben and Ty.
What?
Oh my gosh.
Wait, 2 people?
Okay.
People need to double kill.
What do we have on the script that causes double kills?
Okay.
Barber.
I think that
Pit Hag does not kill. Let's
Uh,
see.
Do we?
Council.
Barber does.
No, Pit Hag Kit is the only thing that kills.
Wait, who are the 2 people that died?
Ty and...
we might have 2 demons in play.
Ah, okay.
No.
Wait.
But wait, if that happened, then deaths would have been arbitrary at some point.
Can't Barber make it so that 2 people die?
Wait, oh.
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay, yeah. At
Oh wait,
some
no, never
point,
mind,
the
never
pit
mind.
hag definitely made a demon.
Yes, last night.
Okay.
So it's likely that
quick
one of
question.
the
Who
that
is-
I was tired
Actually, I
bandolier.
think I might know.
Demons. Either them, I guess.
How did 2 deaths happen?
It's Pit Hag. The only thing on the script that causes extra deaths is Pit Hag Arbitrary Death Knight. It means that the
Oh.
Pit Hag turned their demon into something else or themselves into the demon.
Or I suppose something else.
Possibly the pit hag died in that.
It is possible. I think probably Merrick is the demon now.
I'm just the village idiot. I'm probably
Yeah,
the
but I
drunk
think
one, too.
all of the village idiots are evil. I think there were no village idiots in this game.
What makes you think that?
Because the info you gave me, I think, was wrong.
But I'm drunk.
I think you're a demon, not a drunken.
Hmm.
Why would I pick someone in
Uh-huh.
the
Okay.
I'm really struggling on this one, chat. Your leg works. It's on its own even. It's living its own life. It's doing so good. Why do you see this as a problem? I don't see this as a problem. I am so confused, chat. I'm starting to wonder if potentially Four Corners was the Fengu, because they said someone, or not Fengu, I'm sorry, that would be probably Vigor Mortis. Because they said they got pit hagged into something they have no idea why the pit hag would ever turn them into. Which could be double demons.
Okay,
Maybe private game.
Room access. Please join me in the Riverside. I want to talk to y'all.
I'm so confused.
What's favorite? Okay, who am I missing? What happened to seat 9?
Rage. You ain't taking me alive. You will be arrested in a dead body. Is exactly what happened.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to eat up your whole day.
It's okay.
These days feel really short.
Yes, they do.
Uh-huh.
2 seconds.
MMMM making the world's most pre-made meal.
Wah.
Uh-huh.
Alright, Aardvark and Ty we are reading up, and then
Somebody nominate Four Corners.
What? No.
Please.
Why?
How is
Okay.
someone available to play?
There are 2 minutes for nominations today. Merrick,
I will nominate Four Corners by request of the dead.
tell me why.
The dead told me, and also.
Oh, I told Aardvark something, and then he immediately rushed off like it was big important to go talk to someone, and he went to Four Corners.
No, I didn't tell Four Corners your role.
Okay.
Kitrana, you hard claimed to me like 2 days ago. What?
I feel like, dude, like I can remember anything in this game. God
Alright,
damn.
okay. Merrick, do you have anything else to add?
That's okay. I'm just listening.
Making the world's most pre-made meal. Ooh. Tabsty.
Does anybody have anything pertinent to add regarding Four Corners execution?
I would like to not die. We only have 2 more executions to hit the demon, and I'm not the demon. Can we not do this, please?
What
This
was
game
the
is too
accusation?
large for me.
I actually have I have Raven
Okay.
Keeper confirmation on me.
Everybody,
I'm confirmed.
I know we all have important things to say. There are a lot of us. I'm going to ask that please. Does anybody else have anything specific to add regarding Four Corners execution?
I do.
Okay, Ty.
I am the Raven Keeper. I chose Four Corners, and I learned a good role.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah,
Can
I
I
think
hear the-
I'm a better kill today.
There's definitely a lot going on. This is
Can I hear the accusation?
Merrick.
Yeah, the dad told me to. I just wanted to do what town wanted, but I guess if this isn't what the majority of
Yeah,
town voted,
I told him to because like I forgot some critical information because.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll let someone else nominate somebody then.
This
after
requires
I'd need a
3
downsized
votes.
game for my first.
That's definitely a good idea. I don't know how many players are going to be in the
just
next
saw
game.
some
We're going to
suck shit
see. I'm
happen,
going to
I
have
was
to
like,
ask
oh, I
Trank.
reacted to it.
You are free to spectate if you would
Forget
like, but I'm not really 100% positive.
I'm
just
probably
gathering
going
people.
to die tonight now that it's been outed that I'm confirmed.
Sarati.
but So it goes.
Can I nominate myself?
You can. Tell me why.
I'm a plague doctor, I believe, because none
Like
of the
less than
outsiders have
16.
been jumped to. The pit hag changed the demon into a Fangu. I don't want to be in a situation where I'm in final 3
This is one
and
of the
nobody
bigger
knows
groups
whether I've
I've
been
seen.
jumped to or not. And plague doctor getting out now is not a big deal.
Anything else to add, Sarati?
Nope.
Okay. If nobody else has anything, this will take 3 votes.
Okay. I think I can game solve here, actually. Yeah. I think we can just kill the demon today instead.
Okay, cool. I'd love to hear that.
Alright. I'm gonna lead you all down a path real quick. This is my pathity path. Here's my pathity path. First thing, Camo comes to me and says, "Hey bro, you're my marionette." Don't believe it for an instant. Backs off onto Plague Doctor like 2 times, backs back onto I'm the marionette, then has an evil ping by a village idiot who I had thought was the demon for a bit, but I am currently believing to be good, given that I think Camo is evil for double claiming Plague Doctor, because this play doesn't make sense from Sarati as an evil player. That means that one of Goldjack or Saxty is the demon, and they've been voting together basically all of today, which makes a lot of sense. I'm also the Snake Charmer, and I have attempted to Snake Charm Saxty before, so if we could just kill Goldjack and end the game, that'd be great. Four Corners will nominate Goldjack.
4 Corners nominates Goldjack. Goldjake. Tell me why.
I'm the cannibal. I can prove I'm the cannibal pretty easily. So, I mean, it's a dead kill, guys. I'm good.
Do please prove that you're the cannibal.
Yeah, I am actually the cannibal. I mean, London can say I'm the I mean, I knew a London, I took his Bodhi first, got 0. He was the Oracle, and then I got the the barber and stuff like that. So I'm
You
the cannibal.
can't have gotten the barber. That's not how getting the barber would work with the cannibal. Sorry.
Yeah, I screwed it up, and I was drunk.
I believe this is just a misspeaking issue. I believe Jake is referring to the seamstress, to be clear.
Okay, fair enough.
Can I talk?
I have
London. Sure, London and then Titus. London first.
Okay, when Goldjake talked to me, I don't fully believe them because they said that they were able to choose whatever role they wanted because the barber died, which is what they said. I said I don't see how that would happen unless
That's what
I really just don't see how that would happen. Their story doesn't really match up to me, and I feel like them they only told me they got a 0 from Oracle after I told them my role, so it's not like I'm that convinced by them.
I will add this important pertinent here. If you guys don't kill this today, I'm gonna Snake Charm it tomorrow, or you're gonna have to 50-50 between me and Goldjake.
3 to tie, 4 to die.
I mean, I've done a bad job with the cannibal, so you guys do what you want.
Now that's how the cannibal got the cannibal.
You hard claim steward to me.
So I'm pretty sure that Four Corners is the demon here. The game that Four Corners is playing right now, if they got Pit Hag, they're not the Snake Charmer anymore. Which, if so, this is a crazy good development.
So I am going to give you 20 more seconds for any final nominations.
To put in perspective what just happened, Four Corners came to me and told me that they were Snake Charmer, and then said they got Pit Hagged, which makes me think that they probably got Pit Hagged into a demon and are claiming game solve, which means they can explain what everybody is.
Goldjake
Roughly.
is executed and dies. Good night.
Yeah, I think it's most likely that Sarati dies in the day because they're confirmed by outsider count.
Yeah, I believe Sarati's gonna die tonight too.
Nice layout for the demon there.
Yay!
We want outsider.
I tried.
Wait. Oh. Okay, it looks like tomorrow's gonna be the final day.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming the pit hag swap, final day is arbitrary, right? Because deaths are arbitrary, so it's possible to lead on to another day.
That's if the pit hag goes off.
The pit hag, we had 2 deaths yesterday, correct?
But that's
Yeah.
permanent, right? Deaths from now on are arbitrary.
No, it's only the night that there's a change in demon.
Yeah,
Oh, gotcha.
Arbitrary.
Tonight are arbitrary.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, if that's
we might be losing the game altogether.
well, if that's the case, then there couldn't be 2 demons, right?
The pit hag is still alive.
There can't be 2 demons alive. The arbitrary death usually kills one of the demons.
Oh, I understand.
That's not always the case. Sometimes the 2 deaths are to obscure something like a demon changing from one to another.
Just to be super clear, if Gold Jake was not the demon, they were still evil there. So we have enough evils dead that we're gonna get a final day.
There's 4 players right now. Assuming there's 1 demon, they have to vote the demon or lose.
Share for yesterday was Gold Jake hard claimed to me to be the cannibal, and then said that they received a 0, but they don't know what it meant. So I said you could be one of a couple roles, but you need to go talk to London because they died. And then they came back to me and said that, oh, they said that they're the Oracle, and I said, there you go. Because again, they said that they are relatively new to the game. Just for everyone's
I think that
reference
Gold Jake
again.
also could have just been Marionette there, and Ty was the demon, because he died in the double, which would line up somewhat. But
more than likely, what happened is that
for whoever the Scarlet Woman was.
I'm just letting everyone else know, like, the information that
that clears up a lot, actually.
I have all but
So-
seat 9.
Seat 9 is the actual empath.
So what I'm assuming just happened there is
Nine
that
alive?
Gold Jake is the
Oh,
actual
okay.
cannibal. They were the marionette due to
Good morning,
Fangu.
town. Except Sarati.
Interesting.
This is your final 3.
Alright.
There is no time for private
so
conversations. You have 3 minutes. Solve the game.
I would like to announce to town that I would like town to choose between me and Merrick. I snake charmed Saxty, and there was not a swap. So
Yeah,
it's
I
just
was
Merrick.
snake charmed last night.
Wow.
4 corners.
You spent 10 minutes trying to organize something so it all fits together,
I
and you find that one of the freaking
need
times
to
is
talk to
conductive,
you,
meaning I
so-
wasted so much time.
I
No.
have something to say as well. 4 corners say they believe Merrick is the demon, before immediately turning around and targeting Goldjacker. So
think
I
he
believe.
wanted to be.
So I am wanting to void out 4 corners here.
Yeah, that's my thought too.
All right, should I nominate him?
Yes, go ahead. I can nominate.
Yes.
Yeah, kill 4 corners.
I will nominate 4 corners because that seems what Town wants to do, and I think that he was claiming Snake Charm earlier.
Okay, 4 corners. Why not?
I am the snake charmer. I have missed every single shot. It sounds like town is not gonna believe me. I was actually telling the storyteller this because I thought it was funny. I think I was gonna lose today, literally no matter what happened, because if I either hit the demon or missed the demon, town was gonna kill me no matter what. I know that it's Merrick, but I don't think town is gonna believe me. Let's just end the game. GG. Well played, Merrick.
2 votes are required.
This is actually crazy, dude. If
Anyways.
4 corners is doing what I think they're doing, this is a
what's your,
crazy
lightning?
play.
I think this is a
Ammo,
play.
raise your hand.
I think they're both evil.
5 is enough. How many votes are left in play?
Not
There's
enough.
1, 2,
No,
3,
evil wins.
4. Yes. There are 6 votes left in play, but I think that somebody would have to vote on themselves, which is not going to happen. So I am going to end the day.
They're not
4 corners.
1, 2.
There's 6, I think, right?
No, I should have just gone after Merrick.
Yeah,
when
there's
I
only
knew
6
Merrick
votes in
like
play.
3 days ago.
So somebody
My
would
bad.
have to vote on themselves, which I don't think is ever going to happen. So I am going to end the day with 4 corners being executed and dying. The game is over. Okay. So I'm ripping off the Bandit immediately because there's something that I am so deeply pleased has occurred, which is that there are 2 philosophers.
I
I'm gonna
was
walk-
scared that happened.
I'm gonna walk through how the hell this happened. So our starting demon was Titus, with the starting marionette of Dragonic Pack, who for some reason never mentioned that Titus told Dragonic they were the marionette. Dragonic is now good, of course, because Titus Fangu jumped. We had our starting steward turned drunk, but it didn't make a difference because they were the steward at the beginning. They learned the empath, who got a 0 between the steward and the plague doctor. We had our good thief and our evil bureaucrat, who gave Ty a bit of fun. We had the cannibal, who ate the philosopher. That's why they got to pick, which for some reason never seemed to come out. They had the philosopher ability, and they chose to have the seamstress ability through the philosopher ability. We had our Scarlet Woman.
So it wasn't crazy.
Good morning. This makes so much more sense.
Ulysses was briefly the marionette when Benjamin was Fangu jumped to. During this period of time, the pit hag, the starting pit hag Merrick, ending demon, made Four Corners into the philosopher. So then when Merrick became the demon and Ulysses had to stop being the marionette and become the good character they thought they are, we ended up with 2 philosophers, which is incredible. Katrana has one as the ending marionette, who started as the magician.
Oh my god, there's so many things that make so much more sense now. Oh my goodness, dude.
Evil team.
What?
Ooh.
Wait a minute, but oh geez, so
Crazy game.
yeah.
Well, when
Katrana and Titus were not aligned.
They were not at the time. Katrana was still good at that time.
Yep.
I was noticing that there was a ton of evil hopping, but I just could not keep track in my mind. Like I had the double seamstress on Golden Dragon, and I'm like, I have no idea what's what. I'm trying to sniff out who's evil, and it feels like everyone's evil like 50% of the time. I was so off kilter here.
Hi, Ren, I'm back. What was I/Ulysses the marionette when I got that noble ping?
No, your noble ping was sober.
Okay, wait, so was...
Dragonic was the marionette, which was the evil in your ping.
Oh, I see, marionette.
But now, both other it's gotten inverted.
Supposedly, one and only one of those noble pings is evil.
It was.
But every single one of my noble pings was evil at some point.
Yes, that is true.
Wait, so Ulysses picked Noble?
At the very end. Two of my noble pings are... One and only one of my noble pings is good.
All right, Ren was in Ulysses' spot.
I have the inverse noble ability.
Okay, so I don't feel so bad about playing so badly.
I am going to randomly cut a couple of seats. This was a lot. So I'm gonna roll some dice and cut some seats
Ty.
because I
How
want to
are
run
you?
12-player game for my sanity.
Okay,
I'm
take
going
care,
to.
guys.
Yeah, this was a little much.
Yep.
That was
thanks
really
for the game.
fun, guys. Thank you.
It was really fun. I thought Four Corners was the demon and I was his marionette. So great.
Incredible. All right, thank you all for playing. Let me
Take care, guys. That was fun. Thanks for putting up with me.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. When Four Corners said, Four Corners told me they were the Snake Charmer when they were the Snake Charmer, and I was not admitting because we had this funny joke where they would Snake Charm and then they would be my demon as the evil bureaucrat. And at one point there was a conversation when they said they got Pit Hag to something that they never imagined the Pit Hag would turn them into, and I'm like, either they just turned into the demon or they just turned into a Philo.
Yeah, they were just Pit Hag.
Hey, maybe they drunk somebody. Who knows?
They didn't. They did, but they drunk a You Start Knowing, which was very
I just
funny.
realized marionette and the noble pings on this script is...
The reason that I gave it was to avoid evil figuring out the magician,
XP.
which I do think in the long term helps the good team more.
Well, sure, but with the
But you should became the
Because-
marionette in one.
Because
So
Ren,
hilarious.
you immediately
And-
know the pings, and Kama was evil. If you had learned more useful things, then Kama would have been able to put the evil team together right there.
I
And that
Didn't I
would have
just
been more
come out to Merrick early in the game? like straight
Well,
up.
yeah, I was
But
pretty sure you were the magician because you thought I was claiming.
If anybody else wants to join seat 9, we will
Yeah,
be
yeah.
racking for 12.
Yeah, I basically came out to you early in the game.
I've got to differ a little bit, but thank you so much for the game.
I don't believe that Camo. No, because the minions do not learn who the marionette is.
Well, yeah, they talk.
I never even spoke to the demon. I just went,
Alright, I
okay,
guess
let's
that-
have fun.
Yeah.
And it worked out.
So that was why I put the marionette in the noble pings to avoid evil.
And it also kind of worked out that I got Village Idiot Evil on Camo. I think
Zephyr, to join the game, you click the link, jump in,
Ryan, do you want to
and you can click on
or
seat
any
3.
other specs?
I think there's someone. I think Zephyr. I don't know what Zephyr's name is in here, but
Zephyr, if you want to play, you can't stay in stream, but do feel free to join. The link is in the Blood on the Clocktower announcements channel in Discord. We do have a traveler in Ulysses, so if you want to play this round, then you are welcome to join because Ulysses will be traveling.
Can we put a vote on whether or not we're doing Mutiny of the High Seas or First Strings?
I don't want to do a homebrew right now. We can do a different general script. But yeah, that last one was just a lot. I don't want to do a homebrew right after it.
Fair enough. We're gonna do a short
There's
game.
way too many players.
Well, no,
I'm
there's-
also a little fried after that.
I already know
Yes,
how the pirate script works though, so if we do that later, that'd be cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have the script downloaded, so I can easily.
Yes,
upload
I've played Mutiny of the Seas. It's a good script, absolutely. You have it run it. It's just I've never run that script before, and
that's-
coming
that's
off a
totally fair, yeah.
17-player
Oh, yeah.
game, I need a little bit of a break in between those two things. But I am happy to run. Let's see, we can do Cross Strings, which is another custom general script. The rule in this one is that all minions are marionettes who do not need to neighbor a demon. The storyteller decides who receives the little monster each night. So,
wait,
basically,
what?
I think I'll say something, so I'll be right back.
basically the way this script works, which Ulysses, it sounds like you might want to be a player, is you try and figure out if you're the marionette or
my
not.
alignment than not.
All right, in that case,
I don't really think a traveler works in here.
yeah, I kind
just
of agree.
imagining the chaos of
Yeah,
trying
it's
to figure out who's good and who's not, because everyone genuinely thinks they're telling the truth.
So for that reason, Ulysses, I am going to ask that are you able to be a full player?
There's too big of a chance that I might need to leave early,
So we don't learn that we have little monster.
You do. You will learn that you have little monster. You just won't know if you're the marionette or not. Your goal is to figure out if you are the marionette or not.
Okay.
And there's a heretic.
There is a heretic.
Oh my goodness. So for sake of mechanics, or for sake of win condition, the person who quote unquote is the demon due to little monster is not actually. Oh, they are a demon.
Yes, they are the demon. They are the only demon in the game.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, I see. So is there 2
And they-
marionettes or 1?
There will be 3.
And they know that they are the demon, or
Yes, you will be told that you are holding little monster, but you will not be told your alignment. Welcome in. Just make
So-
sure if you're Zephyr or anybody, just make sure you're not.
Wait, does that mean good players could become the demon, or?
Yes, they can.
And the original
But you won't
demon.
know if you're good or not.
Okay.
There is no original demon. No player is the demon. That's how Little Monster works.
Okay,
in-
gotcha. Oh.
So in Little Monster games, there's an extra minion, and no player is the demon. Little Monster is a reminder token that gets passed around to the evil team. But in this, Little Monster can get passed to anybody, and you have to try and figure out if you're good. In that case, you want to kill yourself or get yourself killed, or if you're evil, in which case you don't want to die.
And
If there's
also keep in mind
no
that-
targeted kills, what's stopping you from just outing heretic?
What?
You can just out heretic, unless you think that will help the good team, and you might be evil. Also, if you're the marionette heretic, then you're not the heretic.
It's like the Stormcall Heretic script in a certain
Well,
way.
sure, but if you're the heretic,
Everyone
or
knowing
the
that.
marionette heretic, you
Well, but you also, if somebody else figures out that they're the marionette and are holding Little Monster, they can try and get themselves executed. if you voted heretic. So.
Sure.
So, for Lil Monster, the minions decide where Lil Monster goes, but the minions don't know they're minions, but then once they...
In a normal game, the minions decide who holds Lil Monster. However, on this script, I decide.
Oh, gotcha.
Because nobody knows who's minion.
Yes, because marionettes don't get to vote in that. All
Are
right,
you
I am
so
going to begin
shuffling
with...
seats, by the way?
If you are good and you end up with Lil Monster and you feel confident that you're good, the thing to do would be to say,
To
"Hey
die.
guys, I have."
Well, Rain has exploded, but yes, the thing to do would be to say that you have Lil Monster and get yourself killed.
Cool, thank you.
So it's basically confirmed that if I were to say I have Lil Monster, it's confirmed essentially, if I'm correct. In that case, Aardvark and Ryan are both marionettes at least.
No, the marionettes do not need to name the demon on this script.
Could be anyone.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Normally when I was running it, I just did a random and I selected the first 3 things that came up as marionettes. That way you can't really meta what could or could not be a marionette. Could do the same thing for outsiders as well.
I have no clue what's going on.
Madness.
Don't worry, it'll get worse.
Also, I'll let you know, if you're the marionette, I'm gonna sort of, like, your ability is gonna help you figure out that you're the marionette. Your ability will always help your team. So, like, if you're the artist and you ask, am I the marionette? I'm probably gonna give you an honest answer regardless, because if you are the marionette, then I want to help your team with your ability. So, like, if that makes sense. Your ability is always gonna help your team.
Wait, has it started yet, or?
No, not yet.
I'm about to be passing out characters.
Yeah. When
So
I
wait
had
a
the
second.
artist holding the baby, ask if there was a heretic in play.
So something like Steward would point you towards a marionette if you're the marionette, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So yeah, things like that you start knowing would point you to a marionette instead of your standard role. Why did?
All right, you should all have rolls. Good night.
Nadia, I think there's been an issue.
What is that?
What is the issue, Ryan?
I see the little monster token.
Oh, my bad.
I didn't even know you could hand that out to people.
I didn't either. I'm
Yeah,
impressed.
why do I see the lunatic token? That's not even on the script.
What the frick?
What? Why
Oh,
is
that's
mine
interesting.
shotgun?
It says I'm the bounty hunter, if that helps.
Wait, how would that
Let's see
work?
Here it says I am the offspring. Had.
Zephyr, if you ever have questions that deal with internal mechanics that would deduce what your character is, ask Maddie in private. You can press enter to try to enter a conversation with somebody.
No, I'm on my phone.
As long as it's during the day,
Oh.
you can't tonight.
Yeah.
I think I actually can with. I guess you actually can with Maddie and your neighbors.
Why does mine say God?
Specifically, you can also voice chat with Maddie if you need
Yes.
to. Tonight.
Please, we have a new player. Don't make internal references about homebrew characters. You're gonna hurt them.
I'm not actually the bounty hunter.
We'll
I'm
have
just
to
the
learn
savant.
sometime, though. Come on.
I can click that to set that as. Oh wait, I'm not muted.
This isn't the craziest script I've played with new players, but it is pretty crazy.
Ah, the wonderful smell.
Okay. Am I supposed to know my role in this at the start?
Yes, you
I
are.
assume so. Okay.
Every single one of you is seeing a good roll right now.
So we're all good at the moment.
The game is over.
Thumbs up.
No, three of you are evil. You just don't know it.
Yes, tell her. Woke you?
Can anyone
Huh?
hear my going off?
What does that mean?
Without a master.
Wait. What? Wait, huh? What does a storyteller woking mean?
It means that I have given you information in the night.
Oh well, look, it's Oridont.
Hold on, I'll
Someone
put it
I
in your
haven't
chat
seen
too,
since
Tom.
last stream.
Natsuno, it's been so long since we've last
click on the voice tab on the
spoken!
left and then it
Hello!
Frank and brand new player.
I think you should meet my mechanic. You would think he's very hot, very sexy. Sorry, chat.
What is that from?
It's I actually meant to mute for that. I was talking to chat, but it's from an inside joke earlier today. I didn't mute for that.
Get rid of all my village idiot.
Ori has inside jokes with his chat now.
Very
Oh, no,
hot.
does Ori no longer
His
hate
hands are
chat?
the hottest part.
I never
Chat.
hated chat. Hot hands. Gosh dang it, chat! Why are you contaging everyone?
I'm sure none of you are evil. You're all goodies with blue tokens, right? You guys have got 4 minutes to find out who might not be.
I'm gonna use the Russian real quick.
So that's that.
Well, hello. Oh. Well, hello.
Well, hello.
Hello. Are you good?
I think so.
Ty, are you good?
I think so. I'm the role I see is a seamstress. I used it on you and Rain, and I got a yes for same alignment.
Wait, on me or Ori?
On the both, choose two players, check if they're the same
Oh.
alignment, and I.
Oh, and we're all
looked
the
at-
same alignment?
And that's as long as I am not a marionette and I'm getting false, therefore getting drunk information. Technically, you two should be on the same alignment. Either you're both marionettes or you're both good players, and your roles are true.
Cool.
Rain, what's your role?
I'm the artist, so I'm trying to come up with a good question that will help me figure something out, but also possibly maybe give some game information, because I feel like that would be useful, but I'm struggling. So
I
do
mean,
you have any ideas?
You could ask if you're the marionette.
No, I thought about that, but then, like, if the answer is yes or no, like, it doesn't help me in any way, so I was trying to come up with something better.
Well, yes, you learn if you're evil.
That is true.
Maddie specifically said if you're the artist and you ask if you are the marionette, they'll tell you if you are the marionette or not.
I did, yes, I agree, but I'm also just, I don't know, I thought
That would
there
also
might be
mean that you would learn an ally straight away, assuming that either I would be the other marionette or I'm just a true streamstress. Either
That's
way, you
true.
would both be on the same team.
Considering your information, it would theoretically give us more information, so I can ask that whenever.
Because I think that just means all three of us are on the same team no matter what, right?
Unless if I get a no, you could still be a marionette, because you could have been given false information.
Yes, and technically, yes.
You could ask something along the lines of, and this is going to give less information in total, but give a bigger lead line, in my opinion. You could ask if all three of us are good.
Yes, I could. I was thinking about
if
that.
you
I
are a
could
marionette,
also...
I think that's going to be a arbitrary information, though. Unless if
Probably.
it's specifically, I think if you are a marionette, the only question you can ask is if you are a marionette and get true answer.
I could ask if Ty's question, if the information Ty got was correct, because then at least we would know we're on the same team.
So basically, ask if I'm a marionette instead of yourself.
I guess, because that would...
If you were the good artist, it would return true information. If you were the marionette, it would return probably still true information, because that's the most helpful to the marionette, hypothetically.
That would
I think
tell
that
us that
question
Ty
is-
is good, and me and you are either together good or bad.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're about to run out of time, so if
We-
you want to talk to Maddie, go ahead. I'm gonna go back to Jeff.
I hate being the artist.
Yes, yes.
Okay then. Welcome back to town.
Okay.
There we go.
Lovely. Welcome back to town. Nominations are open. You guys have got 3 minutes.
All right.
Anyone want to fess up on who's holding the little monster right now?
It isn't me.
It's not me. I'm good.
I think we're all good.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm good. Okay.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I'm good.
Okay.
I got no good intentions because the fourth dimension is my own mansion.
Oh, interesting. I might know. That's interesting.
Well, Merrick was the demon last time, right? So they're probably the demon again.
No, that's not how it works. It's actually less likely for that to happen.
I know, I'm pretty sure that is exactly
None of that is how any statistics work. Ryan.
There is no demon
Yeah,
anyway.
I'm one of 5 you start knowing rules.
Oh,
Is there
that's how I
a
request that.
Is there a virgin at all? Anyone? Any virgins?
Are you the pixie virgin?
No.
We can't
I'm looking
talk
for a
to each other
virgin.
in private, Zoroid.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is nomination period, isn't it? Talking.
okay, I'm gonna
nomination.
assume
Yes,
that
this
there's
is
no
nomination time.
Oh, this is nomination time.
Yes.
Yes.
If you'd like to
Okay.
nominate. Also, do you know how to
Sure.
put your hand down, Zoidbike?
This. Wait.
Spacebar. Try spacebar.
Zord's on mobile, I think.
Sure, why not? I'll just nominate someone for the
Try
hell of it. I nominate Aardvark
Of course you do. Tell me why.
because someone's got to be nominated today. We gotta actually try. Look, I want to break this group's no kill streak.
Okay, I can put my hand up and down whenever someone nominates.
Aardvark, why not?
Okay, not that hard though.
As long as I'm aware, I am either the artist or the fisherman. I would like you guys to keep me alive so I can get my ability off.
All right.
Hmm.
All right.
Okay.
6 votes is required.
Why do I do
See,
those
the
kinds
problem
of
with that
things?
argument is that fisherman states help your team win, so it kind of means like nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
I
you're
think
either
the
evil or
thing-
good.
You can also just do it right away. Like
That's not enough.
Do it during nominations. You can ask for it at any time.
Ryan,
Ryan nominates Rain as follow.
why?
Yeah, I've heard of an evil thing on this player potentially. Also, this could be this could be a virgin. I don't know. Unprocced. Am I right?
Rain, are you the virgin?
No, I don't know what that is.
Someone hasn't played Trouble.
All right.
I think trouble is.
All right. Any defense, Rain?
I mean, you can go for it if you want, I guess.
I mean, just know there's a version.
All right. 6 votes required.
I mean, ain't nobody got anything better.
I feel like I don't know how.
I'm
to
an
defend myself.
investigator.
I don't know anything.
You're in my ping, so.
Oh, if you told me that, I would have
Fair
voted.
enough.
Okay.
Well, you didn't, and 5's not enough.
I said evil ping. That should be enough, bro.
I was kind of distracted at the time.
Oridon nominates
Who's
Camo.
the other one?
I'm sorry, Ori nominates whom?
Camo.
Ori nominates Camo. Tell me why.
Checking for virgins.
Tell me why. Ain't
Camo, are you a virgin?
No. I'm the puzzle master.
That's so personal, Maddie. Goodness.
Oh, I'm so sorry. 6 votes.
Ooh, hello.
How's it going? You said puzzle master?
Ryan, what's the other investigator paying?
I said.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What
What's the other
happened?
investigator
Yes.
so I can nominate them.
Did you hear me, Ren?
Yeah,
You
what?
said Royd Fake.
Okay.
What about me?
You're in an
The
investigator
other half
paying,
of the
apparently.
investigator paying.
Huh?
Ren nominates Zroid.
Let's go, Blue Mage. I love
Anything
that.
else to add?
They're apparently in an investigator ping.
I'm an
Zroid Bike.
investigator ping?
What they are referring to is the investigator who learns 2 players and a minion that one of those 2 players is.
So I still don't understand.
So Ryan is claiming to be the investigator, which learns 2 players, and that one of them is a minion, and they're claiming that you are one of those 2 players,
Saf.
and therefore are likely to be a minion.
I am not a minion. It's very rude.
You wouldn't know because the only one on script is Marionette.
Oh, they know. They know.
I don't even know how I would defend against that.
Yeah, it's a difficult defense to have.
I mean, I know someone else's role, if that helps.
Okay.
Outing
I don't know.
information like that can be positive and negative for everybody. It just kind whoa. Oh, I disconnected. It can be positive and negative for everybody, including yourself. You have the option to hard claim here if you want to try to protect yourself, but it often won't protect you super well because like they said, if you're evil, you won't even know that you're evil right now. Not in this script.
Oh. Well,
unless you were given Lil Monster.
Good players can receive Lil Monster, to be clear.
Yeah.
Can I just throw out my role for defense?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can absolutely claim your role. You can claim your
So
information.
I'm grandmother.
Oh.
So, yeah, I know someone else's role.
You know a person in their role, do not reveal it.
I am not going to reveal whose and whose.
All right.
But-
in that case, 6 votes.
Yeah.
is fine.
Guys, I just want us to rethink.
Please don't kill me. This is my first
Yeah,
game.
but if that's the case, then well, you're kind of spent.
I want us to reapproach how we're viewing sharing information on the script.
Okay.
Like, Maddie's the person that's going to be killing. We don't have to worry about hiding our roles in case we get killed. So we shouldn't be scared to share information realistically.
Sarati.
I'd like to mention I think this is a great kill because he's not the grandma, I'm the grandma.
What do you mean?
Wait,
that's crazy.
I am the grandmother.
We have a pixie. We have a
Who else claimed grandmother?
I'm not the pixie, I'm the grandma.
I see.
He's
Okay.
lying, or he might be the pixie.
Okay.
All right, unless I hear a nomination. 3, 2, 1. Droid Bike is executed and dies.
You don't stop playing when you die.
Droid Bike, yes. So you do not stop playing. You are still a player. You can no longer nominate, and your ability stops working. And you get 1 more vote for the rest of the game. But you can still talk. You can still build worlds, try to solve. You are still actively a player. Actively a player in the game.
Okay.
With that, good night.
That would have been useful.
Still stuck on Rain saying he's not a virgin? Like, don't lie, buddy, we need to sacrifice you.
Marionette.
Well,
with someone, I guess it could just be an evil player that they're confronting.
there's a decent chance we now have another grandmother.
Yeah. Does their ability proc again?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a new instance of the ability, so it procs.
Oh,
Gotcha.
wait.
It might not be a bad
that's how I
idea.
do that. Okay.
Yes.
Does the little monster kill?
Yes, it killed. The storyteller decides who dies, but yes, it does happen.
So what will happen is that Maddie will select a player to be Little Monster.
I am in
and
charge
Maddie
of
will
everything.
select the kill the
We're
Little
just-
Monster will do.
We're just passing Maddie around, and sometimes people die.
Yeah.
Bad, Maddie. Bad.
And then Katrana died.
This is what happens when we don't kill Maddie on the first night.
Look, I tried to pick.
I'm just a
atheist.
bunch of
She
tentacles
told
in
me
a hat.
no. Look,
I'm just-
I
I'm
tried
just
to
a
be
friendly little
fellow
monster.
atheist. She wouldn't let me.
She's a baby Cthulhu wearing an oversized top hat.
It's a bowler hat. That's not a top hat.
Oh, bowler hat. Oversized bowler hat.
And then
No,
Aardvark
it's
dies.
very small. It's a regular sized bowler hat.
Yeah, it's a small monster.
Oversized for her.
Wow, that's rude. I think you should die, Aardvark.
Okay.
It's crazy that I'm in charge of who dies.
I think I'm gonna die tonight.
No, Ryan, I have to make you the frame in Final 3.
Oh, you're right. Jesus Christ, I'm fucked.
Do you think it's safe for grandmother callouts?
Yeah.
I would assume so.
I would assume so as well.
Squeaky.
At least the roll.
At this point, Droid, do you mind if I just call you Vike?
Yeah, you can tell me whatever. I don't care.
Okay, thank you. I'm.
There is a player that I have sent to ping. Please give me a got it back.
Yeah, you can
Vike
just
can reveal the role. Although nobody dies, so he might be able to reveal who that person is.
The person that I know the role of.
Yeah, you get
I
both the
can-
person and their role.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I see them. I see. So, I know Katrina's role. I can reveal that.
I wouldn't personally be against it. I don't know if Katrana would be
I would
against
actually
it.
love that to be revealed.
Okay, so Katrina's role.
Katrana, by the way.
Katrana.
I'm not a hurricane.
Yeah.
He's named after the. They are named after the movie.
Good.
Oh, okay.
morning.
So,
Speaking of movies and Hurricane Tortilla, Aardvark died. Shouldn't have shit talked.
oh my.
My hat
so
looks fucking great, thank you.
Katrana, I believe. What I got as their role was politician.
Oh,
that would
interesting.
Why it didn't go off. I was
That's
virgin.
helpful.
I was actually
Okay.
virgin. I was trying to hide my role because I didn't want to make it obvious. If my ability didn't go off on a townsfolk, everybody knew it had been the marionette. But the freaking
Why, hello.
Why, hello.
Did you get any fun, funky info?
I learned that we're evil together.
Oh, dope!
Yeah. So, I'm gonna tell Ty that I asked if I was the marionette and got told no. I got told yes. Anyways, I'm bringing him in now.
I die.
Hello.
Hello. Did you spend your question yet?
I did. I ended up just asking if I was the marionette because I felt like asking about you was gonna be confusing and not actually really get me anywhere. So I asked if I was the marionette. I got told no. So at this point, we can confirm that me and Ori are okay, and probably that you're okay. If you're not, if you're evil, then Ori isn't confirmed. But if you're good, then Ori is confirmed.
Alright.
I never told you guys what my role was.
No, you did not.
You should do that.
I'm the steward.
Who did you learn?
I learned Ren is good. Oops. Oh,
Okay.
goodness.
I will put that down.
We know who the two outsiders are. Assuming that Sarati got... Yeah, because Katrana is politician and Camo is puzzle master.
Oh, how did we learn that Camo was Puzzle Master?
They said it out loud, but very quietly. Which does mean that somebody can be or is drunk.
I'm getting, like, repeatedly pinged by someone, so I'm gonna head out.
Okay. I don't know what else we have that's useful.
I need.
Hello.
Hello.
I did not move it here.
Whoops.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. The only people that I don't have a ping for or any information on is Dragonpick and Merrick. We also haven't heard anybody say that they have the little monster, so...
That is true. I don't have it in case if you're curious. Or at least I haven't been informed of that, and I think you have to be informed.
Say that again? I'm sorry.
I don't have the little monster. And then I continued with saying that at least I haven't been informed.
How would we even figure out who has it if they don't want to say? I guess we just fucking start smacking people on the chopping block.
We just do a normal game of blood on the Clocktower and try to figure out who the demon is on our own, unless it's somebody else that they are the demon.
Fair enough. Okay, I'm gonna see if there's anybody else to talk to.
What did you learn?
Well, that it was worth killing me over.
Well, it's
I'm exceptionally confused now.
Nice.
Imagine in general
No,
every
'cause I
player
just
given a
confirmed
random
that I
dice roll,
was
but not a
grandmother.
lineman, and then make it a Vortox. One with the
This-
storyteller dice, so everyone has sold another person's roll,
I think
but it's
that
just
they
a
are
lie.
the Pixie Grandmother, which means that they get
Wizard
your ability when
Vortox
you
game,
die.
go Burr.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying. I want to look at them, see if they know. We've got a decent thought about what we have so far.
Alright. Well behaved. You guys have got 2 minutes for nominations. I assume Sarati's
yeah.
hand since forever, so Sarati, go ahead.
Sarati nominates Sarati.
I have a consult first, and then we'll do that.
Why?
Oh.
Or a cane.
I am so livid. The one way I could figure out my role, and mother beeping politician nominates me.
Yeah.
Well, let me nominate you. I did ask if there was any virgins.
Sarati has nominated Sarati. Tell me why.
I am the pixie grandma. I was told I was the grandma last night. I was told Rain is the artist. Rain confirmed to be the artist to me, therefore I'm not the marionette, and I currently hold the baby.
Alright, anything else to add?
I have the baby, kill me.
Bend
I
it,
mean,
guys. Let's do
If
it.
you think about it,
let's do it.
you have the greatest chance.
There's
Only
probably a
3 of you
heretic.
will lose.
Sarati, there's probably a heretic. Put your hands down. This is too early.
There's no heretic. There's two.
If it's a heretic, I don't care.
Eight's a lot. Any more? I'm gonna give you 30 more
We
seconds.
have a good
'cause 8 is a
chance.
lot.
There's no outsider manipulation. I've heard of 2 outsiders.
There's a balloonist.
I've heard of a
Hi.
balloonist that's
Oh,
had
But
2
that
hours
still
of
means that there's
roll.
just a 1 in 3 chance.
Hi.
Yeah.
I nominate myself.
No,
I have self-nominated. Tell me why.
I don't trust this information. I think it's likely that they could be evil, and I
No.
prefer to tie it at the very least to not pass it out.
I
There's no-
believe,
Right.
I believe Ray is the marionette, and so Sarati's grandmother Ping probably was pointing them to a marionette.
This will take 8 to tie, 9 to die.
What? Wait, sorry. What did? Yeah, actually, forget. I'll ask later.
Oh well, I guess the game is going to be over one way or the other.
Dragonic.
Oh, I'm the balloonist.
Ryan.
Okay. Dragonic.
Ryan nominates Dragonic. Tell me why.
This player, when they told me their pings, they told me Camel and then Katrana. They're both outsiders. This player is most likely a marionette, or probably a drunk, maybe. If they're the drunk, then we don't need to worry about a +1 outsider. But if they're the marionette, the jinx says that +1 outsider can still take effect because that happens during setup. Yeah, I think we should execute this player. I don't think we should execute Sarati.
Alrighty then. This will take 8 to tie, 9 to die. Dragonic, your defense.
They could be lying about their rules. Who knows?
Okay. Alright. I think you guys are going to struggle severely to lift this.
Is it possible to get a storyteller consult now? Or
Of
is
course.
It not a good time? Okay.
I think if there was a heretic, they would have outed it. I think there's a very.
Alright,
I think it's
Sarati. I'll give you 5 seconds because I was in a consult.
This
4,
is good. We should
3,
do this. My fisherman info says it's good.
1.
Fair enough.
Sarati's
for
executing
your
dice,
team,
and the
yeah.
game is over.
I'm scared.
Oh, they're right.
Now, time to figure out who I am. because
You
my
did
ability
kill
told me.
Demon, who was unfortunate.
Oh, hold it!
Alright, let's go through
lovely.
this. Sarada, you did learn the artist correctly, who thought they were the marionette because they were the puzzle drunk, and they asked if they were the marionette, and I told them yes. You also had Dragonic, who learned an outsider and then a marionette. You had so that's not an evil politician; it's a marionette, but just there's only one marionette token in play. You had the Virgin, who the marionette did not die to. You had the Steward, who learned the you learned Ren, right? Didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I learned the Washerwoman, who learned the Fisherman. Little confirmation chain. There was also a confirmation chain in the Grandmother that learned the Politician and the Pixie Grandmother, except that they were all marionettes.
No shot.
Then you had the Seamstress and the Investigator.
Yeah, I knew that.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, does that mean I win?
I lose.
Or
you lost? Yeah,
lost.
Yeah,
okay, does that mean I lost, right?
Yes. You lost.
Can we do another cross strings? Because I got fucked by my own ability.
You did a little bit.
Yeah.
You still won, so.
That's a wild, unlucky Puzzle Master Artist combo right there.
There were no other good options, so.
Merrick, thank you for telling the
Are
truth.
we shuffling seats again?
Oh,
You can think
guys,
so,
you
yeah.
guys can go on the roller coaster.
Because I told you could be a marionette.
Yeah, I didn't know I was a marionette. All I knew was I was a grandma, and I just saw another marionette, I guess. That's crazy.
It's just
It was wild.
What happened to the marionette trick ability helping them out?
Rain, you weren't the marionette, you were the puzzle drunk.
Oh, my ability.
Oh, your ability helped you because it was pointing you to Rain, and Rain believed they were a marionette. So if you spoke to Rain, and like Rain should have thought that you were a marionette, and that should have helped you figure that out.
Oh, he just told me artist.
I see. That was. Did you say that you were the grandmother who learned them?
Yep.
Oh, that's very strange because Rain thought they were the marionette. I'm surprised that they didn't tell you that.
Maybe
honestly.
they thought you were puzzle drunk.
Because they couldn't get in contact with Rain.
But yeah, that is why I showed you Rain, because Rain believed they were a marionette. So I thought sending you to Rain would make you think you were a marionette, and that would have been correct for you. So it was, and I didn't want to just show you like Grandmother because you're already knowing that you're aligned with them. And
Chat, this is so funny. I'm the fucking heretic. Heretic means losing is winning and winning is losing.
Out of your mic.
Rain was non-marionette who thought he was a marionette.
Oh, I have no clue how
I'll be right back.
that.
Marionettes can get correct info if the storyteller thinks that would help.
As Maddie said, they can get correct information. If you're past it, baby, never assume that you should be executed. Assume that you're probably evil.
Guys, do you think my fisherman information was game-winning last game?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so that does make
Did
sense.
you learn exactly?
I learned that it was just to let them die.
Ah.
I like that advice.
Piece of hair.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. At that point, I'm not gonna fuck around with the advice. Like,
yeah. I mean, it's appropriate. It's not getting lifted.
yeah, yeah. I was just like, just let it happen.
I tried, and once if I
just
can
want to use my ability, okay?
I think the best marionette advice I've heard is go with your gut when they have to resolve.
I forgot about that
Aardvark,
one.
the chances
I'm
are
sorry.
1 in 12. Ryan, absolutely, you can join the next game.
Rain, do you want to talk in the morning?
Yeah, Aardvark, the chances are about like 8%.
Rain.
It's not that bad.
It's
Chances.
11 odds.
I said it in the public chat.
It's like people like using like percentages, but it's actually like odds are like way easier to do like the stacking probability calculations with because you can multiply them. And it works.
Yeah, but I like always expressing the final result as percentage because it's much more intuitively understandable.
I don't know.
Actually, the human brain doesn't do well with percentages.
I think
no, the human brain doesn't do well with probability. We do well with actual percentages, just not the probabilistic calculations around them.
Yeah, because if you say
Fair enough.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying that like odds make the probability calculations easy because you can literally just multiply them together in the right way, and it just works.
Wait, what does?
If you if you set things as like odds, so like 1 to 11, like what one that it happens this way versus one. So like to me, like if something has like, instead of saying like 25% or 1 in 4, 1 to 3. If you do it like that, then the odds calculations are like, they're like just simple multiplication instead of being more complicated than that.
I think from where I smell it coming from, if you say like you have
Oridon,
like a
if you
half
are
chance
evil, then
times
you
a
want
third
the
chance,
thing
then you
dead.
can say that's a 6th chance. But I think Maddie is saying that once you have that 1/6 chance, turning it into a percentage will make it easier to communicate.
I guess it's a particular thing. So like, for like, I forget the Bayesian something calculation. It's like it's like it's like for like odds of false positives and false negatives. It's really it makes the math for that easy. It's like,
Good morning, Tim. You all leave behind my previous slaughtered corpse. How dare you? I'm an adorable little gentleman in my baby little bowler hat.
I apologize.
Thank
I have
you.
an announcement.
Well, you have 4 minutes.
I'm your fucking virgin again.
I love you.
You're right this time.
Isn't that a bit
That
of an
is why.
oxymoron?
That would explain. That's why Maddie sent the message. I'm
Wait.
like, what are the fucking?
I have to wait. Okay, so much like Aardvark, it seems, I am the seamstress again, so I figured chose the same people, and once again I learned the same information.
Did we all get the same roles? Because I got the artist again.
No, my role changed.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask the same question probably.
Anyways, yeah, I learned that you and Ori are in the same alignment.
Okay, cool.
Cool. Alright, dope.
Ori, in
I
case
guess
if
I'll
you're curious, I
go
learned
ask.
that you're the same alignment as Rain.
What's that?
I said if you were curious, I learned that you were the same alignment as Rain.
I assumed as much.
Just making sure.
Well, let me know how your
Sorry
artist
for
question
lying
goes.
to you, but accidentally telling you the truth last game, Ty.
I figured something was happening when Maddie said that you thought you were a marionette.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
So I'm just gonna assume that you're gonna, since everything seems to be playing out 99% the same, I'm
I'm
assuming
probably a
alignment to me at
marionette.
some point.
I'm an almost marionette again.
In
I've
any
been
case,
puzzle from again.
You're like,
Probably.
am I the marionette? And Maddie's like, it comes back no.
So far there's been 3 calls of
What comes back now?
We were making divination utopia jokes.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so far there's been me, and then if Aardvark and Rain are telling the truth, 3 claims of being the same exact role as they were last game.
Anyways, Ori, what are you?
An outsider.
Eyes.
So either the politician. What if Ori's the one puzzle drunking you this time, right?
Oh god, not like this.
Yes, it was a part of my plans all along that you were the same roles. Yes, please commit to the same treason you did before.
Okay, Maddie, I'm gonna ask you my question.
Should we leave? Maddie left.
Aw, I was hoping they were gonna
And
ask in
Trevor
front of
left.
us. Paint a picture for me, artist.
Exactly. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I was gonna do. I was gonna say happy early birthday because that's according to the Discord bot. It is now Rain's birthday. Hey, look who it is. We talked about them and they came back.
Hello.
Guys, I'm
Happy-
not the marionette.
That's crazy.
I feel like this is deja vu. I feel like I just heard that before.
But this time I didn't talk to Ori before I talked to both of you, so you can assume.
So
that
now
Ori
you're just
actually
lying
is
to both of us, I see.
No,
Or
because
Ty's
if
the
I was evil,
marionette.
I would want Ori to know that he's evil. Or Ty's the marionette. And maybe both of you are the marionette, and it's just me.
That would be kind of
Oh.
funny, I'm gonna be honest.
Or not odds. Fractions.
Also, happy early
Perhaps
birthday.
fractions where you keep the top as 1 and the bottom as a decimal is the easiest.
Well, I guess I'll tell you guys, and I'm trying not to tell anybody else this, but that means that we want Little Monster to be passed around as much as possible.
Why for?
Because this is a heretic game.
Unless if you're a marionette.
Unless I'm a marionette.
Okay, so we don't want to kill
Little
whoever
Monster.
has it. We
Yeah.
don't want to kill it. Okay, noted. Cool. Thank you.
Unless if there's a way to make good lose in a different manner.
Yeah.
Nearly everybody. There we go. You guys have got 2 minutes for nominations. Ori.
Ori don't nominate Aardvark.
Yeah.
Ori don't nominate.
No.
Tell me why.
This is to test 2 potential theories, because if Aardvark is telling the truth, I will survive. If Aardvark is lying, I will survive. I am an outsider.
Oh.
What?
I was about to have a townsfolk nom on me.
Why would you do this, Ori? Now we don't know what's happening.
The thing is, I was about to have the steward nominate me, which would have confirmed 3 people.
London, I'm not having travelers in this game because it kind of goes against how the script works. Aardvark, anything to defend yourself with?
I want to cuss you out so badly, Ori, but I don't want to seem like I actually mean it.
It didn't process in my head what a fuck-ass move this was until just now. my genuine... never mind. I'm not going to explain my thought process because it fell all the way through the floor. Continue.
Chat, you should appropriately bully Ori. This will take 6
I
minutes.
was about to confer... I was about to have the steward nominate me so we can confirm 3 people.
That's unfortunately.
All right, you should be still
Well,
nice and alive.
I nominate Ori.
Yeah.
Sorry, this was a dick
Bullies
move.
Ori after
so
It was.
You deserve to die.
I do.
I agree. Sounds like Ori hates that.
I didn't recognize the consequences to my actions until right afterwards.
It
Everyone
sounds
put
like
their hand up. Get all 12 of us in here.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god.
Is executed. Dies good night.
Can that be beaten though?
It can't. No.
Well, what if Natty can do?
I would not have tied that.
Nice all survive logic.
If you click Z and then enter, it will clear the timer.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, somebody taught me that. Like,
Whoa.
That's really useful.
I didn't know that either. Yeah.
Z and enter? Wow.
Yep.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Chatham's.
Okay.
I did
Tonight is
not
Mimi time. Let's
realize
go.
how
Mimi.
fucking powerful that was until just
how
now.
a politician accidentally screwed over the virgin.
I don't think he did that accidentally. That was very purposeful.
At least I didn't die off rip this time.
Well, now I'm confused because if that's the politician, why is there a double claim?
Yeah, but right after the politician did it on accident, Ori did it on purpose.
Oh, I
Yeah, no, I'm not
Because
saying
Ori hates chat.
I do not.
I'm not saying Ori's politician, but we just got done explaining how he got screwed because of the politician, only for Ori to turn around and accidentally do the same thing. Or intentionally.
Swoop y'all.
What's up, Chillspree? How's it going? I just made the most verbose mistake of my life, which could end up working for us, but nobody knows that yet, so...
Ori 100% hates chat.
No.
Intentionally avoiding virgin thing.
I am not a politician, chat. I am a heretic, much worse.
This should work out.
I need a full screen. Come on, piece of shit phone. Give me your whatever.
I'm on the phone.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
I did my diddly doodad thing on somebody.
Okay.
Why's your hand out? Still Mimi
That-
time.
That implies politicians are not heretics.
Except for Ryan.
Well, in this game, they are
Oh.
separate.
Let's.
That's hilarious.
That's odd.
Okay.
London, I
So-
answered this briefly previously, but because it kind of goes against how the script works, I'm not allowing travelers with the script specifically. No, you're all good. But yeah, because the whole kind of point of the script is you don't know your alignment, and as a traveler, you implicitly do, so it kind of doesn't work.
Let's see.
So, chat, there's only one way that I could see this working out in our favor now, and that's simply by sabotaging good. I think the best thing I can do right now is play as a fourth evil player. And in the worst case scenario, if someone really thinks that they believe that they have found the little monster, then I'm just gonna have to try to stop them or admit that I'm a heretic.
Out of context, this is wild.
Let's see.
Or I
Ori.
think we're
Hello.
waiting for your apologies because of your rampant hate of chat.
I'm wildly sorry, and I promise by the end of the game, this will either make substantially more sense or substantially less sense.
Honestly, I think you messed up, so I'm not too mad. I'm just miffed it happened a second.
No, Ori can
No,
never make a mistake.
No, I've
Anything
never
that
made a
they
mistake in
do
my
is
life.
on purpose.
No, there was a reason in my head why I did it, and then I realized the consequences of it, and I realized I had not weighed the full proportions of it.
Okay. Yeah, I can see where you, I can.
I didn't
believe that
realize how catalytic your specific role, knowing the steward and everything, was. I didn't realize that, and I like immediately called it, and then you told me that, and I went, there was a better way to do this.
Perhaps, maybe you should learn the art of impulse control. If you had given it just
Sup, Ori?
10 seconds,
I'm watching
perhaps
you
even
cause
5
I can't
seconds.
join.
That sounds less fun, and I probably won't learn anything from this.
Chat, how dare you call purple the inner fuck ass? I'm purple. Go ahead.
Purple was the inner fuck ass. I thought green was the inner fuck ass, but I'm fine with that. Yeah, Maddie, how could you?
No, I agree because I'm not green.
Oh,
I like that.
you are outsmarting everyone.
I am, as we all know, captain. Therefore, I am not green or purple.
Oh, but of course.
Anyways, apologies accepted. I understand that you didn't quite realize what you accidentally did.
Well, by the end of the game, we'll see if this is better or worse than we initially thought, because it could
will
be either.
always be worse, Ori.
We're this close to confirming
Rain
3
is here,
people,
yeah.
and then you jump in and like, oh no.
I have a plan, and it might go downhill from here.
Look at the person who actually.
Watch, the good team is going to lose, and it's going to be directly Ori's fault at the end.
More than
Hey,
likely.
Godseeker is in play.
I'm crying. There was like a moment of processing that I visually saw on my camera where I realized what I had did, and I'm like, I can't take this back. Fuck. Anyways.
Mister,
Anyways,
I know there's a Godseeker in play.
While I have chat's attention, I would just like to point out that Ori hates Rain because Ori will not be streaming for Rain's birthday.
What are you?
Yeah, it's like you either are really smart or pull some of the funniest accents out there.
Usually
you're
what
better
happens
on that.
is I do something really stupid, and I have to do my best to cunningly improvise afterwards. Do I
we're
cunningly
about to run out of
improvise?
time, so I'm
Probably
gonna
not.
go back to chat.
Hello, everyone.
Anyways, to finish up what I was gonna say, that's why you are one of the best players to play with. Ori. It's just
Yeah,
Thanks.
Welcome to town. You got 2 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, Ard, I'll do that thing.
You can't nominate me. My
No,
ability.
not nominate. Later, at
Who am I
night.
next to? Okay.
Don't worry, Rain. Ori may not stream but will be in Discord. We're sorry, Ori hates you /J.
Hardback.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Katrana.
Gotta be why.
Information.
Ain't nothing but a heartache.
I think
I
of
just
it
wanna
every
learn his
time.
role.
Katrana, why not?
Well, I'm not a good role to, assuming I'm not a marionette, I'm not a good role to nominate yet. I haven't used my once per game ability. Other than that, I don't really have a defense.
Do you happen to be holding the monster enabler hat?
I am not holding the little monster at the moment.
How dare you call me a monster? This will take 5 votes.
Yes, you're calling them a monster? How dare you?
I only killed one of you each night. I could kill so many more.
I've had little.
And suddenly tomorrow, the entire town is dead.
Ren nominates Sarati.
Okie dokie. So.
Tell me why.
If you're what you said you are, you should be fine to die.
Sarati, why not?
Yeah, I'm just a heretic. My ability doesn't leave when you kill me. I don't care.
Okay, 5 to kill Sarati.
They also did tell me. They told me that as well. So.
Does that mean we have to find a good little
that means
Well,
we
I
have
know
to
the
not kill
philosopher
the,
from a heretic.
Sorry, I just tabbed over to stream and Ori. That expression was something. That's not enough.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Can hear that clarification.
Whoa,
that
don't
means
be
we
heretic.
don't have. That means we
Do
should
those
avoid
cancel out?
avoiding
Karate.
on stuff.
Can I
Wait,
not
why are
be
we-
Ren?
You sure can. Tell me why.
Why are we?
Sarati.
Retaliation.
Ren, why not?
I guess, sure.
Does it take 5 votes?
Why are we voting out the little monster now?
Because they're the
Sarati's naming heretic.
What did the politician?
Then they
I
want
just
that
got
heretic.
like 3 answers at once. What is
That's
going
not
on?
enough.
There's a heretic in play.
Okay, and
Oh,
we're saying
possible.
Sarati is the heretic, or
Yeah.
Yes.
If we confirm that there's a heretic in play, we just pass every vote, right? We just never execute and just let little monster kill.
I just get to eat.
Yeah, but that's a very good game.
Maddie, can I consult?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Well,
okay,
if
I
they're
think I know what's going on.
confirmed, is operative.
Something I would like to do is nominate spent rolls, basically, to speed up the game.
So,
can't we just vote to skip tonight if nobody wants to nominate?
Hey, can someone refresh me? What was Sarati claiming?
Heretic.
Heretic.
Oh.
I'll
Thank
give
you.
Because I was in a consult, I'll give 5 seconds for any final noms. 5,
4,
4, 3, 2,
Get
1.
info on them.
Yeah. Kid,
Hey.
you want to talk later? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just hard claim fisherman. I have an announcement for the morning. I can't actually reveal it in the night.
You didn't learn it tonight, so I think you can. Is that right, Maddie? She might be in the chat.
Yeah, she probably is.
I'll send her.
On the off chance that I'm not allowed, I'm not going to.
All right.
Kitrana, can I talk to you first before you announce stuff?
Ardwork, can I talk to you later?
Sure. We can talk.
Aardvark, can I talk to you later?
That sounds kind of sus, but yeah, sure, we can talk.
I think
was that Mike?
What
Yeah,
do you
like-
call a politician with an open relationship? A politician.
Good morning. Except Camo, they're dead.
All right.
Sounds just like Camo to die on this like that.
Why is it not? There we go.
Hello.
Hello. I was planning on inviting Rain, but that's... Oh, can I still? I can. Hey, are you guys good, guys?
I don't know, probably.
Everything I am aware of, yes.
Okay. I was thinking it's probably a good idea to just let little monster pass around. I'm gonna...
I was thinking is just like I'm not.
Why are there 2 heretic claims again?
I don't know. That's what I was trying to figure.
My original intention on calling Virgin was to prove myself an outsider, so that I could easier
How
hard
would
claim
that
heretic.
in any way prove that you're an outsider?
Because if I wasn't an outsider, then I would have died to Virgin. I didn't realize that the potential of being a marionette was the thing that prevented that. I didn't even think about that. I was just doing it to prove
Or
myself
they
an
could
outsider.
also be a marionette, in which case it wouldn't have words. There's like at least 3 different reasons why you would not die.
That's the part I didn't think about. But
the thing that we do have going for us is, at least between the 3 of us, we know that Ori is almost certainly a good role, considering that I know what I am, Ty says that we're the same alignment. As long as, like, I'm
Somebody's
not
doing
lying
a
and
card
Ty
trick
isn't
in
the
the
marionette,
bathroom.
then we're good.
And if not, I'm still dead. So, I mean, regardless, my idea behind it was essentially that I'm only going to claim heretic in a last-ditch effort, but if they can believe that somebody else is heretic, that's fine, as long as everyone has a reason to just pass little monster around.
That's kind of my thought as well. I assume that at the very least, one of you are, if there's 2 claims on it.
Yeah. I do think that potentially Sarati and Katrana are currently probably a part of the evil team. I think that if I were to take a guess at it, I think that Sarada is holding Lil Monster, or was.
Yeah, I think that there's likely something happening between the 2 of them, for sure, but I also think that the best thing to do is just not vote.
Yeah. That's all I had.
So I'm pretty content to just leave it as it is.
Is this going to be the last round for stream, by the way, before you move on to just chatting?
Probably, unless this game ends pretty quick, or if we can assume that the next game's gonna go pretty fast. We'll probably throw another one in there.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to other people then.
Okay, bye.
I wonder if it's about something about them not being the heretic. That would be interesting to know.
Yeah, but he doesn't know if he's a marionette or not.
Yo!
SnowMew96 just
Thank you so much,
raided
Snowmew,
with
for the
3
raid.
viewers.
Much appreciated. Let me add some time on the timer for that. I really appreciate you. Welcome to Blood on the Clocktower. This game is really confusing. This is a social deduction game.
It's your lucky day. Dragonic wasn't a steward.
Wasn't a steward?
Wasn't a steward. They were in a role swap.
So
Oh shit, so what are they? Are they Pixie?
No. They're a soldier.
Gotcha. How does a role swap happen?
They're pretending to be each other's roles.
Oh, I understand. Okay. Well.
Alrighty.
Welcome in, guys. How was stream? Tell me all about it. What was your favorite part? How was Minecraft? Thank you guys so much for joining us. Much appreciated.
Straightforward. Tell me why.
Because they claim to be the acrobat.
They're probably Pixie.
Yeah, I'm acrobat.
Pixie,
I'm the acrobat. I already
one of
helped.
you's one of you's the Pixie, one of you. Okay, Merrick, who'd you pick last?
Ryan is cool.
Okay.
5 votes required.
Yeah.
This is a social deduction game for anyone who doesn't know. This is Blood on the Clocktower. It was very crafty.
Yeah,
Interesting. Tell me more.
This just show whether should be voted?
Hey, right, you can clear this up.
Realistically,
by,
London, yeah.
Considering, is it possible you might can you say I am the Pixie?
Sarati.
Not.
Also, let me be clear.
Not you, Merrick. Zoid.
Yeah, I'm being clear. Forced madness breaks do not count. If a pixie is pressured into saying they are the pixie to disprove that they are the pixie, right? My point
I'm
is
not the pixie though.
My point is the pixie, if they are like being pressed like this, can like if Vike was the pixie, that would not break madness. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Forced madness breaks like that don't count. Sarati.
Yeah. Just don't break Pixie.
Sarati nominates Katrana. Tell me why.
Katrana's the supposed fisherman who learned that I was lying. I know that I'm not lying, therefore Katrana must be a marionette.
Katrana.
I wasn't going
How
to
many
announce that till
times has
tomorrow
Maddie
when I
been
was
passed
cleared
around
by
now?
the acrobats, but yeah, that is
3
what I
times.
learned as a fisherman.
What was the line exactly?
The line exactly was Sarati is lying.
Okay.
And yet Rain is still
Why
a
would you
virgin.
want to kill Marionette?
Currently, Aardvark is a virgin. Chad, this is a social deduction game, like Werewolf, Mafia, Among Us even.
I don't think that
So,
went through.
So
Isn't the it doesn't matter if we kill all the.
because there's a dead philosopher heretic, so they cancel out.
To be clear, a dead philosopher heretic, there would be two heretic abilities because the philosopher drunking would go away, but the heretic would not. One vote is not enough.
Camo, what did you pick?
Wait, so wait a second. Camo, did you pick heretic to cancel it out?
I picked heretic. Yes.
Oh God.
The two heretics cancel each other out.
If the philosopher heretic is dead, and then yes, because the philosopher drunking goes away. If the philosopher heretic is alive, then the other heretic is drunk, and so it's only one heretic.
So there's two public claims of heretic, right?
Yeah.
Can someone nominate me then?
Merrick.
I wanted to nominate Soroidify because the double thing.
Mike, your defense.
Son of a
Lynn
bitch,
and
chat. This
Aardvark
is terrible.
I've already cleared them up, so they should already know that I am the acrobat.
Because Sarati falsely claimed
So-
heretic.
You two is the pixie. We'll find out when one of you die.
Yeah.
5 votes is required.
I honestly don't think we really need a pixie. The outsider counts. I mean, there could be a. If Sarati is lying, then I guess there's a.
Pixie acrobat.
Thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it.
Their vulnerability.
Okay.
What happens if Sarati was lying?
Can someone nominate me because I currently hold the baby?
Who?
I
You
currently
should
hold the
reveal
baby.
heretic now
If we
to
have a
vote
dog-
out Sarati then.
Let's end. This game is getting insane. Let's just end this.
Yeah.
Katrana?
Yeah, I nominate Sarati.
Tell me why.
Yeah, she's holding the baby. Let's end this.
Sarati, why
I don't
not?
think this. I mean, maybe, but why would she
Yeah,
want to do this?
double heretic will make good win.
So Sarati probably believes that there is no heretic. Sarati is claiming heretic. It's not the heretic. I am the heretic. So there are two heretics.
Yeah, this game is getting insane. I've got like triple and quadruple claims over here.
I only have one double claim.
Yeah, but she
I
had
have
a
to look at our stream again. 7 votes is enough. This will take a lot to overcome, but if there are any final
When
nominations...
you're holding the baby, then you lose either way, don't you?
Unless there's two heretics.
Yeah, if there's two heretics.
Okay.
So I'm willing to take the risk.
If we find out that
I need to get in.
Karate is the marionette, that's going to be frustrating.
3, 2, 1.
Probably are.
Alrighty. Day is ended. Sorry, is executed. Dies. Game's over. Let's find out.
Okay.
Well, first of all, Sarati was not the heretic. Sarati didn't even think they were the heretic.
What?
Sarati
They
was
were there, and he bought
the
Puzzle
marionette
Master.
who thought they were the puzzle master. Here were some more marionettes who knew pretty quick
This
because
game.
Draconic was the steward that saw Ryan, and Ryan was the soldier. It's why I killed Ryan, so that Ryan knew that Ryan was the marionette, and then Draconic would know that Draconic was the marionette because Draconic
Please
got
take
Ryan
that.
as the steward pick.
Hi, Rain.
Um,
Love.
We had the fisherman who learned Sarati was lying because they were. We had the acrobat and their pixie. We had the virgin that
I
got nominated
knew
by
it.
an outsider. We had the artist who learned that they were not the marionette. We had the raven keeper
Pixie
who I was
twice.
going to kill next night, but I didn't get there. We had the seamstress who learned that Rain and Ori were on the same team. We had your philosopher heretic and your real heretic, and the good team has won.
Oh, that's
God,
actually
dude.
crazy.
Oh my god. I can't believe that happened. Oh my goodness.
I have
I've
no
been
words.
pixied. I've nearly been pixied twice. What are the odds of that?
Ori's expression when Sarati claimed heretic was so funny.
Oh my god, dude. I was like so terrified.
Ori, me, and Ty were all like, huh?
Yeah.
Able to figure out we were
Ren and Aardvark.
I think all the marionettes found out that they were marionettes this game.
Was I part in clearing anyone?
I was kind of like suspicious of Ryan towards the end as well, mainly because they kind of begged me to do the thing on the to check them, so I didn't really trust it. I was like,
Well, I
That was
wanted to use your
ridiculous.
ability because I knew I was the marionette. So I was like, if you keep on picking me, or if I keep on trying to get acrobats to pick me, then they're not picking other people, and I don't care.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't trust that. They're being a little too like, pick me first, pick me.
You should read
And
back
like,
a bit in chat because I
we're gonna
may or may not
play
have been insulting you all
another
game.
game script, and I think we'll play Homebrew after this. We're gonna play Wallflower Jamboree. This is a script where the recluse is a townsfolk, and the misregistration will be used as much as humanly possible to help the good team.
Huh? What does that mean?
It means that when I am making storyteller decisions regarding the recluse's misregistration, I will use it to help the good team because the recluse is a townsfolk on this script.
Okay.
Oh.
So if any of the specs want to take my seat, thank you for the game, Maddie.
At Reichs
Of
at
course,
404 what no?
I think London wants to sit down. There we go. And I'm gonna rack this up.
Hello, London.
I wanna.
I'm back.
Hold up. I think I might have someone who can join us.
We just filled up.
No, fair point.
They can travel in midway through the game, but I can start racking because
Where
they
am I?
anyway.
Okay. I'm staring at Dragon. Right in the
Aardvark,
face.
I would like to clarify to you what my thought process was and why it fell apart and what my improv plan was. I wanted to conserve the ability to claim Heretic the entire time, but I didn't want to claim it if I felt like Evil was just going to take the game anyways. I did not realize in my mind the number of ways that does not actually prove that I'm an outsider. Once that happened, I decided to just let Evil begin to take the game. Once I heard there was a second Heretic, an actual Philo Heretic, and then I heard a false Heretic claim, I didn't say anything. And once they claimed the game based on double Heretic, I just didn't say anything because there was a double Heretic.
Jump.
That is clever.
That was terrifying.
That was very fun though.
Dude, Ori, I tabbed over to stream a couple times because I knew that Ori was the actual heretic. It was so funny.
I was just like shaking the whole time. I'm like, oh my god, wait.
I was kind of like, don't let me get Pixie twice in a row. I swear to fucking god if I get Pixie twice in a row.
Watch, now you're gonna be the Pixie.
You won't be picked again.
Bro,
Never happens.
what are the odds of getting having a Pixie on you twice?
It depends, because sometimes it's done on purpose.
To be fair, I decide who the pixie thinks that they are.
So yeah, so you just don't like me.
That's not a bad thing. It confirms that
partner. There was
having
no partner, so.
Well, first of all, having a pixie confirms that you're on the same team as that pixie, which is really useful. And also, it was chosen based on character, not player. But yeah.
Oh.
Anyways,
I have to play the. I get to play the least socially deducing social deduction role in this entire game. Everyone knows I'm bad now.
And I will be running a Leho Snake Charmer this game, which means that the Night 1 Snake Charming happens before Demon Minion info.
I have a question, Maddie.
Yes.
If you don't mind.
Not at
About the role.
Mm-hmm. Oh, in private. Yes.
Yeah.
Just accept the chat request. Open the voice tab, and it'll be there.
Oh shit! I gotta feed my cat, so I'm gonna continue to be FK.
So, chat, my current ability is that everyone knows that I'm a Vizier, which means everyone knows that I'm a minion and that I'm evil, but I just can't get executed. And when they choose to execute, or when they choose someone to be executed, I can just rush it through and
That
not
helps
give
a
them a
lot,
second
actually.
decision.
Of course. Always happy to help.
Alright, I'm back. Let's see.
Oh?
The fitness gram pacer test.
Is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test.
That progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-meter pacer test will begin in 30 seconds.
I forgot what that meant again.
The running speed starts slowly. Each gets faster each minute after you hear the signal. Beep. The signal lap should be completed each time you hear the sound. Ding.
We just have someone narrating the fitness gram pacer test right now.
The second time, you fail to complete the lap before the sound or test is over. The test will begin on the word start. Are you ready? On your mark, get ready, start.
Okay. So,
I hope
Lap
I
one.
hopefully I hope I
The-
scared someone.
wait.
I didn't scare anyone. Oops.
Only evil players would recite the fitnessgram pacer test.
Hey, if you want to scare someone, just bring up a job application.
Why are people scared of that?
There's
I
nothing
think
more
the
scary
reason
than
is
being
because it's
employed.
like, I think the reason is because it's just kind of soul crushing, and you have to do so many, and so many of them just get ignored, and you're wasting time and
The
effort
pain
for
of remembering the memes from
Yeah,
days
especially
past.
like ghost jobs that are just there so they can collect your information and then never use anything of it.
Okay, so I'm kind of curious. What, Vike? You were the actual acrobat last game, right?
Yes, I was.
And then the other person, who was the pixie?
Me.
That was Merrick.
Yeah, Merrick. Oh, you're right beside me again. Hello, friend.
Oh, Cantor.
Make sure Merrick gets pixie on Vike again.
Oh, that'd be an interesting pixie.
Hey, Greek, what's up?
As someone who has now been unemployed for a year, job applications take away my will to live like nothing else.
Alright, so we're still doing nighttime shenanigans?
Currently, yes.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone stated it, but you're not. If you get info in the night, you cannot say it until the day.
Yeah, that already made sense.
You can say
Like werewolf.
information. You just can't say information that is like entirely new from that night.
Yeah.
Also, yes, Wi-Fi. You can travel in the morning.
Huh?
Oh, by the way, my friend won't be joining us. They're playing Skyrim.
Sounds good.
Skyrim's good. Skyrim's understandable.
Morning, town. Before you all go off to do your own things, I have an announcement for you. Or perhaps the player would like to announce it themselves.
Hello! I am in fact evil!
Ori is your vizier. Have fun.
Okay.
Oh, it's so surprising Maddie survived this time. It's crazy.
No, I'm still the dead little monster from last time.
I get to.
Hi.
Evil.
You want to trade a roll for a roll?
Last time I did this, the person just actually had their role public, so I don't know.
I'll tell you a secret.
Your role isn't public, right? I should know what your role is, right?
Yes, correct. I'll give you a secret. I'm the heretic.
You're the heretic?
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
That was a joke.
Okay. I forgot what heretic was for a second.
Any information you want to give, Sarati?
I'd like to make it. Get London out of here.
No, London, don't leave me. We're such good friends, though. Aw.
I'd like to make a deal.
What's
I'm
that?
good.
Okay.
I will vote all the time if you want me to, because we're neighbors. Just don't execute me.
Okay.
You're making a deal.
Yes, I'm making a deal.
So you're saying, rephrase it to me one more time.
I will vote on every nomination, giving you the ability to execute who you want. If you whisper, just don't whisper to me or anything. I will vote on everyone. Just don't kill me.
All right, fair enough.
I'm not going to play on your team, but I will vote for everyone.
Okay, deal's a deal.
So Ori hates chat, right? Because you're evil.
No. That was extra fucked up because Ty is too.
No one's double clicked.
Hello.
Hello. I would
Hi.
like to ask if you are evil. I don't actually.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Any information you want to pass around?
I heard that you're the king. I learned that you're the king tonight.
Nothing else? I'll trade you a roll for a roll.
Sure, I'll give you lunatic.
You want to do 3s instead?
Yeah, sure. I'm the amnesiac, the wizard, or the lunatic.
That's a good set. That's a good set. I like that. Okay. Sorry for wasting your time.
Okay, bye.
Yep.
Oh, I hope you have a lovely day. That's what I was gonna say.
Hello.
Hi, Ori.
How's it going?
So you're okay. How you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
So you're the you're Mr. Crown guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Definitely good. 100% good. You can trust me.
Do you want that role?
It depends on what you mean by that.
Yeah, just yes or no. Do you want that role?
I mean, I don't mind it.
Okay. Just making a little thing.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah. I think I've already narrowed down what I am quite a bit. So you can go off that little bit of information.
Would hope so? Question mark.
Yeah. Well, what do you think I am?
Well, based on what you asked me, based on the narrowing down what I am, quote unquote, would tell me drunk, would be my first guess.
No.
No?
Not at all. Not a drunk.
Okay. Are you an outsider or a townsfolk?
I think it's townsfolk.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's townsfolk.
Oh, are you a Philo?
Oh, what now?
No, never mind. Sorry, that doesn't make sense.
Well, we have about 20 seconds left.
Okay.
I'll let you ponder on that.
I am curious.
Yeah. I might tell you sooner or later.
All right. Good talk then.
Wait. Do you have any teammates that you don't like?
Yeah, London.
You don't. Oh, so that means London's evil.
I never said that.
I said teammates.
I never said that.
Oh wait, I did not. I don't know. I want to lower my hand, please. Why is my hand out?
I would say space on mobile.
I don't know how mobile works at all.
Okay, no, I just had to swipe down, usually. Okay. Good to know that little piece of information.
Would it make sense for the logo to be a Jinx lamp? The Dejin lamp? With a flame in it?
Oh, wait, how many people do we even have in here?
Goodness.
All right, consult's done. Welcome to town. You have 2 minutes. Murder each other.
Oh wow, Vizier Judge is really funny.
Yeah, it's really funny. I'm really funny. I saw a million hands at once. I think London was barely first.
I nominate Sarati.
Tell me why.
I think they're pretty evil.
Sarati, why not?
I don't. Okay.
Just run it. It's cool.
It'll take 7 votes to do petty vengeance.
Let's get more hands on this, guys.
Like claiming we're close.
Not enough.
Uh,
Sarati.
Can I nominate London?
Yeah, you can. You think they're pretty evil?
I think they're pretty good, but like,
Oh.
angry.
7 votes.
Oh, cannibal on the script? Yes.
Not enough. Katrana. Oh, Ren.
Yeah, no.
Ren nominates Merrick.
Ren nominates Merrick.
Wait, wasn't...
Merrick is claiming to be the recluse, but didn't say that they learned that I was the king. And then backed into saying no, I definitely did, and just didn't know what was going on once I said they should have.
Okay,
I
Merrick, your
just told
defense.
you I was the recluse and you claimed king. That's all that happened. I'm just the recluse. Don't kill me.
7 votes required.
Wait, so just to be clear, Ren is claiming king? Or...
Yes, I'm claiming king. I was hoping that the recluse would see me. Because
does the recluse know who the king is, or
Not inherently. The demon knows who the king is, but the recluse could register as the demon and learn who the king is.
Is there a guaranteed look recluse?
Nope.
There's not. Okay.
So you
don't know the best way to play this chat. Hi, Pinky. How's it going?
So does that, considering the jinx rule, would that mean the recluse would have to know who the king is? Because that would help.
Nope, it is still my discretion, but it is just I will make the decisions as though the recluse is a townsfolk. But I will still try to make balanced decisions. So, Katrana.
I nominate Wi-Fi. Wait, no, I can't nominate Wi-Fi. Okay, who hasn't been nominated?
Your butt.
Okay. Can I nominate Aardvark?
Of course.
Yeah, I nominate Aardvark.
Okay, your defense.
My defense is I claim Slayer and shoot Merrick.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I will gladly sacrifice myself to the cannibal now that I've added myself as Slayer. So, who wants to be the cannibal?
You lied to me.
I did, because I was hiding Slayer.
Don't overvote on this.
It doesn't.
Okay.
Oh, and I apologize. I should have been asking. I forgot to be asking. Ori, would you have liked to force any of these through?
No, I'm fine. I'll say it if I do.
Awesome, thank you. In that case, this is enough.
Liar should die.
Go right ahead. I will now that I'm spent, I will gladly feed myself to the cannibal. Just make sure you use it next night.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't die. That's suspicious.
Because the recluse is supposed to register for good, not for evil.
You, I think that you didn't because you're a good, you're good. So, being dead wouldn't be good for the good team.
No, but it would confirm. It's like Virgin, except it doesn't even have to end the day.
Okay.
It would be good for town if the Slayer shot the recluse. Especially this early on.
Would make Merrick a minion then? Okay.
I want to do something.
Well, it's too late for that. Today is over. Our rock is executed and dies, and we all go to sleep. Also, Vizier and Judge, pipe up if you want to do your things. Gotta let me know.
Okay.
I was inside.
You could have
if you're cannibal, make sure you use it tomorrow. Because it should disappear by the end of the night, right?
Yeah, cannibal disappears after dusk or whatever.
Okay.
The ability of the recently killed execute.
Or like after the vote, yeah.
Until the next execution, I think. Because it doesn't mention until dusk or until whatever. Let's see if the wiki says anything. Yeah, it's when the next player dies by execution.
All right.
Yeah, considering we have a Vizier on the script, we got to be really careful.
Yeah.
Where?
If
If we had a Vizier, we would know it. Read Vizier.
Yeah,
if we had a Vizier, we would already know who it is.
Yeah, Did we? I'm sorry. Did that get announced? Did I miss that?
I didn't get
Ori,
enough. There's no
Ori
map
don't
here.
is the vizier.
Yeah, I was joking. I know.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're the cannibal, you probably want to use it as soon as possible before the vizier makes you lose the ability.
So if that guy's that and that is that, that should be that.
Well, that is the morning, except without Sarati. They're dead.
That is so mean.
You got 4 minutes?
All right. Okay.
I do want to say I did not intend for that to happen, and I apologize.
It's okay. I believe you. We're still friends.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate your help.
Yeah. I was gonna do it all game.
Well, until next time.
Yep.
That's very sad. Very sad.
Camo, are you still here?
Hello.
Hello, Ori. Don't.
How's it going?
I'm a very little bad boy.
So I've heard something along those lines.
Yeah. Pretty sure Sarati told you.
Mm-hmm. I did hear something along those lines.
Okay. Anyway.
I'm intrigued. I will see how that goes. Bye.
I'm a very little bad boy, just like Ori.
Okay.
Why, hello.
Hello.
Do you have any information you would like to trade back and forth?
So much information that I would like to trade back and forth. I've heard that there's like 4 recluses out there.
Are you one of them?
I have no idea. Why I wouldn't tell you my role. Why would I tell you my role?
Because we're friends.
We're friends.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm definitely on the evil team.
Yes.
Because you would know that.
No, we're both on the good team.
Oh. Oh yes, of course.
Silly.
Don't you know I'm actually your demon?
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
so,
then let's just help good win. We'll nominate you. I'll push it through and we'll win.
Why would we help good win if we're both evil?
Because we're both good. You just happen to be a demon. But
I'm
a good
just
demon.
A good demon?
Yeah, you're just misunderstood.
Oh, I see. Oh, I love those kind of characters.
I know.
Wait, fuck you. So why haven't you killed anyone yet?
Why would I?
There were a lot of nominations yesterday that you could have murdered.
Yeah, who would you want me to murder?
If I had to choose, Kitrana is one of the people that I have no idea what their role is, and I know pretty much everyone else, or Camo.
Trana or Camo? Interesting.
Bike also wouldn't be bad.
Bike wouldn't be bad?
If I had to choose someone to die, those would probably be the options.
Interesting. I will consider all of these results.
Okay, cool. Alright, bye.
Bye!
All virgins are evil, but not all evils are virgins.
Oh, and there goes Camo altogether.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think Camo was AFK. I was trying to speak to him yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for some.
Well, I guess we killed Camo.
Yay, snacks.
I trust you with that information. Okay.
I do too.
I'm going to say you guys can chat. Nominations are not open. I'm looking for a sub for camo. But in the meantime, what do we discuss?
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, I
Alright.
think that Merrick is 100% a minion. Not only were they Slayer shot and didn't die,
Oh,
they
I
also.
will say, I was the Pixie Recluse who has now gained the Recluse ability because the Recluse is dead. That's why I didn't learn that you were the king.
Who's
I
the
was trying to
recluse?
be coy about it.
Who's
So
the
you're
recluse?
saying Sarati was the recluse?
No, I was the choir boy.
Oh, maybe
What?
I just broke madness then, and that's fine. I guess I'm never going to
Right?
get anyway.
Choir boy.
Recluse.
I thought they might be the recluse, but I don't know.
Wait.
Maybe
Hey,
I think I might learn
Steam
if I
is
was.
coming to subs. We will have a sub for camo shortly.
I think I might have probably learned that if I did gain the recluse ability, I'm not sure if I would have, but I didn't learn though, so possible.
yeah.
Okay.
Ren.
Yeah, this was just. That was a nomination hand that was up from before.
Gotcha.
Camo got left.
Yeah,
But
we
yeah,
have a sub coming
I
in.
think on top of the Slayer, they're obviously a minion.
Who did Aardvark?
Wait, sorry,
shot?
Ren, who are you claiming as a
I
minion?
tried
Oh,
shouting
Merrick, because they are claiming to be Pixie for the role they heard someone claim and are not actually, and also they are claiming Recluse and neither died from a Slayer shot nor learned the King.
Yeah, because I was the pixie the first.
Ignore the fact
And,
that
and
Green
yet
is the one
there is
saying
no
this.
actual dead Recluse.
Well, maybe the recluse
If you use the
come out. I didn't
compass as an
learn that I
alignment
was turning
chart,
the
Maestros
recluse
are
and
chaotic
gained the
evil.
recluse ability,
Trust.
But like, maybe I just broke madness anyway, and you can kill me now because it doesn't really matter. I don't mind dying.
Yeah.
Well,
what I was trying to do was either they're going to come up as the recluse or as the demon. Either way, I was going to kill them, and then nothing happened. I'm like, what the?
I haven't heard anyone else claim Recluse. Has
I've
anyone
heard someone claim.
other than Sarati, who is not?
I just assumed Sarati was the recluse, and I might
No.
I have the recluse's ability, but I get that.
I had someone else claim Recluse in a little chat.
Okay.
Well, I'm already broken madness, so if you want to get rid of
As
me,
someone who refuses to compass,
I think
we
the
are all
storyteller
evil,
would execute
no exceptions.
No,
No,
that's
it's
not how
you.
madness works.
What would you consider as true neutral then?
Oh, okay.
I want to put my hand down. No.
Hello, Steam. Let me come tell you.
So how is it being evil, or?
I'm not evil. That's hearsay.
Oh, you're the good vizier, I see.
Yes.
Because we have an
Okay.
alchemist on the script.
I did have someone in our little chat, in my little chat, claim Recluse. So, I did put a little bit of sus onto them.
Well, I guess at least
Pixie
now they're
did.
in.
Although
It's
as a
Pixie
story,
just got-
although as a storyteller, I did have a lot of fun doing that. Is just make alchemist vizier, and then just so they have to now convince everyone the alchemist vizier. But I've done stuff like that.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Steam.
Hello.
So, do you have any information, Steam?
No.
Hey Ori, what
So
archetype
far,
would you think
Merrick
Rix fits into?
is, claiming something
Okay.
called Pixie.
Okay, Toronto. Actually,
Where
Ren had a nom hand from way earlier, so I am going to go to Ren first.
Yes.
Well, no, this isn't a nom.
Okay, sure. Katana, go first then.
Yeah, I'd like to Slayer shot Ren.
Heard. Thank you. No effect. Ren, what would you like to do?
I was going to nominate Merrick.
Are you still going to?
Wait, before that, I'd also like to Slayer shoot Ren.
Heard. There is no effect.
Okay.
Wait, how do those two people Slayer shoot?
They're both
Bluff.
claiming it. They don't necessarily need to be the Slayer
be a
to
Philo
claim
Slayer.
the Slayer.
Oh.
Spent it.
Philo Slayer, Cannibal Slayer.
Yes, but people can claim it regardless.
Ren nominates Merrick.
Tell me why?
I don't really, I don't know who this Recluse is that they're claiming to be the Pixie of.
Small knives.
Yeah,
Alrighty, Merrick, your defense.
Yeah, so basically what happened was I drew Pixie again. I got the Recluse. I was trying to bluff Recluse and trying to seem like I was the Recluse, but I messed it up by bluff when I talked to Ren. And then also I Serati claimed Recluse to me, so I just assumed I got the Recluse's ability when they died, and wasn't told it for some reason. So I already broke Madness. You can kill me if you want. I'm not
That
gonna
is
get the ability now.
sort of not how it works.
Alright, this will take 6 votes.
But also sort of is.
Also, to be clear, the Pixie will not be told when they get their ability. Just if your ability does something, I'll wake you. Seven's more than 6. And
Out
Go
of
ahead
9
and
in
send
my
it through.
Discord profile.
Oh, never mind. Merrick died. Good night.
Rain told
Lovely.
me to, so I did.
Rain told you to?
Yeah.
Rain.
I have a
What?
sneaking suspicion that Merrick might not have been the demon.
No,
Yeah.
guys, there's just a Scarlet
Shoot.
Woman.
I'm sorry, guys. I'll try again next time. My bad.
You're trying your best, Ori.
We all know how much you like the good team.
I was waiting
Yeah.
for someone to fall for that.
There's still a countdown, by the way, Matt.
Maybe we can.
It's counting down to A.
Oh, by the way, I was the damsel. Ha ha ha.
Wait.
Too late now, or you can't guess me as the damsel. Ha, ha.
Oh no!
Merrick, there is cannibal on this.
Shoot! Oh no!
Hell, make your own.
Don't say
No point being limited.
Wait, is there not a jinx for Vizier and Damsel?
Nope. You're just outed evil. You can guess, but you still have to get it right.
Oh, I mixed up Damsel. I thought Damsel was the minion knows you are. My bad. I thought it was...
No.
That's Spy, I think.
The minion knows the damsel's in play, but not who they are.
Gotcha.
Interesting. So, I got some nice information.
Ori, please don't choose the cannibal as the
Wait,
damsel.
yeah, I just realized it says minions. Why would the demon not know if there's a damsel in play?
Do we even have a damsel on script?
The demon doesn't learn that there's a damsel in play just because they aren't allowed to guess it. So they don't.
That makes
I've a good look on what the board is so far.
So what roles are public? Just so I can catch up.
Well, I'm the king.
I'm the Slayer.
Dead choir boy. First.
Yeah.
No.
Ordals is the vizier.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I got ordered.
Merrick is claiming Pixie that saw Recluse.
Yeah.
Wi-Fi is claiming judge.
Oh, I don't believe that one. Impossible.
No,
They
I'm
don't
not a
look like
judge. I'm
judge
just a
material
gnome.
to me.
I don't vote for this judge.
Oridon is my gnome buddy.
Hey, Ori, do you feel fine sharing what your role is?
No, I think I'm gonna keep it private for right now.
No, a good team member would share what their role is, though.
Okay, fine. I'm
they
the
sure
cannibal.
might. Well, seems the cannibal got a little peckish because Zoid Bike's dead.
No!
Ori, are
I'm-
you just eating your neighbors?
I'm sorry. I didn't know those were your remains. I thought they were somebody else's.
Whoops, wrong spot.
Is it
Hey, go
daytime,
ahead.
I'm assuming, right?
No more ability for me, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, Ori.
I still don't know what role Ori is. I forgot.
Hello.
I think Ori is a good aligned character.
You asked me to talk last night, and I missed it.
Oh, but that was because you asked me to join me and Ty before.
Yeah.
Why?
How'd the talk go?
It was very nice. Ty's a very nice guy, very lovely guy.
Did you learn that you're evil?
Am I evil?
Are you?
I mean, I actually have a decently strong suspicion that I am Marionette.
Interesting.
But I don't actually know that, and you could know because, you know.
I would in
At
fact
the
know
Forager
that.
56, I think
Well,
I may
you
have
wouldn't
greened
know,
myself
but the
too
demon
much.
Could tell you, or would you? Yeah, the demon could tell you. but I don't know. You know?
Maybe you're secretly the demon. Who knows?
I can't secretly be the demon.
Maybe that's what they all say until it happens.
Sure. Anyways, goodbye.
At least
Okay,
it
bye.
wasn't yellow.
Why, hello.
Hey, do you know Zeroid's ability?
No, I've been
Like,
trying to figure it out
thing?
for a while. They
Okay.
gave me a few hints, but I did not account to anything.
Well, I'm faking cannibal, so I kind of need to know.
Okay. They said first of all, can I know what you are?
I'm the Scarlet Woman.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't met. That's right.
No, we haven't.
Actually.
I also don't know what Ty is.
Fuck. What did I forgot what Ty is. Let me check
Oh, no.
my notes. Let's see. Oh yeah, no, I forgot to ask what type he was. I don't actually have it in my notes.
I think you're right. I think you're right. He's the cannibal.
He's the cannibal? Zeroid's
I
the cannibal.
think so. I don't have conclusion on that, but I think so.
No. Cannibal was a bluff from Ty. He's not the cannibal. Nobody is.
Oh, I understand.
I'm faking cannibal. So I need to know what the hell Zeroid's ability is.
Oh,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I suck.
I don't know.
Neither do I.
He said all that he told me was that he's gonna figure out what he is, quote unquote.
Is there an amnesiac in this script?
No, and I asked if there was a drunk, and he
Philo.
said he was a Tansfolk. That's what I was wondering.
How do you know of this?
All right.
Who's asking?
Me,
You asked the wrong person, by the way.
Wi-Fi? I'm a snake.
Alrighty. Good
Oh,
evening.
okay. Okay, that makes sense.
What do you mean you're a snake?
Nominations are open. Steamsy.
Sorry, what's your information if you're the snake charmer? Who have you snake charmed?
I'm a snake charmer.
Yeah, who have you charmed?
Who have I charmed? Well, why would you need to know that?
Well, it's helpful to tell
reveal
who
the full
the
list.
demonism.
Yeah. I've charmed London.
Okay.
They're okay. Wi-Fi, I believe. Just from my personal experience, Wi-Fi I think is okay. I know Rain is completely good. That's all I am sharing so far.
I am now the snake charmer.
Yeah, it was the he hit the recluse.
Oh, I see. Oh, bless you. Okay.
And now
Steamsy?
Rain is poisoned, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
he's
Yep,
poisoned,
he's
he's
not
charmer.
poisoned.
Howdy, I'd just like to hear the hand, Steamsy.
Yeah, I will. You know what? Can I first pass kill dragon, please?
Can you watch a dragon?
What's up, Math? How's it going? Welcome in.
Pass kill dragon / nominate dragon.
Ah, okay. Dragon dies.
Ah,
No! No!
No! No!
I'm sorry. I went on asking if you could say who they thought was evil. I had 3 names.
My sister is
Steven, one
also
that wasn't
listening
snake
too.
charmed.
Dragon, your
Okay,
defense.
wait, so Steam was a
so
golem, is what I'm...
Wait.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why am I dead?
Yeah.
Why am I dead?
Dragon, do you have anything to add before this runs around?
I do. I'm just. Why am I dead? I got so confused.
I'm the golem.
The only way this can happen is the golem nominated you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Oh,
So
Hatter.
public statement, everyone. I
Oh,
am
Math,
the
sister.
Hatter. Good luck.
Ah, shit.
This will take 4 votes.
Thank you.
What does the Hatter do exactly?
The demons and minions get to choose who they are.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright,
There's
that's
a
not
tea
enough.
party tonight.
Yep,
Any more?
tea
for
party
anyone?
time.
Wait, does
Yeah,
the Hatter affect Marionette?
Yes.
Oh,
Well, that's one way to find out you're the marionette.
that is one way.
Well, at least I'm not the marionette, guys.
At least it has to
Don't
be
worry.
demons and minions that are on the script, right? It can't just be anything.
Yes, on script, yes.
So, Katrana and Ty.
What?
Yeah.
Right, any more nominations?
Ren
Well, but I don't-
nominates Katrana.
Ren nominates. Where is on
What's the
Katrana,
timer
tell me
for?
why.
Yeah, there's just
Huh?
there's a bunch of people who are basically confirmed, and Katrana isn't one of them.
Yeah.
But the only person who isn't confirmed
Hey, wait a minute.
is not Demon or Wi-Fi, the Traveler, or Don't the Vizier,
Hey,
Steam the Golem,
I'm gonna ask
leaving
for
Katrana.
I'm gonna ask for the defense, please, from Katrana.
I claimed cannibal. I used
Oh,
Slayer
Ori's in
cannibal ability.
Subathon.
I'm a townsfolk. You guys, this is not a good choice.
Sure you are.
Alright, it'll take 4 votes to make a bad choice.
Process of elimination, you're left.
I love bad decisions.
I mean, there's a buff on script, so no one's ever fully confirmed.
Thank you for your dead vote, Aardvark. Katrana's on the block. Any of my Nami people want to do anything about that?
Yeah, go ahead and send him through.
Cool, Katrana's dead. Good night.
What? Yeah, guys, there is a buff on script.
You got sent to from Vizier.
I wonder what the minions and demons were.
What's on script?
Guys, it's clearly a buff in Alchemist Vizier.
I think it's an atheist.
Meaning until that timer hits 0, he's streaming every day with extended hours.
Ori could change
Sort
into
of.
a different
It's been going since
minion,
December,
and
so
we
we've
would be
kind of
unaware
adopted a
of
2
that
week
unless
on
we
1
try
week
to
off to
vote
keep
them
Ori
out,
from driving
right?
himself insane.
Well,
Short
if they change,
trip.
They just can't send it through again.
So we need to
Everything-
double. So we need to double check our confirmers. So
no, we don't need to double check it at all. If he's just not the wizard, he just isn't the wizard anymore. It's not that big of a concern.
Wait.
Who's claiming a recluse now? Because I know it's in play.
Oh wait, we have
I
time
think it's
left.
Aardvark.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait, it's Aardvark? Aardvark
No.
is claiming recluse.
Daddy.
Hello.
Alright, we're gonna start with Katrana, because you're dead. What do you want to be,
dead.
Katrana? What minion do you want to be? We do not run Chaos Hatter in this house.
I will be poisoner, I guess.
Alrighty.
Okay, I was gonna say
wait,
if
does
they
it matter?
if
You
they
guys
became-
don't get to strategize right now. Ori,
Oh.
what minion do you want to be?
Well,
I will stay the Vizier.
Ty, what demon do you want to be?
As a clarification, if I became a Fengu, would a new outsider be created?
No, there's no setup abilities.
I will become.
I will
a-
say, you do
Sorry,
know of one outsider who is pretty confirmed by town right now.
Yeah. It's either that or Nodashi for me. Heads Nodashi, tails Fengu. Let me flip a coin, as is my way.
Fucking Two-Face.
I got tails, which I think I said it was the Fengu, so I'll become the Fengu.
Sounds good, thank you.
What is
Everybody
time?
go
What
away.
is-
Everybody go away. No time for strategy.
I had a custom note on him. I didn't realize that.
I'm actually really sad by that because Ty could have imp killed and I would have looked like a Vizier and no one would have tried to knock me out. There was a really, really powerful play there. I didn't know that Ty was an imp.
Are Ori, Wi-Fi, and Ty. And Steam, we
Yeah.
can check her for a buff and ability if isn't Ty.
Wi-Fi is a traveler.
Yeah, Wi-Fi. Yeah, that's the reason why. Because Wi-Fi and Ori are downright confirmed. They haven't been checked, but Wi-Fi's judge, Ori Dun's Vizier. So that leaves Ty and left, and Steam Seed. And if it isn't him, we check Steam Seed for buff and ability.
London is all A-okay because he's very nice.
Yeah, he's been checked.
Yep. You're welcome, London.
Ren is also confirmed by my existence.
Yeah.
I hate to put like holes in your theories, guys, but because of a Hat's death, people can come to Scarlet Woman. Just because they've been State Charmed does not mean that they can never be the demon at this point.
Yeah.
Good point. We have a Scarlet Woman on. Yeah, we have a Scarlet Woman.
Hinter, and that's hilarious.
Demon himself, a Scarlet Woman.
Would this be public information? What is Rain's role? Are they claiming anything yet?
Good morning, everybody.
I believe Rain publicly said that they were.
1, 2, 3.
They were the recluse that turned into the
guys?
snake poison snake.
Rain is a poison snake at the moment.
That would have been enough to set off the Scarlet Woman.
Right.
Oh, hold on.
4 minutes.
Ori is no longer Vizier.
Yeah. Yeah, I missed your choice. That's all.
No, that's okay. I wanted to do that to kind of throw a little bit of chaos because I did not think that vote was going to change at all.
No. I mean, I missed what you changed into. The Hatter
Oh,
choice.
oh, I stayed Vizier.
All right, thanks. Yeah, no other new information. Burn a little bit of time, make people think we were chatting. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Let's see. Wait, what is this?
Wait, are we voting out Ori? Like, because we can do that, right? Unless he didn't switch Vizier.
Hey, London.
There's definitely a lot going on here. I'm kind of wondering, because I'm pretty sure that... I didn't see who died, but I'm pretty sure that London died. But we haven't... Ooh. Hello!
Hello, what did you change to?
A good roll.
Oh, yeah, because you can definitely do that.
Yeah. I asked really, really nicely, and she said
Don't want
yes.
to tell me?
It depends. What evil roll are you?
Well, I just snake charmed into the demon last night.
What? Demon?
I don't know, what demon is there? Because do you even know? Because they switched, right? They switched into the imp.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you should totally believe me.
Interesting. Interesting.
I'm on now.
I mean, if you are an imp right now, as you are claiming, why not just self-kill?
I forgot what the imp's role was, I'm gonna be honest with you. What do they do? Oh, that would be the smart thing to do. Maybe I'll do that tonight.
Good plan, good plan.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Cool.
No.
Well, that was strange.
Okay, I also just realized something. Ori don't is still the Vizier because he forced Katrana's vote through.
No, because the Hatter works at night, not during the day.
Yeah.
Well, because he would have already swapped after
No, no, it happens at night.
Alrighty.
No, it's happening at night.
This is your final five. Nominations are open. You've got 2
wait,
minutes.
Hatter's death was the same night as Ori. I see.
Rain.
Never mind.
Rain nominates Ty.
Tell me why.
At this point, pretty much every other role is likely confirmed. Ty's the only one that doesn't have any confirmation on him. If you're not evil, I'm sorry. This just seems like the best.
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna share my information. I am the Savant. On night 1, I learned that either the outside account has not been modified or the cannibal was selected by the poisoner on the first night. On day 2, I learned that either there are no madness-related characters in play or a poisoned townfolk got true information on the second night. Yesterday, I learned that either the chief is in play or the investigator is in play. Today, I learned that either 2 dead players are evil or an alive player changed characters last night.
what do you mean the chief is in play?
You mean the chef?
He means the chef.
Yeah, sorry. That just a typo that I made and then read out loud.
Yeah, he means the chef. This will take 3 votes.
I don't believe any of that
I
information.
think we should. No, don't. Okay.
Don't vote on this.
Well, if it's
Don't vote on this, Ren. Don't vote on
already.
this. The Ori don't. Ori don't. Oh no.
Yeah, we gotta
Maddie,
keep-
Ori,
I
what
would
do you
like to
think?
use my ability.
Vizier.
Yeah, Wi-Fi, what's up?
Yeah, I would like to make sure this goes past.
Like, sorry, do you want this to go through or to not?
Yeah, I want it to go through.
Okay. It does then. It already was going to, but it has anyways now.
Wait, that's. Wait, doesn't
so
that just make immediately execute them?
No, Vizier says execute immediately. The judge just forces the execution to pass or fail. So, like, 1 vote is enough if the judge says so. 7 votes is not enough if the judge says so.
So,
Ori, you want to murder?
No, that's okay.
Sarati, what's up?
Can I kill for the exile of Wi-Fi?
You sure can. Tell me why.
Clearly evil. I was spamming my hand.
Alright. Wi-Fi, anything to say?
No, completely fine with this.
7 votes required.
Okay. Yeah, we need to double check if Ori is still the Vizier.
We could.
No, we don't have to. He's not the demon.
No, we don't.
Yeah,
We
not
actually.
I run normal hatter. I do not
They're
run
act-
chaos hatter.
Yeah.
Exiles. Any more nominations?
What do you
I
mean
don't
you're
get-
a normal hatter?
So some people run chaos hatter, which is that minions and demons can like all become like a minion could become the demon and a demon could become a minion. But the hatter is not also a barber, so I run normal
Can
hatter.
I
which is
nominate
the same
Rain?
character.
No.
Ty,
Right.
what's up?
Can I nominate Rain?
Yes, you can. Tell me why.
Because they told me that they were the recluse, and I know that that means something special, but in standard play, recluse is also just a really good demon bluff, and the snake charmer from before could have also just been a minion claim to back up that. And at this point, I know that I'm not an evil player, so this is all I got really.
All right, Rain.
If
Tell me
I
why not.
die, I die, but I'm just putting my thoughts out there.
Rain.
If me and Zoroid are bluffing, it's a really good bluff. I'm not that good of a liar. I wish I was. I mean,
My
you
favorite
can guilty
defense-
me, I just don't think it's the best option.
My favorite defense. I'm not that good. Wink. It'll take 3 to tie, 4 to die.
He has successfully lied to me every single game we've played.
Ren, have you
Don't
gotten
on
any
this.
information yet?
Oh yeah, I got that there's a Fangu in play, so Oridon can't have been jumped to because if they were jumped to, they wouldn't be able to be.
Not
poisoned.
enough. Any more for any more?
Isn't what?
There's 2 minions.
Oh sure, but that would have to be Steam Seed would have to be the demon in that case.
Okay, this is stressful.
There'd have.
Dude, we can't
I
just,
don't think any of the
call
players
Ty
really want to
evil
know, so I'm going to
just
call 30
because he's
seconds.
Savant again.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna do.
We're calling Ty evil because
That
there's
is just
a lot
bad
of
logic.
Ren,
So-
Rain, or Steam,
that is-
any of you going to nominate?
I will not
I'm
nominate.
not. I can't nominate.
Unfortunately, Ty has displayed a
Oridon
pattern.
nominates Oridon.
Okay, tell me why.
Just in case you want to check if I'm a Vizier.
Okay. This will take 3 to tie, 4 to die.
Wait, Oridon, you can just prove that
No,
you're
Don't tie this.
Oridon,
Don't
you can
tie
just prove
this.
that you're the good Vizier by being the only one to vote on yourself.
Yeah,
Perfect.
no, Ty's
Genius.
Ori, you want to put it through?
Yeah, go for it. I'm definitely gonna
Okay.
use my good vote. That was a joke. I'm not actually gonna do it.
Ori pushes it through, nothing happens.
Yeah, because my people.
Yeah, because you can't die in the day.
No, then they would just
Yes.
they would be executed but not die.
Die is executed and dies, and the game is over, and the goodies have won. Good job, guys.
Yes.
Ty is never the savant. What do you mean? Neither was Katrana, nor was the Vizier. Katrana started as the Scarlet, but switched to the Poisoner. When dead, it didn't really matter. That's because Dragon was the Hatter that
I need to
the
stop
golem
playing
punched.
these games when I'm making dinner so I can make smart informed decisions. Like
There was-
killing
Let's
the
see, we had...
golem when I
Please,
instead
Ty.
of just randomly sticking to
We
Fine,
had the
let's do
Slayer
that.
who shot the Pixie to the Recluse who got snake charmed. We had the King who learned about the Fangu. We had the Philosopher who went Choir Boy, so the King was really safe, except that they both died. And we had the Judge who really made sure that the demon was on the block.
Hey.
And now that
if
we're
I,
in the game of Wallflower
if
again,
I had a little bit more thought, I would have taken your
I
suggestion of
hope y'all
killing the
enjoyed.
golem. But I'm just, I need to stop
So
making.
the thing there is, then we just would have killed Steam Seed.
I have
My sus was right.
have mutiny on the seas.
Yeah, let me bring you up and we'll run that.
I was gonna say, so Ty started as an imp.
Bye, Steam. Thank
once
you.
Katrana died, you could have stayed imp, self-killed, and I would have been safe as Vizier because I never get voted out. But I would have actually been the
I had to
imp.
be very insistent that in that chat you were not allowed to strategize. You each just have to make your decision.
That's why I didn't say anything. But that's what was going on in my head. I'm like,
I'm gonna say the thought did cross my mind, but again, I need to stop making dinner. At the same time, I try to do complicated tasks.
That's so bright.
I think that is unfortunately my last game, Maddie.
Yeah, it is midnight.
No worries.
Hey, you can't lie. My susses were correct, and I'm happy because of that.
Thanks for letting me travel.
I was
absolutely.
So far, the past 3 times I've claimed Savannah, it's because I've been evil. So
Yeah, Ty was
that's why I
Listen,
really
Ty, but also VI was also available. You could have just bluffed VI. I didn't force you to bluff Savant.
No, you knew what you're doing. You dared.
Yeah, of course
me
I
to,
did, but I didn't force you to do
you
it.
dared me to play Savant again. As a bluff.
Ori, I told you if you wanted if you had any teammates you didn't like, that's why.
Yeah, no, I understand that now. I was really hoping, because I stayed Vizier, and I was really hoping that the goal of someone targeting me to try to get me out as a minion was going to work, because obviously it wouldn't have worked. I stayed Vizier. However, I was really hoping because I could have just pushed execution through, and then it would have just ended the night. Or started the night. I was sad it didn't work. All right, have a good one, you guys. Thank you so much for playing.
Yeah, that was fun.
Farewell, guys.
I think
Bye.
I'm also gonna head out.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Goodbye, chat. Have fun being hated by your streamer.
Bye, chat.
Oh, no. Hi, chat. How's it going? Welcome back to Just Chatting today. It is Just Chatting today, in fact. Whole bunch of shenanigans. That was some wild games, chat. The first couple of games the first game made no sense, arguably.
Woo.
Woo.
Very fun.
I thought it was a lot of fun. I don't know how much sense all those games make. Hopefully they make some amalgamation of sense. But I don't know. Woo! I don't hate you. What do you mean? Why would I hate you? London sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Rain, look at our Rain, look at our chat. I got so confused there, dude. My body just took a screenshot. Those games were wild. I'm very sad we didn't pull through that last game. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Why do you hate me, Forager? Why do you hate me? What did I do to you? Forager hates me. Chat, this is Mental Health Break. Make sure to go grab a snack, go grab a drink of water, go do your homework, go brush your teeth, whatever you gotta do to be healthy. We're gonna be in the Just Chatting screen for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll get back into Just Chatting. So we're not gonna get back into anything. I will be right back. I'm gonna go, make myself a snack real quick. I will be right back.
No, those are quotation marks. If you're gonna try to turn a statement against me, do it better. Ori hasn't seen Headmaster channel to my no leg. Sad face, he really hates us, chat. We all know that Ori can't read non-standard script.
What do you mean? You have a headache now? Oh no, that's not good. Anything that isn't a letter, comma, apostrophe, period, or question mark just doesn't register. Correct. Yep. Anything that is a letter or a number or punctuation just doesn't register. Hold on. I had another one. I have another ghost chat. I'm actually very happy. Or you just can't read, actually. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Interesting. A lot of stuff going on in there. Chat, how are you doing?
So Ori, my brother, Sil, and niece have come to visit overnight, so I might end up just leaving randomly. If I do, it's because they kidnapped me.
No, Forge, you have to kidnap them first. You bring them here. Make them join stream. Perfect.
Ori, you should see the birthday moth.
Read him off!
I realized I made a mistake in something.
What mistake?
Wait, is it Rain's birthday? I am good. I am
This
level
is
90
so
now,
cute.
yay. Fear me.
Level 90, let's go! Birthday
At
moth
Rex
is so
at
cute!
4:04 in 3
What the
hours,
fuck?
but yes.
Congrats on level 90! I love birthday moth so much. I apologize, chat. Give me just a second. I'm now
At
ranked 10 in the
stuff,
server.
I've been making fun of you for being a virgin all stream when I should have been offering to help solve that issue.
Petitions for B-Day Moth plushie to replace the Moth plushie for the duration of Rain's birthday. It's actually kind of funny. It's so cute, chat. It's so cute. It's in the Discord. It's in the art chat right
At
now.
Raini's
If you guys are
fouling
interested in seeing.
allergies.
Why are you going
I
to
can
die?
take it back.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No takes back. No takesies backsies. Yes, I stopped breathing. You don't need to breathe. People just say that. It's just it's an urban legend, really. It's a myth. Inquisitor just moth for birthday Rain. It makes me so happy. But I love it. So death is my fate. Fuck. Oh no. V Rising. I've heard of that game. I had Yami played that game. It seems cool. I actually played it for a little bit because
At Tyguy614
God, this is a story.
Okay.
There's a story. When Yami and I lived together, there was an old
At Raini's
redeem
fouling O.
that you could
How
redeem
about a
up to
pineapple
once
instead?
on either of our
It's
streams.
practically the same thing. You can take it for walks, you can pet it, and it'll care about you just as much as a cat would.
So funny. And Yami and I used to have a swap streams redeem where we would walk up, swap computers during stream, and they'd have to take over for 10 minutes. And you could redeem it a total of twice, the Yami swap. I forgot about the Yami swaps. I did too, honestly. That was such a wild time. It was so funny because both of us would be playing a game that the other has no idea how to play, and we both just like beat the shit out of our characters. And it'd be really
At
annoying.
Forager 56, what about a fly
And
on
we'd
a
be,
string?
I'd like come back and I'd be like, Yami, what the fuck did you do? And Yami would be like, Ori, what the fuck did you do? And at that was the only time I ever played V Rising was because I swapped streams with Yami. That's right. Oh my god, I forgot he broke Herb Lord I mean, doing what Fodder told him to do. God, no, fuck that RuneScape shit. That made me so mad. I didn't play RS3 after that. I was so oh, was it you? Oh, I thought it was Fodder. Hold on, give me just a second.
London W.
I contributed Ori's 90 unread DMs. Don't worry about it. I only have... Okay, never mind. Who must Pantheon reign for their birthday? Pantheon!
In dreams, you can breathe
Not knowing our world
underwater
rules,
if
I
you
think.
don't think
No, that's fair.
otherwise.
That's fair. And a lot of people didn't know, but like the rule was that I wasn't allowed to open my bank. And the problem what happened, so for anyone who plays RuneScape 3, you'll know why this is a problem. But what I was wearing, they put everything I had into the bank. And the rule was that I'm not allowed to open the bank. So what happened is because they put all of my items and all of my equipment into the bank, they put my dungeoneering ring in there. And dungeoneering was like one of the main methods that I got a lot of various forms of XP. And if you lose the dungeoneering ring, that's okay because you can claim a new one from the tutor. However, the tutor knows it's in my bank, which I'm not allowed to open. So I basically got soft locked out of dungeoneering. And there was the option that I could have just broken purity and just opened the bank anyways. I just really did not want to do that. That account had never pulled anything out of the bank before, and I wanted to keep it that way. So in order to continue, I would have to forever stop dungeoneering.
At Rainey's Fouling, it means Moth becomes part of the Pantheon.
Go Bert. Moth becomes part of the Pantheon? There's 9 Pantheon members. Sorry, there's 10 Pantheon members. God of the Tides, God of the Skies, Moth. There's Moth. God of Light is actually so cute. Wait, I fucking love that. Can you imagine walking up to the Pantheon and you just see like the statue of Moth with all 4 hands holding like 2 balls of sun? But it's like massive. It's like 100 feet tall.
I still need to know the god of the tides. The Radiance.
The Radiance, that's so dope. The god of the tides? Interesting. Moth, creator of light, lover of the dark. Lover of tight cabinet spaces. His name's Michael. He's a chill dude, enjoys surfing. You said the Radiant. Shh, that's a spoiler. Shh, spoilers, chat. A renowned closet dweller. Why be the god of the tides when you can be the god of moist sand? That's terrible. I hate that. Yo, what's up, Big Creek? How's it going? Chat, are you guys, how well do those Blood on the Clocktower games follow?
Moth
No,
goes
I
outside
disagree.
so Rain doesn't have to.
Someone made a joke earlier today that I grab grass from outside and I bring it inside so I can touch grass without leaving. Imagine being a god of inconvenience. That's the nickname for masterminds. Masters of inconvenience. Just don't get them mad. You'll have a heavy sinking feeling anytime you go near the ocean, then you just kind of sink. The god of tides is a fish with a fancy hat. The Clocktower is not easy to comprehend until the very end. I mean, hopefully, that's unfortunate. Hopefully it makes sense by the end at least. I mean, obviously when you're telling it, but
Hi, Rain,
I don't know.
how you
I've been
doing?
trying to find more ways to make Blood on the Clocktower like a little bit more digestible for people who aren't playing and who haven't been there before. And I'm absolutely doing my best. I don't know the best way to do that, but we're gonna figure it out. I made a mistake that probably has consequences. That's okay. That's kind of the nature of this kind of shit. Oopsies.
At Reichset404, I am planning to eventually read the dictionary up on every roll.
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. It's easier watching than playing, but it's still rather hard. Yeah, no, 100%. Playing Botsy is crazy. Playing Botsy is whack. Get sprayed, bozo. Fuck. Playing Botsy is wild. I could not explain anything like it. I may have missed it. Did you answer my question? Which question was it? No, I shouldn't have made the mistake though. Make more of them to overshadow the old ones. You know, like when your chest hurts, you just get punched in the face really hard, so you stop thinking about how bad your chest hurts. Easy peasy. Hi, good crying. Breath of the what? Have you seen the Headmaster channel? I looked at it. I haven't read all the way through it yet. But I am very curious as to what it says.
Is a hard game. I love it.
It is. It is a very hard game, and that is also
And
why I
then
love
when
it.
your face won't stop hurting you, break your arm to stop thinking about your face.
That's what you do. That's what you do. Just rinse and repeat until it's all better. You do something slightly wrong, you just have to respond by doing something really wrong, then
Coke
fixing it.
seems good.
Don't worry, Ty. What you're specifically talking about, there's a ton of ways around. You're completely fine. Botsy reminds me of the Zelda game with similar initials. Yeah. No, Botsy is Blood on the Clocktower. I assume you're talking about Tears of the Kingdom? Taki? I don't think anybody else calls it Botsy. I've never heard someone else called it Botsy. Maybe they do. I called it Botsy because it just made sense in my brain. But I think most people just shorten it to Clocktower. Oh. Botsy, Taki, Bot Dub. I didn't think about that one. Whenever I see an Ori period in chat, I realize that I've done something terribly wrong. Botsy reminds me of the death game Your Turn to Die a bit. What? That's phenomenal. I want that. The prequel? The prequel? The prequel? Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
I love Your Turn to Die.
Oh, it's... You need brain cells. I don't need nothing. Your Turn to Die. I thought it was Your Turn to Die a bit. And I was like, that sounds wild. Your Turn to Die? What is Your Turn to Die? People are getting excited over it. Whoa. This is not what I accept. This is not what I expected. This is very intriguing. This gives me Danganronpa vibes. Rain likes niche investigation games. Have you met Rain? Yes. Candarunes, you are amazing. Yes, fun death game. Tasty death games. My favorite. Absolute favorite. Oh, it's similar to Danganronpa. Okay, cool. No, I actually love that game.
I've not met Rain.
Go meet him. Bring him here while you're at it. I like the blue hair twink in that game. I don't think I've ever heard something more unsurprising come from you, Rain. All right, chat.
Yeah, I'm planning on it, Ori.
Perfect. Thank you, Rix. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Enjoy the kidnapping. Okay, chat. Today might be a little bit of a brainier stream.
Oh, the chaotic one.
Meet Rain and wish him a
Rain.
happy birthday. Today is the Compass Talk. So I'm gonna be fishing through the document a little bit.
At Kenturin, he's so sad.
The ones that a lot of you may have already seen before. Have a good one, Voyager! The one that a lot of you have probably seen at least some amount of already. But we're gonna be fishing through it a little bit, looking through it, and going over some of the concepts in it. Very evil, but understandable evil. But of course, that's really funny out of context. Oh, I love that. That makes me happy. I love that sky art. So if anybody doesn't know what the compass is, you'll have to let me know and we can kind of go over it. But TLDR, one of the big things that happened is that endos and exos have been renamed from roots to petals. And part of the reason for this is to Hollow Knight. Part of the reason for this was to kind of express the imagery of a rose, because the compass clarifies itself, or somebody's compass map is now called somebody's compass rose. Nobody forget that liking Ori is an officially documented indicator of autism. I'm glad to be this in the world now. Liking Ori is a solid indicator that you have autism. So yes, your compass map or your archetype, subarchetype, and pistol are called autism magnet. I'm not a masochist. Is called the compass rose. So if you're talking about somebody's entire full spread, that is called their compass rose. And for that reason, the endos and exos are now called
the
petals.
The implications of this are actually sad.
That's not good. That's not good. So that was the big portion of what happened. For if anybody's ever curious or wants more to see the literature on it or what the names of the archetypes are, you can always do !compass in chat or use the compass redeem full spread. What does that imply? Like if you're referencing somebody's super archetype, sub archetype, and their pistol, that's called a compass rose. The compass rose endorses all of that. Because the rose has wings as well, and that's one of the things that we'll talk about in a little bit.
I don't have patron access and don't have another way to view this, so this is the first time I am looking at this.
It's free in the Discord. Patreon is just a live updated one, but there's a PDF of it in the Discord. So endos, as a lot of people probably already know, there's the 3 types of endos. We've talked about this many a time, and then the 3 exos. Yep. This is the archetype chart that you guys just looked at. Trickster is technically not updated correctly in this.
And so decided to diagram all the base form compatibilities of the archetypes for fun, I think.
That's actually really cool. Pheno archetype, essentially, yeah. It actually states that Trickster is still intuitive but manipulative, which that is currently titled intuitive but apathetic. Rose is a better name, not gonna lie. That was kind of the goal. I feel like a lot of the compass excels through imagery. And I feel like having some imagery of that is probably a good idea, at least in my opinion. It's very possible that it could go through more changes similar to that. A lot of this information that you can find about the endos, the exos, and stuff like that are also in commands in the Discord. A lot of people watching right now have probably already read a lot of this. There's mild things that have been added, such as the approach to the exos. But with that in mind, just for a little bit of going over, Tempest is the red endo, the unstoppable force, competitive, combative. Proverb is leader, and their core desire is success. Trickster, which is the green endo. Depiction is the gatekeeper. Descriptors is intuitive, apathetic. Proverb is for the show, and core desire is affirmation. Ooh, that's actually probably not a bad idea. I'm gonna do that real quick. Thank you. There we go. Thank you very much. That was a good idea. When should I show up outside of your house unprompted, Rain? Lurk for power, Rix. Thank you so much. Be careful with flowery imagery. Some of them have connotations. You know, that's actually a really good point. Yellow is, or I'm sorry, Scholars, the yellow endo, infinite eyes, observant but gullible. So their proverb is support, and their core desire is understanding. These core desires are new and are not in the Discord and things like this. And this has been kind of a really fundamental piece of information that has been kind of building up a lot more of what the representation of the endos and the exos are. So a lot of people have probably gone through what are archetype shifts or things like that, where, you know, like people will start changing what archetype they feel like they are, or somebody who's been around the compass for a long time, including myself or Rain or anybody like that, will maybe change their opinion. It doesn't happen super often, but generally that's not because the person changed. That's usually because the compass shifted a little bit one way or another. Thank you for the lurk, Rix. I appreciate you. Aristocrat, which is the blue exo. Depiction is the warmth. Descriptors are approachable but melancholy. Their proverb is for the people, and their approach is empathetic. Purple, you have depiction is the answer. Descriptors are practical but judgmental. Proverb is the job, and their approach is clinical. And then you have constructs, which are the orange exo, the immovable object, analytical but complacent. Their proverb is top of class, and their approach is analytical. So what the proverbs do specifically, the proverbs are meant to be attached to each other. So if you go down to the archetypes, you can take the captain, and you can smash both of their proverbs together, and it says leadership is my job. Mastermind is designed for leadership. Executive, I'm sorry, I apologize. Executive is leadership is my job. A leader for the people is captain. So on and so on. You can smash all their proverbs together. A show for the people, the show is my job, the best in show. Support for the people, support is my job, supporting the best. So on and so on. Are the blurbs puzzles or placeholders? Are you talking about these guys? The text prompts, the little text boxes, or are you talking about something else? This section right here, archetypes. So from archetypes all the way to the top of pressures. Oh, no, those aren't mysteries. XXXXX is what I use, so I can control F and figure out where there's something more I need to write. So the X's just means that it's not completed yet. I use specifically that prompt so that I can control F and find all the places where I need to add more information. These are going to get pretty heavily added to. I want to be able to build more interpretation and more examples for each of the archetypes,
I got
for each of the
myself
endos,
the
and for
most
each of the exos.
knowledge-based, I think, Linux distro, Nixos. What does that make me?
Probably genius.
LOL.
Large is a very close connotation, so you've seen people overlook them. Even if you're right, you should still be careful. I mean, that's fair. But hopefully being able to add a lot more. I mean, there's a little bit of a blurb right here, but I feel like if you were just reading the document, if you were to only read the document, it would not give you a lot of information on what these different archetypes mean, what the endos means, and what the exo means. Now, part of that's going to happen right here, because the way that I've imagined the Compass documentation is probably a lot less scholarly than what most documentation of this variety would the way that would come. But I imagine these as comic panels. Like, you have this, like, scholarly text, right, that is, you know, describing the compass and everything like that. But then you have these interactions between the 6 clones and these actual characters that represent their roots. And they combine together to make archetypes, right? So, for instance, you have Tori and Orion communicating here together. And my goal for that is, like I said, is to make, like, kind of these comic panels that are a little bit more immersive, that are a little bit of a tension remover, because it's not fun to read a textbook, you know what I mean? So adding a little bit of flair to it, adding a little bit of representation to it, giving a little bit of the narrative aspect of what the compass is, I feel like would be very important and very helpful in my opinion. So that's kind of how I imagine this, like lots of little art pieces, lots of diagrams, something to keep it a little bit more impactful and, like I said, immersive in the way of reading. So that's kind of the thought process of how this book will actually end up.
Is there a link in the Discord for the doc?
There is. It is in Compass announcements, I believe. Let me double check to make sure I'm correct about that. Compass info. There is no announcements. Yes, you can download the PDF version. The live editable copy is on Patreon. So, pressures. So a lot of people already know what pressures are, but for anyone who doesn't know, there's 3 types: executional pressure, computational pressure, and social pressure. These are either exerted or accepted by an endo or an exo, respectively. So, for instance, red endos or Tempest endos will exert executional pressure, whereas purple exos will accept executional pressure. They'll process it in some way. So you can take any archetype and you can smash their pressures together. Executional pressure is basically the do right now. It's impulsiveness and spontaneity. Purples are the best at processing that, and usually the way that I describe this is like handing someone a I want to do this right now, and a purple handing back an organized list of what to do, or the most efficient way to go about it. Social pressures is kind of more the walk into the room, become a part of a conversation, lock you into a conversation, that variety. Greens exert that, blues accept that. They're the best at processing that information. Computational pressure is the yellow and orange one, and computational pressure is basically the curiosity, the want for knowledge, the consistency or tenacity, I think, is a big part of this, right? It's being consistent, it's being persistent about a specific topic. If you're curious about it, you really, really, really want to know. These matter a lot. Even outside of what the pressures mean by themselves, understanding what endo matches what exo pressure-wise is very, very important. Because it's kind of a core fundamental aspect to how the compass functions. For instance, this is the way that these are colored. So yellow-orange, which is genius, green-blue, which is performer, and red-purple, which is executive, are called chorus archetypes. Yo, Ribs and Grim, how's it going? Both of these, how's it going? Welcome in. It's hello, hello, hello. Chorus archetypes are kind of not a fundamental portion, but they're a very unique form of archetype.
Hello. PLS called me Mystic.
Mystic? Okay. Scopes. Scopes is something that was not talked about very much before the documentation came out. This has been a part of the compass for a long, long time, but it was never really talked about all that much. There was 9 rooms in the basement that described this. However, they were never described why or what they were about. Hello! So basically, the way that it works, and I'm going to use this diagram as an example, is if you have a certain exo or a certain perspective, you have a scope around you. And there's a way that I want to introduce this that's might be a little bit different from how the documentation explains it. So essentially, a blue scope is narrow but very deep, right? And an orange scope, as it shows, is very wide but very shallow. What this represents, hypothetically, brought that up recently, the scope stuff. Gotcha. I meant to do this yesterday, but I've obviously forgotten. What's that? Thanks for following, Ty. Much appreciated. Oh, what's your follow age? You must have been following for a long time. Purple, of course, is in the middle of this. And what this scope is representing, this is not a physical scope. This is kind of a importance proximity, right? So orange scopes will care about a ton of ground, a ton of people, a ton of different things, but only a much smaller amount, right? They will find less significance in any individual, but they will find significance over a lot more area. Whereas a blue is the opposite of this, where they will find a lot of significance in a small area, if that makes sense. Executive was perfect cylinder because red is purple pressure. Yep.
This.
If you have any questions,
out on my couch. What are we doing? More Ori nerd rant? Epic.
That is correct. I'll actually explain the shaping of it because it was an old philosophy that is still kind of held suspended in air right now. And I'll explain the shaping behind them. So the person who sees people as whole but not as individual. It depends because there's kind of two different ways to say that mean opposite things. So generically, when we talk about blues versus oranges or the visual stimulus, if you will, one of the examples I usually give is that when you show somebody a water bottle, a blue will see a bottle of water, whereas an orange will see a stopper, a vessel, and a fluid, right? That is to say that oranges are going to mechanically tear things apart. They're going to understand the finer features, but it's going to take a lot more time and be a lot harder to process all of that information. Whereas blues are going to accept it as its entire image, right? They're better at getting a fluid understanding of something, even if they don't understand the inner machinations of it. That's not a literal example. I'm not saying that every orange can't see a water bottle, right? But that's just an example of how to describe that. So seeing something as it is, quote unquote, can either be, I keep failing, can either be understanding its inner machinations, or it can be seeing it as a fluid image. Whichever one of those is more accurate should probably tell you. Blues are the fluid image, oranges are the tear it apart. Hi dog streamer, how's it going? Welcome in. For example, one of the things that I say, I'm orange, and one of the things that I always say is, I like my toys torn apart. I like to break them down and understand how they work rather than have the full toy. Love Compass Friends. I still don't fully know what I am, but I think genius. I've heard green leans too, so I don't know. You can be a genius with a green lean, and we're going to get into that here in just a second. Hi, dog streamer. Gangling. Ribs, I love you. If you have any questions or you want to understand it, you're always free to ask. But otherwise, lurk for power, and I appreciate you being here. Abstraction is useful. Knowing the fundamentals lets you do what's unintended. And that's kind of probably a good way to put it in literality, is I think that oranges speak in literality where blues speak in abstract. Or at least more so than the other, right? In comparison to one another. So Mastermind is the doggy who tears and dissects their toys apart. Listen. But basically, what matters about the scope is A, what size it is, and B, where it's positioned. Now, originally, I can't remember if this says exos or if it says perspectives. I do believe it says
Will do
exo.
Eventually. I plan on trying to come back more socially and maybe ask for help navigating Utopia Blood Trail.
Do it! Please! I would love to have you here, Ribs. I miss you. Woke up early to take part in the Utopia session and turned out it's canceled. No! That's so unfortunate, dog streamer. I'm so sorry to hear that. When it comes to, I'm actually going to pull up Photoshop for this because I want to be able to draw this. Oh no, goodbye to moderation capabilities, London. Okay, let's pop this out real quick. Oh. Oh. Let me remodel it real quick. I feel like I've never seen another chat where you have to worry about being demodded so often. Okay, so for scopes, we have, of course, we have the blue scope. which is deep. You have the purple scope, which is medium, and then you have the orange scope, which is wide but shallow. And I probably should have colored these better, but we'll just go like this. Orange, purple, and blue. Now, when it comes to positioning, there is a different way that each endo will place their scope, quote unquote. Now, again, this is not in literality, so it's really hard to describe exactly what this means. This is kind of an abstract concept, but I will do my best. So generally what will happen is, if you imagine that there's an objective right here, this is a goal or objective. This is, to me, this is a very fluent thing, right? This is something that happens that might change regularly. For instance, your objective may change over time, so your scope might move around a lot. When it comes to scopes, and a red will place their scope on the objective, right? So their scope will be centered around their objective. There's a really interesting concept behind reds and yellows that I'm going to explain after this. Greens will generally center their scope on themselves, and I'm also going to describe what that means, because it's probably not what it sounds like. Whereas a yellow...
How many topics have you looked at out of curiosity? I sure have looked.
Topics in what instance? So... Yellows will place their scope on top of somebody else. So there's a lot of different ways that you can overlap. There's a lot of different ways that you can go about doing all of this. However, take a note that there's a lot of times where you either are or are not inside your own scope. So a lot of that to me means that you can take yourself onto a lacking significance. You can consider yourself insignificant either substantially or by accident. By exiting your own scope. So for instance, the way that I usually like to describe this is a captain is very, very often going to be outside of their own scope. And the reason for that is because their scope is really small. And it also points at an objective, right? So they're going to throw their scope out and it's not going to reach very far. So it's going to be very common that they're outside of their own scope. And the way that I usually describe this is
myself insignificant. My specialty.
So very often or very commonly, they'll be outside of it. And you kind of get that impulsive nature, right? So you get that nothing can kill me / if it does kill me, I wasn't considering that in the first place, so it doesn't matter. There's no consequences. Reds are often going to succumb to this if they throw their scope out far enough. Now, a mastermind, in this case, which is the orange red, is going to be the least common red endo to do this, right? So if you're a mastermind, then your scope has to be thrown out really far in order for you to exit it. Oranges in general, realistically, oranges are very often going to be able to put themselves in their scope because it's so large, right? If you run for your money on that matter, that's not good, you guys. That's not good.
OFC, I care about myself. I view the world from myself.
And that's kind of part of the interpretation behind this, right? I'm not trying to say this is like an egocentric way, because everybody's egocentric, right? And I don't mean egotistical, I mean egocentric, meaning you can only ever see the world through your own eyes. However, we do have our own focus point, and there is a logistical reason to have your focus point centered on yourself, and it's to avoid this problem, right? By centering it on yourself, you don't succumb to this, where you exit your own scope. You are unaware of where you're walking. It's kind of like having a light 20 feet down the tunnel, but not being able to see your own footsteps, versus having a lantern in your hand, right? Yellows can succumb to this problem in a really interesting way, right? So for instance, you could have your scope centered on somebody else. Let's say, for instance, very often the example comes up as a romantic partner. So yellows will center their scope on a romantic partner. Everything's fine because they're in such close proximity to each other. However, as they begin to tear apart from each other, if they begin to produce space or less proximity between each other, they can begin to lose themselves because they're running out of their own scope, or this person is dragging it with them, per se. Now, yellows will likely, kind of like the red does, move between. That's not to say you only have one scope on one person at any given time. That's also not to say you can't have a scope on yourself. You are still a person, right? However, it does mean that you can lose yourself very easily if you're not careful. How do I say it? There is no way to make sure chatbot doesn't read a message. It is completely random and they check every message, unfortunately. So this is roughly how scopes work. Now, one of the interesting conundrums that have popped up is the total volume of the scope. Now, if you imagine the way that this is supposed to work physically is that no matter what scope you have, whether it be, you know, skinny and narrow or whatever, they're supposed to both have the same amount of volume, equal volume. That is to say that, let's say it's, I'm going to use math terms here. Let's say it's 100 units cubed. So we have 100 cubic units inside both of these scopes. If you were a blue, you'd still have 100 cubic units. If you were an orange, you'd still have 100 cubic units. It's just shaped differently. However, there is an assumption, and one of my curiosities was if this was based on perspective. So for instance, if we had let's grab a captain, sub, inquisitor. So if we had a captain, sub, inquisitor, then of course we know that they are going to center their scope on their objective, and there's a very strong likelihood that they will be outside of it. So let's say it's all the way out here. Hold on, deep scope. Okay, so their scope's way over here, right on their objective. However, with the way that the perspectives work, because they have a purple perspective, we could imagine for a second that perhaps there is an amount of volume that is based on the perspective. Or maybe it's a little bit more nuanced than that, right? Maybe this perspective modifies, like maybe this is, you know, 100 units, but this is 150 units. Or maybe it's vice versa, where they are swapped between each other and there's less units in the orange. Or maybe there is less units, but even more fundamental, like, empathy, quote unquote, if you will. More empathy, or considered a more viscous fluid, I guess. There's a lot of ways that we can kind of run this through and things like that. But the ultimate volume of it, I have a personal consideration that probably changes based on the perspective. I think yellows don't necessarily focus on people, but on puzzles. So a math problem where they're bills or people they won't understand. In my experience, it's been attached to a person.
Yep, that's mine. Had to cancel because the table is sort of balanced to at least have 4 players. Might even consider 3 with some rebalances.
So it's very possible that a purple perspective will have a medium empathetic and medium volume, if that makes sense. An orange perspective, if I were to assume it in any given way, I would say it probably has the most volume, but the least empathy when it comes to that. Blue would have the most volume, but the most empathy when it comes to that, if that all makes sense. I'm not 100% positive if this is the case, but this is kind of how I've represented it up to this point. That makes sense. Yellow very much seem to have a person or group that they focus on. And that's been my experience with it as well. And it may not be super obvious how that happens, but it's basically to say that you're going to consider their problems very significantly, right? So any issues that they come up with, anything that would enter their scope, or specifically their scope if they were green, more simply, would also enter your scope at virtually the same time. Or at least the moment you become aware of it, you'll care about it like they care about it. All hypothetical, but you get the gist. One of the reasons that would make it tough if they did, for instance, like, so yellows are more group focused. Yes, precisely.
I just don't think so, just cause I've known some yellows who were in a lot of isolation and focused on work.
You can still center it on yourself. I think that's the big part of it, right?
Does it have to be depending on the scope how big the units are? What if individuals just have different inherent capacities no matter the scope?
Well, that's part of the question, is if that's what perspective is measuring.
Show me the dog see.
Part of the question, because if you've ever seen the full compass rose, you'll know that there's a super archetype and then there's a sub archetype. So on an archetype, you have the, let me go ahead and draw this out again. Oh, Piper, you're gonna be very in the way for this. I love you. This is terrible. The closest people I think I am close to, I wouldn't consider myself attached to or whatnot. And there's a lot of ways to consider that, and that's one of the reasons I was a little bit struggling when it comes to the scope situation, is because it's very non-literal. It's a very abstract concept. Attachment does not necessarily mean regression is also possible. Attachment does not necessarily mean they are not within your scope, right? You can be unattached from something. I don't want to lose people. Nobody wants to lose people, right? It doesn't matter who they are. It doesn't matter where your scope is. You don't want to lose people close to you. However, that doesn't always mean that a lack of attachment means that they are within or not within your scope. That possibly could be that you just don't have a strong attachment, which is what an orange exo scope is trying to say. It's that your attachment just doesn't end up going that deep in total. Isn't a compass rose also the name of the map direction indicator? Yeah. So if we had a super archetype, let's say it is, we'll go back to the captain sub inquisitor example. So we have a captain sub inquisitor. Piper, you really are making this difficult. That also means that you have a green pistol, but we can get into that later. If this was the case, right? This here is the endo. This right here is the exo. This is called a lean. And this is called a perspective.
I think people also have some control over the depth of their scope somewhat, just in people's ability to adapt.
Oh, absolutely. However, there's a lot of questions to how that happens mechanically, right? And it's not really a question of are people able to modify themselves in some way, because it happens quite regularly, right? People are able to manifest changes into themselves. The question is, how permanent are those changes? How much control do they have? And how do they do it? That is usually the curiosity that I come to. And this is called a pistol. Spelled with an I, not an O. How attached to them out of 10? I would say 3 to 4 at most. And that's fair. And honestly, that's kind of how I would describe oranges in a lot of cases. Not to say every orange is that way. And that's the hardest part, is that the compass is relative, which is its own chapter, so we'll get into that in a little bit. So what we're trying to say here is that the endo will decide where your scope is placed, and the exo will describe what shape the scope takes on. The volume, and this is part of the question, is the volume based on your perspective? Or, otherwise, maybe it's not, and maybe your volume changes just with life experience or what have you, with maturity, whatever it may be, and your scope just changes based on which one you go to, right? Because you can regress and slowly lose part of it. So like, for instance, if you were to endo regress, it would mean that you basically run out of red and you would act like a lover. Or if you were to exo regress, in this case, you would lose your blue and you would act like an executive. These are called wings. So basically, it's the way that these two archetypes interact with each other. Those are called wings. So the wings of a Captain Sub-Inquisitor is executive and lover. Hopefully any amount of that made sense. But that's kind of part of the question. Does your scope change shape just based on whether or not your exo regressed, or does it stay the same based on your exo and the volume is depicted by your perspective? Honestly, saying it out loud, I'm kind of thinking that it was probably the former. Anyways, have more of a distribution where the further from the center of the distribution, the harder it is for a person to be in that scope.
Is masking also defined under regression, or is that a whole other thing?
It is talked about, but it's in the wings. So one of the things, and that's kind of one of the, so in regression, there's literally, like, in hypotheticals, it's another set of hypotheticals because we don't know which one is true. There's potential options, but we're not really positive which is which, and they don't coexist with each other. So it's kind of one of those, out of each set of two, only one can be true. Masking has possibilities. There's possibilities for masking. How much have you tested with hypotheses versus trying to make them? What do you mean by make them? So scopes, again, are kind of an interesting abstract concept that are really hard to elaborate in a meaningful way without having any form of example, right? It is a complete abstraction. There's no tangibility to it. There's no like recognition of it. However, it's just a concept that has made sense up to this point. If successfully described, what's up, Trash? How's it going? Welcome in, buddy. Coming up with the compass versus trying to verify it. Verification is not any easy task because the compass works completely qualitatively, which means there's no way for me to functionally prove that it is always true. There's only statistical normality, and everything the compass has done is based on statistical normality. It means that we've smashed this bitch across a wall a ton of times, and it has either virtually never failed or it has rarely failed. Unless you get into this red section, and then that means we have no idea yet. This information feels vetted. So if it's in black, it means that it is information that has been considerably vetted, or it's something that has showed extreme patterns. Red means that this feels right, or it's a hypothesis, but we don't know that it's true yet. I have an example of scope. Gimme. So now we're getting into the hypotheticals. Now we're into the hypotheticals of what we're not 100% positive about. Numbers for what? It would depend what you mean by numbers.
Interesting.
But with all of that in mind, when coding, I go from more purple scope to a more orange scope. I have to imagine the program has more of its parts, whereas purple, I can imagine how the program functions. That is a really good example, actually. Are you an orange perspective? Because you've talked about being a blue perspective, and every single time you said that to me, I was like, what the Sigma sauce am I hearing? This is a whole ass dealio. This is the documentation for this model right here, which is called the compass model. And it's basically a fictional and non-fictional personality descriptor. So, it's a whole bucket of juice, I'm gonna be honest. The video, yeah. So this is all of like the in the woodworks thinking behind the compass. And that's the big thing. This is the big thing that I should clarify. The entire compass model is a hypothetical, right? It is a conceptual design. This is not like me throwing science at you, right? This is a hypothetical design. The goal of the compass is to create a mathematically distinct model that does not attach to people, and then to attach people to it, because if the model interacts with itself in a cohesive way, and you can successfully attach people to it, you can use that as a pattern to watch how people work. That was a really weird way to explain that. Thank you, Trash. I might just be orange perspective, just a hunch, completely out of the blue, I know. God damn it, London. Okay, so core philosophies. This is a really important part and has become one of the most controversial parts. The real reason why core philosophies as a chapter exists is because this is us stating that whether or not this is true, I would not be able to confirm that. However, this entire document will be based on the idea that these are true. So we are assuming that these are the case. If you can disprove an assumption, it's very possible it will break something within the compass. Numbers for statistics, wouldn't expect it right now, just throwing out the question. I don't think I have them on me. A lot of the compass, in like the first year of its development, did not receive any records, right? Or anything like that. Because, and one of the reasons that we haven't done a lot of recording
I'm really impressed with your ability to work on a project for a long periods of time. Not only you made a really cool TTRPG, but it also seems you put a lot of effort and time into the compass research. I wish I had that sort of dedication.
I appreciate you a lot, Dog Streamer. Thank you very much. You guys are amazing. And having you guys here to listen to me yap for like 7 hours a day is a very motivating factor. I will give you that much. It's really nice to have you guys. If you need an example, you can use me as the captain archetype, since that's what I am. Yes, definitely. Ty, the most captain-y captain to ever captain. The concept behind this is that if you can break an assumption in core philosophies, it will assume that it's going to
autistic people yap.
It will assume to break the compass itself as well, because the compass is relying on these assumptions.
On the compass. It good learning.
We can't really take a sample because finding people's archetype is more of a fun kind of bias. It is. And that's the important part because there's no assessment right now. If there was an assessment, I would take numbers. I have like vague numbers in my mind, but they're not recorded and they're not written and things like that. Right now, it is simply a little toy in a box for people to play with and fuck around with. And that's why this documentation exists in such a rough format right now, so that people can look at it and tear it apart and go, that doesn't make sense. Because I can't explain all of the compass in one stream and hope that everybody caught it. I can't explain the entire compass in one video and hope everybody got it. However, I can put the documentation down, ask you guys what you think, how transparent it is for you, and things like that, and we can figure it out from there. You know what I mean? Hopefully any of that makes sense. So there's not a ton of numbers and there's not a ton of record keeping. It's still just a hypothetical model right now. And it's me asking you guys, what do you think? How does this, transcribe to you? Until there's an actual assessment, an assessment would require to be proved itself. Absolutely. And that's kind of the thing, is that in my opinion, and this is a potentially controversial opinion, so take it with a grain of salt, and also don't hate me for it, or do. Psychology is, by definition, I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but it is, by definition, as far as I see it, a pseudoscience. And I don't mean that in the way that is bad or that is wrong or that is false or that is unhelpful. It is, in fact, all of those things. It's great. It's extremely helpful. It's a really, really important. When we get into neuroscience, it's different. But psychology itself is not physically provable via the scientific method, because in order for something to be proven by the scientific method, it has to be able to have consistent, exact results every single time. And psychology can't do that. It's not a pseudoscience because it's wrong. It's a pseudoscience because it's too complicated to measure. So psychology, as we know it, needs to be done through things like statistics. Even if a model was good for its use, trying to test it could go wrong. And that's the hard part about it, right? Just like that, the compass is not a quantitative system. The results will not be the same every time. And the compass is being designed trying to keep that in mind. And that's exactly what this next chapter is. People are complicated, right? So I'm gonna actually read an excerpt from this. There are too many different ways a person can behave and exist, and to an even larger degree when considering how people may change over time. No system will be perfect in dictating a person's identity, personality, or natural habits. The compass is aware of that and respects that fact. However, the compass is designed specifically to summarize a person while still respecting their granular individuality and expression. The compass is not made to define a person, it's made to help understand them or to aid in one's introspection. That's basically what that's meant to mean. Psychology isn't pseudoscience. There are some things analytically measured consistently.
It's just that usually you can be decently certain.
And okay, let me say, I'm saying this with a lot of scrutiny here. And pseudoscience also might have taken a much more political terminology than what I meant for it to. And by that I mean I think the meaning of pseudoscience may have shifted, or I could be using the wrong term here. What I mean by that is that in physics, you can repeat the same thing the same way and it'll have the same result every time. Psychology is not like that. It's not that simple. It's not that easy. Psychology is extremely difficult. There are things that can be analytically measured consistently. In my experience, and you're free to correct me if I'm wrong here, but in my experience, that's usually down to neurology. So we're kind of exiting psychology and entering neurology when that happens. Because those things are chemical, you can measure all those things. You can measure hormone changes, you can measure all of those things. But when it comes to something so wide scope, as saying, how people interact with other people, there's no common consistency that's going to happen every single time. And that's what makes it a non-scientific method proven. You can't prove it with the scientific method is probably the best way to say that. Anyways, continuing on. In physics, the result vary by minimal margin because of error. Psychology can have some error as well. No, and that is true. I think that the kind of, and I guess this is kind of like the argument between a physicist and a psychologist, right? And I feel like we can end up in a rabbit hole. But I think you're correct. I think you are correct about that. Both of them have a margin for error. I guess my argument... you can do that in physics most of the time anyway. There will always be other factors. No, you're totally fine, Dog Sugar. That wasn't too aggressive. There are always other factors, but there's an equation that you can create that will create an assumed path that is correct every time as long as you can control enough of it to make it match the math, right? Psychology is, I guess, technically still like that. And both of your points, yes, it is still like that to some extent. I guess I'm just saying it's to a greater margin. No, you guys actually do both have a point. It came through in my head at process. I kind of get where you're coming from. I understand what you mean by that. Strong consideration. Pseudoscience, I think, refers to theories that don't even try to be provable. Whatever the experiment you do and its result, a pseudoscience will claim it's correct. And that's not what I meant. That is not what I was trying to say. I don't mean like last Thursdayism type pseudoscience. I just mean provable via scientific method is more so what I was trying to elaborate. So if that is correct, then I retract my statement and I apologize. Personal relativity. Personal relativity is a really important part of the compass and probably one of the hardest portions to explain, right? So the reason why this is in here is because it's very common that I hear, you know, oranges are analytical and purples are clinical or practical and blues are empathetic. That does not mean you can't be a blue and analytical. You can still be both of those things. And this is what makes things really difficult. Pseudoscience, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. I guess if you took it in extreme literality, it's possible to call it a pseudoscience, but honestly, I think it's just fair not to. I don't think it's necessary to call it that, and I do apologize for calling it that. Regardless of whether or not that is elaboratable, I'm not too concerned about it. The point is I'd rather just not use that term. When it comes to personal relativity, it is important to be aware that the compass can only measure what you would have been otherwise, right? It's not comparing you to another person. So when it comes to like if you're a purple and I'm an orange, right? That doesn't mean that I'm more analytical than you. It means that analysis should come more naturally to me, hypothetically, but experience, it does not state experience. It doesn't state what you've practiced, what you've lived through. So you can absolutely live a life in which you become more analytical than me.
If the scientific method is applicable, then it's a science even if the probability of being corrected is comparatively low to other sciences.
That's fair. That's very understandable. I think that this is even something that's really difficult for me to describe when it comes to personal relativity. I'm sure a lot of people know what I've heard people say that they know what I mean by that, but it's really hard to describe in a clinical manner that is, you know, descript and non-negotiable, I guess. It is to say that the compass should not be designed to compare one person to another, right? Just because you have these natural responses, just because you have these, you know, these ways that you may behave or these ways that you want to interact with the world, doesn't mean that is how you interact with the world. It doesn't mean that you didn't practice or create or manufacture some form of behavior. I do that. I do that quite a bit. I manufacture my behavior quite regularly, which means that if you were to take my personal facade and try to use the compass on it, you'd probably say I was a performer or a captain, which is very often what I hear. Have a good one, Ty. I appreciate you. Suffering is relative. This is a really interesting one.
Listening cause I don't have a thought on this sob.
I appreciate you, Trash. If you ever have any questions, like I said, we're really in the woodworks right now. Suffering is relative, and this is a really interesting one, and also potentially controversial, so I want to be careful around this. The compass is a guide, not a constraint. If you live against how the compass says you will, you can easily succeed. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's a really important thing, right? That's a part of individuality. That's an important part of individuality and expression, is being whoever you want to be, right? Thank you for the spray. I appreciate it. If you want to act like a blue, you can. You absolutely can. Nothing is stopping you. The compass is realistically only derived from what the compass thinks will be a difficult form of communication for you when it comes to speaking to someone else, right? So like, for instance, if I'm an orange and you're a blue, it does not mean that I am more analytical than you, and it does not mean that you are more empathetic than me, at least not innately. However, it will say that statistically chances probably are that that is the case, but it will also say that we probably see the world in two different ways. And the goal is to measure and quantify what those ways are, so we can kind of skip past that point. We can skip past the miscommunication that would come from assuming that we're on the same page, or it would put us on the same page faster if we were to assume that we're not. Hopefully that makes sense. Like I said, a lot of this is like very, very like raw thought process. So some of it may be misaccurate or inaccurate. Some of it may be not stated correctly or in a way that's really awkward. That's why I'm trying to make the document, because the document gives me a moment to kind of sit down, look at it, and find a way to communicate it that makes sense. It works very well with fictional characters. Currently, the compass system has helped me try more different characters in RPG. I love that. And that is a huge, important part of the compass. And that's one of the biggest ways that it is navigated, right? Is it's fictional and non-fictional. So if it works well, if it does its job right...
Welcome to stream, JGBPL.
Welcome to stream indeed. Thank you so much for being here, by the way. I appreciate you. If it does its job well, it should allow you to immerse yourself into your character experience better. Or even better, use your character as a reference to learn something. Something that your character got to experience that you did not. Either because, you know, it's okay to kill people in a TTRPG
Welcome.
and it's not okay to kill people in real life, probably. So, thank you for the upload, Jellybean! So, suffering is relative. The important thing that's stated here is basically saying that pain, the same... One instance of pain will interact differently on two different people, right? We both have different pain tolerances, we both have different pain sensitivities, and these expand and contract based on how often we go through suffering, right? So something can be traumatic to me that is not traumatic to you because you've already been through worse. You know what I mean? You've been through worse. If you've been through something worse than I have on a regular basis and I've never experienced anything close, something can very easily be traumatic to me that's just another day for you. Or vice versa, or in whatever capacity. So that is to say that it's not fair to take any one instance and call it painful or not painful, at least not in literality. Brings up the no broken bones theory. I don't know what that is, but I have an assumption on what that means. And I would actually like to hear what that means. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, so please elaborate if you will.
Essentially, this theory explains that people who don't break their bones in their life experience more emotional trauma as opposed to physical trauma.
That's not what I expected that to mean. That's wild.
TwitchCon hype bang bounce curs ill at cool cat we did that su timber.
What's up, Big Creek? That's really interesting.
Nice fouling you, it's rough.
Huh. I'm curious by where that came from. So, with that in mind, the next assumption, and probably the most controversial one that I've heard so far, or at least the one that was most publicly disagreed on, feels like a too broad theory to be true. Bones can't be the deciding factor for that. No, but it could be. I mean, I'm not saying it is. I mean, I don't necessarily subscribe to that assumption either. However, it is possible that they're both symptoms of something that can only happen one way or the other. I'm not saying it is, but it's possible to be that way, right? Where you have, if you turn left, then this happened. If you turn right, then that happens. Most things in life are not that black and white, but yada yada. So the super controversial chapter on the compass. Maturity is homogeny. Okay, this one had some disagreements. So basically what maturity is homogeny is stating is that if you were to take the maximum amount of maturity, and this is not well stated here, but what I mean by this is in a non-human radicality, right? To the point of where an actual human will never be. If you were to reach maximum maturity beyond human possibility, you would have a ton of humans that are exactly the same as each other. And the reason why it states this, or the reason why it defines it this way, is because maturity to the compass is basically reaching the optimal form of communication. And what it's stating is that the optimal form of communication is meeting an average line. So if we were to take every single person ever and map all their characteristics out on a chart, you would take the most average form of that characteristic, and that would be a part of mature. That would be the social norm, if you will. So the perfect or most average person is also the most mature person, because they are the closest to every single possible point on the graph, which means they are the most communicable to the largest number of people. So if everyone were to be on that line, there would be no lack of communication. There would be nothing to really have to communicate about technically, because all questions would be answerable in assumption that we are all the same. I don't think maturity is full homogeny, just that maturity tends towards homogeny. And that's kind of part of it, right? And part of the conversation that went to that is there's obviously a lot of different ways that you could say that this is not true. One of them is by defining maturity in a different way, which is absolutely fair. This is stating that this is how the compass treats maturity, right? When it says maturity, this is what it's talking about. It's like absolute zero is hypothetical. No, and that's completely fair.
So,
that's a really good point.
Maturity is like perfection. Interesting idea.
Precisely. Now, if you look at the compass, it kind of works like a pyramid, right? If you were to learn the compass in layers, you see, the 3 endos and the 3 exos. There's 6 total concepts. If you were to take that, you can take the archetypes, and then you add 9 more concepts. If you were to go down a level, then you get the sub-archetypes. You have 216 concepts. You have the pistols that kind of already overlap with that. It adds a little bit of complexity, whatever. And then you have the scopes and all the other fundamental things that the compass is resting on. So what it's talking about is that maturity to an extent is kind of like lopping off the top of that pyramid. If you were to act as your completely matured archetype, right? You would be disguising the information behind it. You're disguising your sub-archetype, because maturity means being as normal as possible or as average as possible. So by fronting with your super archetype, by putting your super archetype first, you are dissecting away a ton of the information about you. That is a lack of expression. You are removing expression from yourself in order to be something that there's only 9 of, right? This is a natural behavior or phenomenon that the compass is considering right now. If it's not true, that's okay. Then we'll remove this and we'll fix everything. However, this is the current consideration that the compass is taking. No, perfection is a green timeline. Greens are perfect. We knew this, though. Hi, Point Sage, how's it going? We are working on the compass document. So if you've ever heard of the compass, this is an extremely complex portion of it. There's a ton of conversations you'll be able to interact with without knowing the compass. But this is definitely getting into the complex woods and weeds of the compass. If you ever need to see the compass model, it's right there on screen, or you can use the command. Hey, what's up, Snow Mew? Have a good night. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lurk for power. Hawkups. Welcome back to tuning back in. So that's maturity is homogeny. I'm not saying that it is true, but like I said, it is saying it is something that the compass has considered to be true in its development. Higher level compass theory. Okay, the compass rose. And this was another big part of it that we have talked about a few times at the beginning of the stream. The compass rose is basically your entire personal mapping.
At the point Saj, they are using 100% of their brain RN.
So your super archetype is, I'm going to throw the compass model on screen again. Your compass archetype is these, right? So your super archetype is usually one of these 9 things: captain, executive, mastermind, performer, conductor, maestro, lover, inquisitor, or genius. This is the most superficial point, and it's the one that kind of takes most of the, thanks so much for the alert, Snowmew, I appreciate it. This is the one that takes the brunt force of your environment, right? This is the thing that you show to the world. This is the thing that you are in a day-to-day life, unless you don't. We can get into that later. Sub-archetype is what I lovingly call your backup personality, right? So it's another archetype, and the only restriction is that it can't have the same endo. So, Photoshop time. Let me go ahead and draw out the archetypes in a really terrible fashion. Green, green, green. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Blue, blue.
Is there a way for me to see what type of archetype we are?
That is something that we're going to talk about. Not currently, or at least not officially. Right now, it's completely peer-reviewed system. That'll change in the future, though, if everything goes well. So, if we were to say, obviously we know Captain, Executive, Mastermind, Performer, Conductor, Maestro, Lover, Inquisitor, and Genius. Anyone got a relation diagram or whatever of all the assumptions and the things based on them? Not a relation diagram, no. There's still the documentation available for free if you want to find it in the Discord. You can get the updated live version on Patreon if you'd like. But no one has made a diagram, at least not that I'm aware of. You can follow our video with us when the time comes. Is there a way for me to see what type archetype we are? That is in the process, and I'll go over that today because it is a big undertaking. It is a very big undertaking. So if we were to consider, we imagine that we have the big archetype, right? That's your super archetype. You have a sub archetype, and then you have what's called a pistol. So,
Ori, you know how orange is the immovable object.
Yes.
I think that might be a bit incorrect. Purple is more immutable while orange can be compromised because they see things as interchangeable. Blues would be against compromise but vulnerable to value they see as abstractly greater.
I honestly think you're probably right about that. Now, I think that more often than not, oranges are perceived as an immovable object because it can be hard to tell how to move them. Not because they're actually immovable, but because it's hard to convince them otherwise if you don't know how, which I think realistically was a high-level misconception on my part. And we can get into that a little bit. So if we were to use, this is the super archetype. This is like, if I were to call you a captain, this is what I mean. It means that your super archetype is red-blue, which is this one right here, right? So your sub archetype, or the thing again that I lovingly call your backup personality, let's say it's Inquisitor. Actually, let me explain this real quick. It cannot be Executive or Mastermind because you cannot have the same endo. So your sub and super archetype cannot be the same. So let's undo both of those. So you have to be one of these things. This has to be your sub-archetype, assuming that your super-archetype is red. You can be a performer, conductor, maestro, lover, inquisitor, or genius sub-archetype. So let's make it an inquisitor. And then, of course, your pistol is whatever endo is remaining. So since we are a red sub-yellow, we have a green pistol. There's only 6 different ways that this can combine. There's only 6 different versions of endos. No, I honestly, even just asking the question, so in this case, would conductor be the one who wouldn't budge instead of a maestro? I think that realistically, in my opinion, it's harder to budge a maestro, but more in the method of fancy footwork. Not in the way of actually being unable to move them, but in the way that a maestro will try to maneuver around you or make you believe that they got moved only to put themselves back in that place afterwards. Or just want to be the immovable object and the unstoppable force. It did feel nice. It also would make sense for that to be the executive, though. I'm going to be so honest with you.
Okay.
So, the way that this generally functions is that your super archetype will erode over time. So you are your super archetype in full maturity, right? Or in full maturity in the compass's terms. So you will act red and blue on a very mature scale, which in this case would be competitive and approachable. That would be the captain. However, if you begin to erode, you will slowly go back to your sub-archetype, whichever portion becomes visible at that time. So if your red erodes, you'll fall back on your yellow and you'll act more lover-esque. Mushrooms are harder to move like grass. They blend easily, but can always go back to their original shape. And that's kind of... I think what's probably more accurately stated is the immutable object, not the immovable object. I think is a better way to describe that. On the flip side of this, if your exo regresses, then you will act more like an executive. And let me explain why this is still not really very well confirmed by any means. So, as we said, we have the super archetype and we have the sub archetype, which we just talked about. Just for the sake of it, I'm going to go ahead and put little titles on these. Endo, lean, pistol, exo, perspective.
Can someone give me a magic item idea I can write out?
A gun that shoots guns. Just wrote the Divinium and now I'm quite tired. My brain don't work no more. Dude, that's actually so real. Point Sage, if you wanna post a link to Divinium, you absolutely can, by the way. Divinium is an amazing project that was successful on Kickstarter. Congratulations, Point Sage. I really appreciate you. We worked a little bit in tandem. Not like on each other's projects, but we were like co-sponsoring each other with Utopia and Divinium. So Point Sage, if you want to send a link to that absolutely please do. Okay. Leans and pistols. So the lean is basically the way that this generically functions is that as your endo regresses, you can lean through your endo and you'll expose your lean, but your lean can go even further to expose your pistol. And the assumption portion of this is that when you're born, you are only your pistol. So this specific archetype blend right here would be someone who was born a green, matured into being yellow, and then fully developed into being a red. If that makes any sense. A gun that uses your blood as a duel to make bullets. That's actually cool as hell. Perspective, we talked about a little bit. Exo is more behavioral, and perspective is more considerate of how you see things, right? So, like, Exo is like you behave either approachably or practically or analytically. Perspective is like, this is how much of the world you consider, or this is how much of your world that you consider when making decisions, right? So they interact with each other in a similar way, where someone may have similar behaviors, where a blue Exo may
make that blood gun.
May behave similarly to a blue perspective. However, it's for different reasons. So they are mechanically different from each other. We're trying to make a playtest version? Oh, that sounds so dope, Point Stage. I love that. That sounds like a lot of fun. Wings. Okay, so the wings are the cross patterns, right? So in this case, the wing is lover, and the other wing is executive. There is a chance that you only have where your wings match your archetype, and that isn't the case where your exo and your perspective are the same. So if we have the same exo and perspective, we would have inquisitor and executive, which is the same as the sub-archetype and super-archetype, right? So this is an executive sub-inquisitor, and their wings are inquisitor and executive. They never change, right? That's just a funny little thing to keep track of, I guess. But regression paths. This is where we get a little awkward. So, whether your endo or exo regresses first depends purely on your archetype, or it depends on the thresholds example. So if we've talked about thresholds before, but basically that is to say, there are different types of stimulus and duress that you can go under that will target the endo first or target the exo first. That is the thresholds model. If the threshold model is true, then it means that you can go through your entire exo or you can go through your entire endo while still staying mature on the other side, right? It means that you can erode your filter only, or you can erode your driving force only, independently of each other. The other consideration is that depending on what archetype you are, it's the same way every time. So for instance, a captain sub yellow would always erode the endo first. It doesn't matter what type of duress you're under, it means that you always erode this way first. I don't know if that was the exact example. I don't remember if that was the correct way to say that, but I'm pretty sure it's something like that. I personally am on the side of threshold, that both of these can go down depending on what type of stimulus you're taking in. Welcome back, Time Jelly Bean. Thank you so much for the lurk. I really appreciate you. You're amazing. Thank you so much. The next thing, your archetype regression chart will always match your archetype. I agree more with thresholds. Which archetype regression chart will change based on your super archetype. So if you guys know what the regression charts are, you're about to see it again. So this is an example of a regression chart. Performer would regress into either Wanderer or Swindler, and then they would further fully regress into Victim. This is the same, there's one of these for every single archetype, Maestro into Dreamer or Opportunist, and then finally into Parasite, Conductor into Mercenary or Politician, and then finally into Prosecutor, so on and so on, forever on. I become a tyrant. Now, the two potential theories is that if I were a captain, right, let me go ahead and pull up the captain chart. I went the wrong way. If I were a captain and I were to exo regress, right? What the first thing is saying is that I'm going to regress on the captain chart. So because my exo regressed, this would turn me into an instigator. Or potentially because my lean is yellow, I will regress into a jock. Depends on how you want to go about that. It depends on whether or not the threshold theory is correct.
Is the endos being additive in the document?
What do you mean by additive? You mean like them interacting with each other? Like you can be like a little bit of both? Or what portion of that? This model states that when you regress, you will always regress inside your own chart. So a captain only turns into an instigator or a jock, and then only ever turns into a bully. The other interpretation of that is that if we were to take the same thing, where I am now acting like an executive because my exo has regressed, instead I will regress into the executive chart. So in this case, and this one is completely lean considerate, because my lean is yellow, I will specifically go from captain to martialist, which is on a completely different chart. Now, another interesting thing about this, and another interesting conundrum, is that if my endo were to go first, then that would mean I would move to the lover chart in this example. But now my lean is actually my pistol now. So instead, I would go to jester. There's a possibility we go into nomad instead, but I don't see that personally. I would imagine we go to jester because all we have to fall back on now is our pistol. So our pistol becomes our lean for this example. Like you can become more red or more yellow independently, where for Exos becoming more blue makes you less orange or purple. No, I mean, it's not explicitly stated, but I would say that it's arguably inferred that way. What's up? Hi, Sunaki-sun. Welcome in. Thanks so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Let me know if I butchered your name. I tried really hard on that one. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you. So the question is, do you stay on your own chart or do you maneuver charts as you regress, right? So by regressing, by my endo regressing, do I enter the lover chart or do I stay on the captain chart? This is a captain, red-blue is a captain, but yellow-blue is a lover. So that's the two examples that are for that one that's making the argument there. Whether you're in full regression depends purely on your endo, lean, and pistol, versus the pistol is not considered in whether or not one is partially or fully regressed. So let me explain this one. Essentially, there's two ways to measure whether or not you are fully regressed or if you are partially regressed. One way is to state, as long as you have at least one half of your super archetype, you are partially regressed. In the case that your full archetype regresses,
a sword that can extend its blade.
In the case that both your endo and your exo regress, this case you'd be an inquisitor, then you are in full regression. It does not care about your pistol. All that matters is that you have either your endo or your exo. If you have neither of those, you are fully regressed. In this case, this would put you on the silencer chart, at least referring to the other potential ways that this could go. So you would be in full regression at this point. The other option is that it's only dependent on your endo. So if you regress your exo, you're still in partial regression, right? If you regress your endo, you're still in partial regression. If you go through your endo and your exo, you're still in partial regression. It's only once you reach the pistol that you reach what is considered full regression. In this specific case, this would be a conductor. And this would be quite the explosive conductor as well, because your pistol is not designed to be rational. It would be explosive no matter who you are if you're down to your pistol. So this would be a prosecutor in this case. I'm more leaning that it just matters whether or not you have your super archetype. So this is considered a full regression. This is also considered a full regression. It's just on a different chart now. So this would make you silencer. This would make you prosecutor. But both of these are still technically full regressions as long as you don't have any of your super archetype. Hopefully that made sense. Hopefully that made some semblance of sense. This one, consideration versus preparation, is a very new one. It is very, very new. And it's extremely recent. While in a mature state, leaving a person using only their super archetype, a person will be in a state of consideration. So this is specifically talking about the way that you deal with your own personal experiences, right? The way that you process your personal experiences in maturity versus in regression. While in a regress state, a person's sub-archetype will be a guideline for perpetuation. So this is kind of under the philosophy that when you are dealt some kind of traumatic incident, when you are dealt pain, when you are dealt suffering in a way that truly impacts your personality and you as a person, you have two options, roughly. You can either perpetuate it, or you can become considerate of it. Essentially, either make sure no one else ever feels that, or I will force this upon someone else because it was forced on me. So what consideration versus perpetuation is stating is different types of trauma will be considered or perpetuated based on your archetype, your super archetype, and your sub archetype. So specifically, there are, I believe the traumas, and this is not the exact wording for it, but roughly speaking, the different types of traumas that are available here are physical traumas, mental traumas, and emotional traumas. Or physical, psychological, emotional, right? And it's really hard to keep some of those things distinct, right? Because both psychological and emotional are non-tangible with each other. Something like neglect is very emotionally damaging. However, in this case, it would be considered a psychological trauma specifically. Physical is pretty tangible, right? It's physical trauma. In some cases, it could be something like yelling, though, which doesn't feel as physical, but would still be considered physical under this guise. So what it's saying is that if using the same sub-archetype, any type of physical trauma that you induce, while in a matured state, you will be considerate of because of red. So if you were screamed at, yelled at, or if somebody was if you were physically harmed or physically injured or endured some kind of physical trauma, then your red would be considerate of that, which means you would try to make sure that nobody else ever experiences that. However, if we were to regress like this, and this is a simpler example, you don't have to regress the endo. But in this case, you would now perpetuate it because of your purple. So you would perpetuate that physical trauma. So like if somebody screamed at you, you might scream in regression, right? Because of that purple sub-archetype. If we were to endure some kind of psychological trauma, right? Then... Or let me go back. If you were to endure emotional trauma, you will be considerate of it. The only point in which you perpetuate it is if you're down to your pistol in this case. I thought perpetuation related to lean. It is a little bit more complicated than what I'm describing right now, because specifically the exo and the endo are different from each other in the way that they do that. I'm definitely oversimplifying this, but just for the sake of it. If using the endos as an example, if I were to endure some kind of psychological trauma, such as neglect, if I regress into yellow, may perpetuate that. So I will take what psychological damage I have received and I will perpetuate it in regression, right? So if I'm hurt, if I'm under duress, if I'm extremely tired, or I've gone through one hell of a rock bottom, I will begin to do the same thing once I've hit this regression. If I've suffered emotional trauma, then I only perpetuate it once I hit my pistol, if that makes sense. I kind of think I do the opposite. I think I consider it as my sub-archetype, but I don't think it's when I'm regressed. Interesting. It's actually really interesting. This one has virtually, this specific theory, I'm going to be dead honest with you, chat. This specific theory has virtually no vetting. It has touched so few eyes and so few hands. This one is very much an assumption. Like red with a green lean would perpetuate emotional trauma during regression, not physical. Yeah, that is correct. Yes. I was talking about because of the purple. The purple would have, because the purple is the perspective, it would be perpetuating physical. But exos don't actually function completely that way. That was a little bit of oversimplification. Thresholds. No, you're totally good. You're totally good. Like I said, I am the exos and the endos. I have to go back through and kind of make sure that I'm saying it correctly. But yeah. Green perspective is a filter, the lean is a driving force. The perspective may... I'm going to head to the next part for a little bit because I'm going to get lost in the sauce on this one if I'm not careful. Okay, thresholds. So thresholds is the one that we were talking about. And I will say that I do very much believe that the old model for thresholds that we did on stream is also incorrect. I don't believe in it personally. However, I will explain how it was explained on stream for the sake of reference. I have a yellow lean, and I think I try to intellectualize trauma as a coping mechanism because I fall back on my lean when my green endo fails. Interesting. No, and that's a good point. I think that's a very apt way to go about that, honestly. And it might depend on other factors. I don't know. It's also possible to be unrealizing of the way that we perpetuate, and that's kind of the hardest part, right? Is that we're getting kind of down into the woodworks of things that are very easy to not know. Like, for instance, if I were to perpetuate something, chances are I'm not aware that I'm doing it. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have done it. You know what I mean? And that's another point where the personal relativity comes in, right? Because we are relative creatures. We are not being compared to something else. We are just naturally going to modify what we do based on what outcome we want. And that will fight what the compass is trying to read. Spontaneity. Spontaneity. Just trust me. I will explain afterward why I think this is incorrect.
Oh, I didn't know that's how it worked.
I love how the stream avatar dances after catching the star. That actually makes me so happy. So you have a specific location that you are on either side. And each one of these is tied to an endo or an exo. Yes, I did do the soft speak from the box. So as life goes on and you experience different forms of duress, ranging from rigidity to spontaneity, overwhelm to underwhelm, social battery to emotional saturation, this meter will go up or down. And once you've hit one of those thresholds, so for instance, if we were, instead of being here, we were here, we will begin regression. And if you hit the top of one of these meters, your exo will regress. If you hit the bottom of one of these meters, your endo will regress. What color it is based on, it means one of two things. Either it means that you're more likely to hit that side, or it means that you're more resistant to that side. Chances are probably both, actually. Because realistically, when you smack the bottom of this threshold expands a little bit, right? As we suffer, we gain more tolerance towards suffering, one way or another, whether it be due to coping mechanisms, whether it be to experience, to tolerance, to whatever. There's a million ways to go about that. The problem with this system is assuming that these two cannot coexist with each other. You can have, in my opinion, a low social battery and be extremely emotionally saturated, which means this meter isn't always just in one place. If anything, maybe these are 6 different meters, and maybe the endos and the exos are, whatever. But realistically, if that's the case, chances are these are probably pretty hyper simplifications of what this means. Mwah. I think that it's probably safe to say that we could put titles on these, but the meaning behind it would be a lot more expansive than what the wording would proclamate, right? So, like, for instance, if we were to treat these as 6 independent meters, I'm going to draw that out as well, just for the sake of it. So we have spontaneity, we have rigidity, we have underwhelm, we have overwhelm, we have social battery, or I'm sorry, we have emotional saturation, and then we have social battery. So if we imagine that we have an amount of each one of these, then that is to say that once one of these reach a certain point, let's say it's right here, this is duress, right? This is duress in this specific model. This is duress due to rigidity, right? So, happy birthday, Ryan, let's go! Almost, at least for me. Your birthday isn't for like another hour, bitch. Hey, Pinky! This would be duress due to rigidity. And because it is an exo, which are these guys, whereas these guys are endo-based, this would force your exo to regress. So for me, if I were to experience this, then my exo would regress. This doesn't have a big change for me other than just where I am on a regression chart. So for me specifically, because I'm orange sub-orange, if I am a mastermind and regress back into orange, I'm just going to stay mastermind. I'm just going to move down on my own chart, if that makes sense, in any model. But regardless,
thanks, Kanturin.
This is to say that you can be underwhelmed and overwhelmed at the same time, or that you can have, or that you can be emotional and have no social battery at the same time. You can have rigidity and spontaneity at the same time. Again, the reason that I kind of want to disagree with this model a little bit, or at least the way that it's exactly written in this fashion, is because I feel like if we're marking it this way, these terms probably aren't super accurate. Or at least there's probably a better way to describe them. So, like, it's not just these 6 different ways. There's a lot more ways to suffer duress, you know what I mean? There's a lot more ways to go about those types of things. Now, otherwise, the other option is that there are just general duress, right? Or universal duress, such as tiredness, hunger, you know, a lot of these physical symptoms that prevent our body from actually functioning the way that they're supposed to. These, to me, would be universal duress, right? It doesn't matter what your archetype is, it's going to affect you. To what amount, it doesn't mean that it's going to affect different people different ways, it just means that your archetype does not correspond to those things. These are the ones that perhaps your archetype does correspond to. Your archetype does care about these ones. So purples are gonna do better in rigidity. Reds are gonna do better in spontaneity. Yellow's gonna do better about being underwhelmed. Orange is gonna do better about being overwhelmed. Greens are gonna deal with emotional saturation better. Blues are gonna deal with overuse of their social battery better. This is the assumption under the threshold chart, and this is also detailing the form of regression in which your endo or your exo, which one regresses, is based on what type of stimulus you're intaking or what type of duress you're suffering. And this is the habitual gauge, the mental gauge, the communal gauge. The communal gauge. That was definitely a mouthful, but that's kind of what those mean. Sorry, chat, give me just a second. Okay. On to what I think is the last big topic on the compass sheet right now. Compatibility. Oh my goodness, what a nightmare compatibility is. To say the least, this is a big topic. So remember the pressures we were talking about? Where is it? This guy. Pressures up here. So we have executional pressure, which is the red and purple one. We have social pressure, which is the green and blue one. And then we have computational pressure, which is the yellow and the orange one. Well, those all matter when it comes to compatibility. So there's kind of 2 types of compatibility, but there's also kind of 4. So facing compatibility means that you are inverse archetypes. And an example of this would be a mastermind and an inquisitor. Mastermind, inquisitor. So the mastermind, because of the red, will exert executional pressure. The inquisitor, because of the purple, will accept executional pressure. The inquisitor, due to the yellow endo, will exert computational pressure, and the mastermind will accept computational pressure due to the orange exo. So this is called a facing compatibility. It means that the pressure that I exert is the pressure you accept, and the pressure that you exert is the pressure that I exert is the pressure that you accept. These are called inverse archetypes, and they have facing compatibility. It does not mean that they exist well in a difficult situation that they have to tackle simultaneously. However, it does do well when they're exerting pressure on each other. It does keep me up at night, believe me. So that's called facing compatibility. The other option is parallel compatibility. Parallel compatibility basically means how similar your chart is, right? So the more similar it is, the more parallel compatibility that you have. So for instance, if we were to have a mastermind sub-inquisitor and another mastermind sub-inquisitor, your archetypes are exactly the same, which means if the environment was to just throw a bunch of shit at you, you guys are going to deal with it in a similar manner, because you guys have the same archetypes, the same behaviors. It does not dictate your experience or your practical usage of things. Have a good one, Dog Streamer. Lurk for power. I appreciate you. It doesn't mean that you're going to handle it the exact same way, but it is going to mean that you guys are going to handle the pressures similarly. Barring extreme circumstances like a vast difference in age, a vast difference in experience, knowing what the specific circumstances or knowledge around it, you guys will probably regress at the same rate too. So that's called parallel compatibility. If you put these together, oh, hold on, I skipped one. Neutral compatibility. Neutral compatibility means neither of these. It means that there is nothing really to state, right? So if you don't have facing compatibility and you don't have, let me give you an example. A maestro and a conductor. Yeah, a maestro and a conductor. So a maestro is green-orange and a conductor is, oh, sorry, nope, I lied. Maestro and an executive actually is perfect. Maestro and executive. So executive exerts and accepts executional pressure. Maestro deals only in social and mental pressure. So I apologize, I lied. Maestro and executive is a better example. There's literally no pressures in common whatsoever. They don't have parallel compatibility, and they also don't have facing compatibility. This is called neutral compatibility. This is not necessarily a bad thing. It just means that you don't have the other two, right? And neutral compatibility is, it's to state that they're going to act different from you, which is not a bad thing. And in my opinion, at least, does not hinder compatibility. It just means that you have more ground that you need to create in front of yourselves. It's going to take more communication and less assumptions. And with that, of course, the most common thing that actually happens is mixed compatibility.
Free. Lurk gonna play some Valo FQ.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the lurk, buddy. I appreciate you. So mixed compatibility, which is the most common, means that you have some amount of either, right? So this is the conductor and maestro example. So you have a green purple and a green orange. You have some parallel compatibility, but you don't have all of it. So you're mostly between parallel and neutral. Mixed compatibility. Good luck indeed. And then, of course, the most important thing when it comes to compatibility in the compass is chemistry defeats all, right? There's nothing more powerful than chemistry or just spending a shit ton of time with somebody. If your propinquity with somebody is very high, it really matter where your compass model is, because you guys have deduced any communication barriers that could have happened, or I assume you would have at that point, right? If you've known someone for 10 years, it doesn't really matter what their archetype looks like. It doesn't really matter who they are, because you figured that out and you figured out how to deal with it. Where'd you first get the idea of the compass? That's actually really interesting and is a big story. But I was in a hotel. I was sitting with the co-author of the compass, and essentially, I used to talk a lot about the dichotomy of the way that I think. Right? I feel like there's dichotomy. I don't know if there actually is, but it felt that way, and I didn't know a better way to express it. A lot of people have talked about journaling and things like that. And I like journaling, but when I journaled, my favorite way to journal was to journal in 2 different voices, right? There would be like a more sporadic voice and there would be a more calculated voice, and they would combat each other very regularly. And prior to this is very difficult for me to deal with and something that goes on a lot still in my head. And it's very hard to describe what that means, right? Like what that feels like and what decisions I'm making, or quote unquote, who's making that decision. So the idea of separating those 2 people into 2 separate characters per se, made it a lot easier to interact with it in some way, to give it some level of tangibility in my mind. And that's kind of where the endo and the exo thing came up. And when it was originally described, it was to state that you have 2 versions of yourself, the endo and the exo, or the societal front versus your driving front. And they would swap back and forth. The original idea was that whoever's fronting would be accepting stimulus. When they took on too much stimulus, you would be forced into fronting the other. From there, the compass kind of slowly began to develop more and more as to answer more questions, right? If you can take 2 people with the exact archetype, so take this before sub-archetypes existed. So there's only super archetypes. You only have the 9 archetypes and you are just one of them. Well, if you put 2 masterminds together, you can look at all of the ways that they are different and go, obviously the compass is missing something, right? Gonna hunt some people? Appreciate you, Chill Spree. You can take all of the ways that they are different from each other and go, obviously, there's something missed here. That's not to say the compass needs to hit everything, but there's more that it could, if that makes sense. And everything just kind of expanded and blew up from there, I would say. Hopefully that made some semblance of sense. Woo! Wow. That was a thicky one, chat.
Oridont, more like Orido, stay strong, GNG.
Yo! Thank you so much for joining in. I appreciate you. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome to stream. It has been big talk. It's been big talky day today. Been big talky day. We just went over like the entire compass document, like all 27 pages of it. I just walked my ass all the way through it. Got 420 points. Let's go. Good shit right there. Good shit. Chew on those Oreos. Chat, I don't know how many people are present right now, because I know that we have a lot of people lurking and I know it's really late right now, but I'm very curious because I know that it happens very often. Would it be fair to say that streams are 6 hours instead of 7 hours? Because it seems that we pretty often and between 11 and midnight, and a lot of times at 11, or at least 11 my time, which would be about 10 minutes from now, whatever time that is for you. That was 27 pages. I got an idea about the exos. Interesting. Hit me with it. Gotta put in a few parts. Crimson Judgment, level greater force. Level 2, Madra aspects of blood. One defects, blood, ammunition, Crimson Judgment. Use the wielder's blood and spirit to create ammunition. For every 2 hit points you would like to deal, you must draw upon 1 hit point from yourself, bypassing temporary HP. That's cool as fuck. You made burritos. Let's go. Chat, do you think it would be weird or sad if we said that streams are 6 hours? That way we could say that they're 6 hours, because that seems to be when streams end a lot, or at least 6.5 hours, 6 hours and 20 minutes, you know, whatever. And then if we expand past that, I guess it would just be fair to say 6 to 7 hours, realistically. Somewhere between 6 to 7 hours is the most common place where it ends. I usually just try to, like, close up stream when it feels good. You know what I mean? When it feels right, either because I'm exhausted or because I feel like the conversation has reached its closure. Will work even for each portion of the stream? Yeah. work even for each portion of the stream. Yeah, it would break it up a lot better.
So in regression, blues lose hope, oranges lose motivation, and purples lose faith/trust.
That is actually like, yeah, that sounds excessively accurate, actually. Yeah, no, that is exactly how I would describe that personally. I think that's a good point, because that's exactly what happens to me personally. The first thing that I take a hit to is motivation. 100%, dude. It is so hard to stay it's so hard to stay motivated. You just had 3 separate exos say yes. That's really funny, actually.
Crimson Judgment. Once a blood bullet is loaded, the user may expend 3 Madra points to fire the bullet. For every 18 hit points added to the bullet, you gain +1 to hit. 18 HP added to a bullet is +1, 36 is +2, 54 is +3, ECT. Additionally, echo shot. Once per long rest, you can unload 1 shot into the air that marks a target, and 0 save. For 3 rounds, every shot you fire homes to the target and always strikes true.
Damn, that's wild. All 3 exos agreed. Honestly, I kind of want to write that. I kind of want to write that somewhere, because I feel like that's a good thing to have. Oh, I did promise, and I'm going to ask you guys if you want to see it, because I know that I just said a lot of shit. Like, I just barfed a ton of information not too long ago. But if you guys are interested, I will talk about...
Little interesting, but orange and blue is very, very true from my observations.
If you guys want to have a little bit of a conversation about the compass assessment, which obviously is going to be a huge development and undertaking, at least in way of refinement, I will go into that. But if you guys are tired, then I'll just stay on the just chatting screen. Is it possible to have the regular full regression and then the bombastic conductor and a sort of bombastic regression with its pistol? I didn't catch that well. Kind of, yeah. No, that's okay, Point Sage.
Woo, an assessment would be fun.
That's kind of the argument that's being placed right now, is we don't know the answer exactly to how regression works. Because most of the time when I get to communicate with somebody or ask somebody what their opinions or how they are, for instance, I'll take myself. When I'm talking about my regressions, I'm talking about it in hindsight. So I have hindsight that modifies how I actually interacted with it, right? When I am regressed, I'm gonna act like, scientifically, a little bitch. However, when I talk about what I did in regression, I'm gonna kind of flex it in a better manner that's more respectful and uses the hindsight I have now. So it's really, really hard to measure regression, in my opinion. The purple one was that I thought of recently. I knew the other two and was thinking of the one that worked with purple. Purple's always the tough one, I swear. Whenever you have a spectrum, it always makes it really difficult to describe purple. Right? The perspective coil has been difficult, scopes have been difficult. It's always really difficult to describe purple as anything other than between the other two when you treat them like a spectrum. Or at least that's been true in my experience. I don't know if that's always the case or if I'm doing something wrong, but that's been my difficulty with it for sure. I have an idea. Chat, how would you answer this question? Have a good one, Point Sage. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Lurk for power, and I love you. How would you answer this question, chat? You've been trying for so long, but it's all fallen apart. Collapse is imminent, and it feels hopeless. What should you do now? A is to give up entirely, it's no use. B is to isolate yourself and refuse company from here on. Or C is go all in, ask anybody and everybody to assist you on doubling down. This would be so fun if we had a compass assessment and we could do everything through polls and just figure out the archetype of chat. That would be wild. You can only pick one. You can only pick one. This assessment, I will have you know, in its current state, has very unsatisfying answers. It's very often that that's on purpose. What's up, Deceased? How's it going? A, probably. Most times, there's not going to be a perfect option. B. I've now heard A, B, and A and B. Welcome in, Deceased. How are you doing? Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you. Don't forget to follow if you haven't already. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you a ton. As the compass assessment is currently going, basically the way that it works is kind of closer to B. Okay. Boom, follow. Let's go. The way that the compass assessment works currently is instead of giving a positive value to a certain endo, a certain exo, or a certain archetype whenever you answer a certain way, it removes points. So it's completely negative, right? So instead of having a bunch of positive values, you'll have a bunch of negative values. So basically, instead of saying, oh, reds would choose this one, greens would choose this one, and yellows would choose this one, it states a red would never choose like A, a yellow would never choose B, and a green would never choose C. Not necessarily in that order, but in whatever order the quiz states. And what this does is it produces a lot less certainty, but it creates more accuracy, right? It's a lot easier to say what you would never do versus what you would do every time. So that's a lot of how the assessment is working currently. As well, of course, the test changes depending on
What if
where
they
you
become
answer.
almost all equally negative?
That's possible, and it happens, and I don't know yet. I don't know how to answer that question, because what the assessment needs to do is we need to take people who we feel confident about the archetype of, have them take the assessment and see how they answer, and then go, okay, what did you answer? Why did you answer that way? Yada, yada. The goal would hopefully be that that's really, really difficult to do, right? If the test is done correctly on a mathematical level, then that will be like nigh impossible, or at least there will always be at least one clear winner, even if it's only by a small margin. But an assessment also does not check what happens under regression unless the assessment itself can force you to regress, which is asking a lot. However, the assessment is currently designed similar to a choose your own adventure style game, except instead of like a choose your own adventure style, the world manifests around your decisions, right? So what you do, I mean, similar to a choose your own adventure, but it's not the same setting. It's not a specific setting. You decide the world around you as you take this assessment. And you'll go through calamity, followed by creation, followed by refinement, followed by calamity. And it's your choice to decide how you want to go about that. And the assessment's going to try to state basically what it thinks your archetype is based on what world you create and then how you interact with that world. Hi, Ashton. How's it going? Hello. Chat, I'm gonna be, dead honest with you. I am kind of running out of steam right now. So, if you guys have any more questions, I would absolutely love to answer them. However, I am getting a little bit on the tired side, so. Wee woo wah wah. It has been fun yammering on for a little bit. Honestly, there's a lot of work that needs to get done with this, but sometimes the compass just fries my brain, dude. Sometimes
Where
it
do we
is.
find the assessment if it's there yet?
It is not there yet. It is currently being worked on, and it is a terrifying project to work on. There's a lot going on. But honestly, there was 2 separate people who have now told me about Twine, which is kind of a more interactive interface for stuff like this. And I'm thinking it's very possible that I will end up moving this to Twine, because Twine is a really cool, powerful program that I like a lot personally. And if nothing else, it'll create a nice basis. Excuse me. So learning how to use Twine, I feel like would be a good way of going about this until it's a more fully fledged or developed interface. Twine is what we were using to reason out the dating sim for anyone who was there for that stream. It was that
The compass
program.
takes a lot from you cause you go through thinking through multiple different personalities.
It is wild. And that's the hardest part, honestly, in my opinion, when it comes to thinking about the compass, is like trying to put yourself in somebody else's shoes. Like you have to go back, deconstruct, and say, okay, if I were this archetype, I feel like I would do this. And then whenever you go down the road of, hypothetical situations, you can't use any instinct, right? You can't use any of your own intuitions. You can't use any of your own decision-making qualities. You go, I am this, therefore I do this. But through everything. And it gets really tiring really quickly. I don't know, maybe other people can do it better than I can, but whoo! It drains the battery quickly. Yo, congrats on the shout out, Rain. London, I believe you got the guide the raid. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? London, did you end up with the guide the raid? I don't know. I mean, if you suffer from sociopathic tendencies, it's not hard to workshop an entire new personality. Yes. Compass makes my brain go burr. That's the goal.
OMG, following Rain right now.
Oh, go follow Rain. What's up, Big Creek?
At Cobweb 616 BRRRRRRRR.
Yeah, you did.
At
Okay,
Netsino
cool.
115 do not.
I'm very excited for what the compass
Low-key
can be.
hyper-focus.
Very terrified for what it takes to design the compass. You know what I mean? For what it takes to make the compass, you know, it can be really hard to be like, what is this based on? And I have to be like,
Compass makes
virtually
Rain
nothing.
very happy.
It's virtually nothing, right? It's just a bunch of patterns that have been written down and facilitated in a certain way. I don't know how much of it is correct. I'm not stating that any of it is gospel by any means, right?
Lucky
A lot
for
of
me,
this
my
is
endo,
probably wrong.
exo, and leans cover all three pressures. I just mess up sometimes when I associate my super pedals together.
That's the hard part, dog. We are following Rain for their birthday. Yes, everyone go follow Rain. I'm following him right now as we speak. I'm pretty sure I already do, but get followed, Rain. Get followed. Ha 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 ha.
No.
I think that the compass in philosophy would be a very, very powerful tool. Assuming that it works is bold to say the least, but I've heard a lot of people say that they've gotten something out of it, if nothing else, right? And if nothing else, you can boil it down to what it is now, which is fun and interactive and a cool new way to think. You know what I mean? A cool new way to build a perspective around society or people or yourself or what have you. If it worked, then it would do a lot more than that. But I don't know, it's kind of intimidating to approach as a project, in my opinion, because when you deal with things like psychology and trauma and, you know, stuff like this, you know, if I am wrong and you consider it to be true, that can be extremely damaging. You know what I mean? So I want to treat it with a grain of salt and keep it as a hypothetical system until it is completely vetted. And what does completely vetted mean? I don't know. It'll probably never happen. And not because I'm not going to go through the steps to try to.
This should be fixed.
Not because I'm never going to vet it, but because I'm never going to be satisfied with the amount of confirmation you can get. You know what I mean? I feel like the compass does a lot on its own. It doesn't feel that it needs more added to it sometimes. And no, that's completely fair. And maybe that's what'll happen, right? Maybe this entire document will all build out to all of these various things only to collapse back in on itself and go back to its simplistic nature. Whatever form it is most useful in is the one that is most important to me, personally. And also, as anything should be, my greatest goal would be to have it come in layers, right? So basically, if you were to take the compass as a book, yo, what's up, Headless? If you were to take the compass as a book, it should state that you can stop at chapter 3 and you can just stop reading and you can garner whatever you want from just that. You could stop at chapter 5 and you'll be good. You can push it away from there and you could not take anything more from it. And it should still be a positive experience, right? You should continue as far as you want to continue. You know what I mean? If you want to know the reasoning, the inner machinations, the math behind all of it, then just read to the end. If you don't care or you feel like it doesn't make sense, you can just stop at a certain chapter and there's still something to take away from it. That would be the biggest goal in my opinion. Rain becomes secondary streamer, the owner of the Rainverse. Yeah! All hail Train. All hail Train. Real. Ha 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 ha. Train.
Ori, what is this redeem?
Which one? Which one? Redeem it. Can we raid Rain at the end of stream? Rain, I'm gonna need you to go live real quick. Just super fast, not for any specific reason. I mean, we do have to vet it through London. London has to say yes to it. You know what? Well, hello, Ad. Oh, this is wildly unfortunate. No. Well, that's just rude. I guess it turns out that Rain actually hates us. This is the worst possible timeline, chat. Chat, this is the worst timeline. What if we redeem shirt on with Ori? Will Ori put another shirt on? I don't have more shirts to put on, unfortunately.
Ty,
go live. Go live for no specific particular reason. I feel like I know what redeem you're talking
Rain
about,
hates us
Headless,
as
but I'm
much
not.
as Ori hates Rain.
I don't hate Rain. Why would I hate Rain? I gave him a nice, comfy, single 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter box to edit in for the rest of his life. And I don't know a better way to express love. Chat turned big agreed. No, I'm not putting more shirts on chat. I'd rather drink eggs. No, that is not an invitation to make me drink eggs, by the way. You aren't streaming on their birthday, ergo, you hate Rain. What if I hang out with them? What if streaming would have prevented me from hanging out with them? Then what? Maybe I'm not streaming because it's their birthday, because I love them. Who knows? Not you. You know nothing. You know nothing about me. God damn it. 60 fuck. Rain, why? Why are you like this? God damn it. Headless. You can't hear me yet. Hold on. I'll give it 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Headless, redeem the thing that you were gonna redeem. Don't do it.
Hello.
Rain. Hello.
Which is worse, Ori, soap, or EGG?
Soap. Soap is way worse. Soap is fucking god awful, dude. I hate soap. Soap is not good, not fun, not have good time. I'd rather drink perfume. I've done both. I'd rather drink perfume.
Then egg should be $50.
Sure. I told you guys I'm not gonna put
We need
another
soap
shirt on.
and egg and hot
Liz,
sauce.
oh, I thought that is not the one I thought you were talking about. That is not the one I was expecting. Chat, I don't have another shirt to put on. At least not in my close vicinity.
He had.
Yeah. At least the egg doesn't have a burning aftertaste for hours. Exactly. At least it doesn't make all your food taste like soap. I'd be really weirded out, actually, if an egg made all of your food taste like soap. That would probably be bad. But some redeem a helium. That's the one I thought Headless was talking about. Energy takes energy. Real. Then counted as a shirt off, you nudist fox. Fuck. I don't like getting called out like this. This is unfortunate. This is wildly unfortunate, chat. Fucking nudist fox. I'm gonna give you guys just a little bit longer. If you guys want to redeem the helium, you can. Other than that, London, do you have a raid target? Add nudist fox to the list of insults? Fuck. No, not again. Excuse me while I just complete all redeems. Thanks, Moonch.
Sad face.
We just raided Ori again? I don't think I can raid me. I'm gonna be honest. I almost misclicked and rejected all redeems instead by accident. I very liberally use my points. I've got 500 missing points. Holy shit, dude. Can't redeem it. Impossible. Well, I'll wait for London to give me the raid guide. I've got 15k points. Hey, that's enough. You could do it if you wanted to. Subathon has been wild for channel points, dude. It has been absolutely crazy. Did London leave? London, no! London Bridge fell down.
Jellybean made a Minecraft server, but killing mobs aren't dropping items or even XP, so I am starving.
Oh no, that's not good. Ty is cheating on us, chat. Ty is cheating on us. Rain, you have a shit ton of points. Do a helium. Do a funny. Do a funny, haha. I refuse. Perfect. Good talk. Alright, London, I'm gonna give you about 3 more minutes, give or take. At the 3-minute mark, I'm gonna find somebody to raid. What's London's triple word? The chant. You know how like if you say RuneScape 3 times, then you'll summon fodder?
I don't have anything left to do in oracles for the most part, so why not?
Can you imagine saying that in like
London
an actual
asleep
relationship dynamic? Can you imagine actually saying that in a relationship dynamic? Like someone convicts you of cheating and you're like, well, I didn't have anything else to do, so why not? If I do a helium, I'll be left with 90 points. Oh my goodness. That's like, I mean, that's more than 80, to be fair. To be fair. Sitting bolt upright. We say London, London, London. London's like, London should be a McCoy Pond or something. Some old lore reference. Real. I was gonna say something, but I'm gonna bite my tongue on this one. I'm gonna bite my tongue on this one, chat. Yeah, it can be McCoy Pond 3 times. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a great one, chat. I believe in that one.
Ori, say IT.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I don't have any duck calls yet. This is probably a good thing. Duck calls? What's a duck call? Help. I was gonna say clone daddy, chat. Why did I have to say that? I tried not to say that. What? Fuck. Spit Pennywise the dancing clown. God damn it. Fucking Christ, chat. This would have been so better if it just stayed inside my head. No, don't call London Clone Daddy. Duck call like the chance or whatever you have to fodder the other folks. Important, important, important. Or you could say genius, genius, genius. It's Tie Guy is important.
Lurk.
Thanks so much for the lurk, Headless. I appreciate you. All right. Got about 30 seconds, so I'm going to set up for this next raid. Because you'd come to dispute them.
At Tyguy 614 to dispute them.
Rain gets it. See if we have any fun little duders. Yo, thanks so much for the lurk, Cantarin. We are just about to raid out, so if you guys are willing to stick around for the raid, that would be absolutely amazing. Oh, or Cosmos will guide the raid right now. Cosmos, who would you like to guide the raid for? Congratulations. Oh, heck. Fucking came in for the sweep right there. That was wild.
Have a good night, streamer.
Alrighty, good hit. Have a wonderful night. I really appreciate you guys. Chat, I'm going to go ahead and start up this raid. Make sure to copy that raid message, the one in the pinned message if you are not subscribed to this channel, or the one with all of the emotes if you are subscribed. Post it in their chat. Let them know who sent you. Thank you guys so much for being here. It's been absolutely amazing. Tomorrow there will be no stream, so that means that the next stream will be on Friday, same time as always, and it'll be the faction meeting. And that's where we're going to be doing a little bit of talk about Season 3. So thank you guys so much for joining us. I'm really excited to see you guys on Friday. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Say happy birthday to Rain. Tell Rain that he is the most important person in the world and build a shrine to him. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Thank you. Bye.